stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. It's about 10 to 4 when the back of the coupe is open. Your girlfriend's gone off that cola. You about for stroking. And I'm also focused for the day that I blow this open. Money like hocus pocus at the club with a bunch of brokers. Also I can roll it. Hang eyes, trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. Mad, so fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. You know what I'm reaching for. Shot my 3, who's keeping score? Two ain't anymore. 1 mile till we make it home. Get a bag, get paid, get low. Ben Frank, don't stop, press go. Pick it up, lot of money on the flow. Keep shaking, 100 days, 100 poles. Hang eyes, trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. Mad, so fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
Be in the car.
Now they see me on the top. Nobody, yeah. play. You want more hits than lemonade. No, you don't own me. You don't even know me. This vagabond with a two-part path to the great beyond. Say genuine, a ground floor up, I can help you find. You're a dreamer, call me when you're Bieber.
Leading off tonight for Arizona, the right fielder, Tim LeCastro.
Bowling. 1-0.
First pitch, 7-10.
That's ball 2. No, that's the ball.
Well, what's going on? My lovely Jake Dean, I apologize for the late start. I know both of us not too accustomed to these early starts here.
No, indeed. We're used to that nice 9 p.m. Eastern time slot. Instead, here on the early baseball here on the East Coast.
So appreciate you guys tuning in as we will catch you up in just a second. But we have to announce that Tim LeCastro here has worked a leadoff walk against the left-hander Steven Matz. So for these Snakes, there's just a little bit of a switch up here. Lineup had to get switched around after the news of Starling Marte's wife unfortunately passing away last night. He will be sitting today. His family goes out in our thoughts and prayers. Let's set the tone for this matchup. The Diamondbacks lost their last game. They split the last series they had against the Washington Nationals, and coming into play at 26-21, winners of 5 of their last 10. They have dropped now to 3.5 games back in the National League West, behind the Dodgers as they went on a tear. That's what happens when you get to play the Kansas City Royals. As 1-1 here to Ketel Marte, 2 straight pitch-outs by Steven Matz.
Hey, I mean, with Timmy Lowe sitting over there at first, the fastest man in the bigs, you might just want to throw out every pitch here. Walk Ketel, too, while you're at it.
So these Mets, though, if you're watching here in lovely Flushing, Queens, as that's going to be knocked down by Big Meat Pete, and not into, actually, no, they'll say that beat him to the bag by half a step. Not sure I agree with that.
The third baseman, number 5.
Yeah, I don't know. They're not going to give us a replay either. Like, on an actually close play, they give you replays sometimes of, like, the laziest ground balls, but not there.
So come up to the plate is Eduardo Escobar, who has just barely fallen behind in the National League lead for home runs and RBIs, unfortunately to fellow National League East crusher Freddie Freeman.
Steal.
The 1-0 pitch to Escobar. Tim LeCastro is breaking for third, and he will be in there safe with his 10th stolen base of the year, and he remains perfect, folks. Tim LeCastro has been yet to be caught stealing at the major league level.
I mean, just absolutely fantastic. I mean, how do you stop Tim LeCastro, though? He beat him by like a clear foot stealing third when they knew he was going to steal.
You do not. You just don't. You just
Yeah.
let him take the base. It's kind of like Trey Turner, but even worse. Now we're looking at 2-1 here to Escobar. Pitch comes in. That's in the dirt. So Ramos has had a lot of balls that he's had to block from the lefty Mets here. But these Mets come into play now at 18-29, 10.5 back in the National League East. Ooh, now full on Eduardo Escobar. Payoff pitch is fouled off into the seats. We've seen Escobar kind of struggle as of late. Hasn't had a great, probably last 2 weeks, just haven't been great here for Escobar.
He was hitting up near 400, now down to 337, but he shows a good eye there and takes a walk, so the D-backs will have runners on the corners here early against Steven Matz. Matz already dealt 16 pitches, only able to get 1 out so far on the day.
So, though Mets coming in dead last in the NL East, have a lot of good stuff that they've seen lately. They did come to Chase Field and sweep the Diamondbacks over 3 games just a week ago. 19 runs to 6 for Arizona. Game 1 here is a rematch of Game 3, which ended in a final score of 8-4 in the Metropolitans' favor. And their last series against Pittsburgh, that was a doozy, as Peralta going to ground out to Rosario to McNeil and over to Big Meat. The ground ball double play for David Peralta will end the inning. So nothing comes on 2 walks as we now head to the bottom of the first here in Queens.
Real disappointing at-bat there from David Peralta. All you needed after some beautiful base running by Tim LaCastro was just a nice shot to the outfield. You figured one of those guys, Eduardo or David, would be able to get it alas, no.
So now we see Robbie Ray, the bringer of Polar Pops, stands on the mound. He had a rough time out in that game against these Mets at Chase Field on his last start. Picked up just his 2nd loss of the year. So he's going for number 7 here. His teammate Madison Bumgarner was the first to hit that 7 mark in the National League. And he's looking to be number 3 as John Lester of the Chicago Cubs has gotten there as well.
Let's hope it's a good Ray day. As we say every time he comes out to pitch, we need efficient outs out of Robbie, at least early on. Just 6 innings. You'd be so happy for 6 innings.
Love to get a quality start out of Robbie Ray. But Robbie Ray and command issues are 2 very common things, as he already starts Rosario here off 2-0. Rosario just recently promoted to hitting leadoff a couple days ago. And since then, he's been hitting 600 with 2 home runs. Like, that was the spark plug for him, man.
Robbie Ray, 3-0 pitch here. Trying to be more aggressive in the zone. Able to get one there. That 4-seam fastball left. Kind of up and out, though. So maybe want to be a little more cautious here. Now with the count at 3-1.
See what he does here with 3-1. Pitch comes in. Swinging. Eduardo over to Stephen Vogt at first for the first out of the inning.
Well, Ahmed Rosario's been absolutely on fire, like you were saying, Duggo, but not able to get it done there. So Robbie Ray starts off his day in excellent fashion, but still has to face another top 10 hitter in Jeff McNeil, having a great season. And we saw him also play some great defense in that last series against the Diamondbacks.
Now, Jeff McNeil is definitely underrated by anybody that doesn't watch him on a daily basis. Mets fans know just what he can do, both behind the plate and with the glove, too. And Robbie Ray starts him off in typical Robbie fashion. Another 2 balls. Now 3 again. Getting squeezed on that zone there. So back-to-back 3-0 counts. Let's see what he does here. 3-0. Pipes it in there for a strike yet again. So maybe we'll see identical at-bats. See what McNeil does with the green light here on 3-1.
But already you're seeing why Robbie Ray just doesn't get far into baseball games.
3-1. And that swung on, but playable by LaCastro. Just shy of the track for the second out of the inning.
Well, goes 3-0 on 2 straight batters, gets them out. And through 10 pitches, Robbie Ray's gotten 2 down here. Now has to face Pete Alonso, who's been playing really well over the last 8 games, but that's only brought up his season numbers to just a, I guess, respectable enough, 265. Does have 12 home runs on the year and 38 RBI. So coming up clutch in certain situations, but starting to try and get that average up as well.
Feels like he's been fairly quiet as of late. I mean, you see, he has scored 5 runs in the past 6 games. Those past 6 games, including some of them at the Diamondbacks, and then that crazy series they just had against Pittsburgh. 1-1 pitch comes in. Low, now 2-1. So over 4 games against Pittsburgh, the final runs scored, Pittsburgh was 17 and 22 for the Mets. 2 shutouts in that time, and game 2 was a crazy one as Robbie Ray blows a slider past Pete Alonso for his first strikeout of the game, so they go down in order. And Robbie Ray starts looking more like Robbie Ray there. A couple long counts and a strikeout. So we head to the top of the second. Still 0-0.
Leading off for Arizona.
Stephen Vogt getting some more action here today. Has been playing a lot more recently, with both him and Carson Kelly struggling. I guess it's kind of like a pick your poison type venture.
There you go. Matson starts him off with a curveball low, no bite for Stephen Vogt. He's been no stranger to chasing some pretty gross pitches. Was doing a very good job of coming off the bench and pinch hitting, but has cooled off since he's actually hit the starting 9 for this team.
Which is honestly kind of confusing. I feel like pinch hitting would be harder.
You would think, man, but some folks are just born to wake up and just kind of step up there and do it, and that's it, man. Don't have to worry, okay? Like, don't have to think about fielding, don't have to think about prep. All you got to do is just come up there and see a couple pitches and crush one.
No, I mean, to be fair, it sounds like a great job to just, like, hang out there and pinch hit occasionally.
I mean, that was Tommy La Stella with his time in Chicago before heading over to the Angels, and he was lights out as a pinch hitter. 2-2 here to Vogt is low. 3-2, so we'll run it full. The first batter here in top of the second. Nick Ahmed stands on deck. Payoff pitch to Stephen Vogt is hit foul. Hard, but over at the first base dugout. So we'll do it again. 3-2. Loses him. So Stephen Vogt able to work just his 9th walk of the year. Steven Matz came into play, only allowing 8 walks all season, tied for first in the National League.
He's just scared, Duggo. He's scared of these batters in this D-back lineup.
And yeah, no, so what? Walks 8 all season in what? 9 starts, 48 innings pitched. And he's already walked 3 through 1+ inning tonight.
Well, now we have Nick Ahmed at the plate like we were talking about, and he, over the last 2 seasons, has truly developed into an offensive threat. One of those back mid order guys who isn't like insanely productive, but is just super solid and can get some RBIs when needed. Runner on first. Let's see if Nick Ahmed can get one in the gap.
1-1 here to Ahmed. Pitch comes in, and that's a changeup outside for Steven Matz. Hasn't had a whole lot of luck with that changeup today. Location on that leaves something to be desired. You see that pitch count? This will be his 30th pitch, and only 3 batters retired so far. Swings through that is Ahmed, so now maybe he does get the bite on the changeup he finally wants. Now 2-2. So Vogt stands over there at first. Diamondbacks done a good job putting away games when they can strike first. So you'd like to see that now as run up full. So Matz is looking more like what we see out of Robbie Ray, man.
Yeah.
Wild inefficiency.
I mean, Robbie Ray still brought multiple counts to full, but Nick Ahmed won't even swing at that one. The curveball's just going to drop in, and Nick Ahmed looks like he's trying to bite somebody out there.
Not happy about that.
I don't think our man Clyde behind the plate is going to accept any back talk. And instead, we'll see Carson Kelly, the other catcher that we were talking about, who's often in a playing time battle with Stephen Vogt.
Yeah, unfortunately now, if anything happens, something interesting is going to happen is they have no catchers available on their bench. 0-1. Swung on by Carson Kelly.
Bro, Tim LeCastro can probably catch.
I mean, honestly, the move would be is whichever one gets hurt, the other one slides to catcher, and you put Jake Lamb over at first.
Yeah.
0-2 is now 1-2 here to Carson Kelly. See that batting average down at 167. The rest of the numbers aren't great either. Slugging under 250. And that's another strikeout here for Carson Kelly, number 42 on the year. Back-to-back for Steven Matz.
Okay, so maybe we really need to consider Dalton Varsho now. Like, I know we said we needed to consider Dalton Varsho, but now we really.
This is what happens when we can't have a nice roster day. Yesterday, like we had hoped, on the Diamondbacks off day. As Robbie Ray takes a strike here, he's done a great job swinging the bat himself. Slash line 263, 333, 368. A pair of doubles, 3 runs and 3 RBI.
Can he just bat instead of our catchers? Can we like the opposite of a DH? You bring your pitcher into bat for your batter.
I wish. As Robbie Ray grounds out to third base, that'll be our boy J.D. Davis. Tosses over to second for the force out. And that'll end the inning. So 1 walk and 2 strikeouts there. No hits. Either team still looking for their first hit of the ballgame. As it'll be Michael Conforto. Come up here due in the top of the second. See what he can do.
Ball, outside.
Takes a ball outside from Robbie Ray. No surprise. Swings on that one now. The count is tied up 1-1. Michael Conforto's been hitting somewhere around that cleanup spot all year. Unfortunately, hasn't really had the numbers outside of raw power. Batting average is stuck right around the Mendoza line all season. But he does have 10 doubles and 12 home runs right now, which is just crazy. As now a full count here.
Yeah, but I mean, you're a cleanup hitter, right? Hitting 211, you're not cleaning much up.
Full count pitch. Loses him. So Conforto walks his 30th walk of the year. One of these guys that have been, I think there's a group of them here on the Mets, top 10 in walks this season. Alonso, Conforto, and Nimmo, I think are 5, 6, 7 in the National League. So there's been patience there. Sometimes. Yoenis Cespedes finally back from the Bohr incident. Came back to the Major League team on the 1st of May and really hasn't done much since. See that batting average at .065.
I think he's done more to hurt the team than he's done to help the team. So he's actually done a lot, but it's just been rather negative.
Robbie Ray gets ahead of him now, 0-2 to Cespedes. Looking for the first out of the inning. 0-2 pitch is outside, 1-2. A little bit too much run on that two-seamer. So Cespedes came into the series at Chase Field with only 1 hit on the season. I think he left with 4. Now 1-2 to Cespedes. That's hit hard. LeCastro runs back. He'll be just shy of the track. And Conforto will have to run back to second, or run back to first, excuse me. I'm sure he doesn't get doubled up. Tim LeCastro really doesn't have much of an arm, though, so I wouldn't worry about that too much.
You know, that's why you just don't try and fight wild pigs. After that, your ball just has a little less pop. Your fielding is a little less good, and Yoenis Cespedes probably needs to get set down to triple or double A, but I'm guessing there's no options in his contract.
No, there was some rumblings about trying to find a trade partner, but not sure who exactly would take him on. He is on a reduced salary after that whole debacle. They ended up slashing his salary, but I think about 60%. But ahead of J.D. Davis here is Robbie Ray, 0-2, 1 out, man on first. Davis hits that hard, but that'll be just barely foul.
Woo!
It's a great fun fact there. Duct Tape Man telling us Cespedes has played fewer games in the last 2 seasons combined than the 2016 season on its own. I don't doubt that. He's been kind of a glass player lately. As that one gets past Kelly, he has no idea where that is. Bounces actually almost all the way back to the mound. Robbie Ray is the one that ends up getting that wild pitch. As we will see Conforto advance to second on that. Mets catch a break there.
Have I talked about how much I hate Carson Kelly's defense yet today?
Not today. It's been a while since we haven't really seen him catch too much lately, thankfully.
Yeah.
2-2 to Davis. Fouled off. So now we see Robbie's pitch count starting to climb as these Mets batters have done a little bit better job battling. 2-2. Now 3-2.
Yet another full count here in this game. Both of these pitchers are wildly inefficient here today. Even when they're getting outs, they're expiring 6-7 pitches in order to do so. Payoff pitch comes in. Popped up. That's a far run for Tim LeCastro. He's at the wall. Cannot get that ball. It bounces off. Cattell actually fields that and running home. He's not going to throw it, and then he pump fakes it so that...
Oh my God. Big double clutch mistake by Nick Ahmed. Hits the cutoff man great. Could have been dead in the water at the plate, but instead Conforto crosses the plate on an RBI double by J.D. Davis. So the Mets jump on top here to start this game now 1-0. Wilson Ramos now at the plate. A man in scoring position here with only one away.
I mean, that ball was clobbered, but that ball was also like aggressively misplayed multiple ways.
1-0 here to Ramos. There's a strike in there. See that at 127 home runs over his season. 1-1 pitch is popped up, playable for Stephen Vogt in foul territory over there. 2 away.
Good recovery from Bobby there. Nice little 2-pitch out.
Fortunately, it's not going to get any easier here. Brandon Nimmo has been a master of working walks. So the eye of Brandon Nimmo versus the control issues of Robbie Ray. We'll see who wins here. Gets a strike in there for the first pitch. Now 0-1 here to Nimmo. Goes high, 1-1. Davis takes his lead at second. Pitch comes in from Ray. And that's fouled off. Robbie Ray would have to get his second strikeout of the day here against Brandon Nimmo. And have the pitcher lead off the inning. See what happens. 1-2.
Oh.
Slider
there.
Just low.
Good pitch to throw, honestly. You really like the location, the throw there from Robbie. Just doesn't get the swing and miss and doesn't get the generous call, so we'll do it here even. 2-2.
2-2 pitch from Robbie Ray. Nimmo, oh my God, Nimmo just clobbers that one over to the bridge out and right. And quickly, these Mets have jumped to a 3-0 lead on a big second inning here.
The weird apple thing pops up.
It's the home run apple, dude. Like,
It's weird.
weird. The Mets jump up now, 3-0. And Robbie Ray continues to struggle against the Mets this year. Like I said, it was an 8-4 game. Robbie only able to go 4 innings in that start. Now we see the apple pop up. Just a moonshot to the bridge there.
Yeah, Robbie, 1 strike from getting out of the inning. Instead, 2 more runs come across to score here, and at 42 pitches. Once again, this is quickly turning into a classic 4.5, 5 innings from Robbie Ray with quite a few strikeouts, but quite a few blunders at the same time.
Sounds like next time that we have a roster moves time, and hopefully that's tomorrow, we can do something about this Diamondbacks team, as I'm already looking to the bullpen, and it doesn't get a whole lot better down there right now.
Oh, it gets worse, that's for sure. In fact, I don't really know, outside of maybe Hector Rondon, who you really trust bringing into a game right now.
Yohan Lopez is still looking nice as well. 2-1 here to the pitcher. Steven Matz gets him to swing through that. Not sure why he's not pounding the zone. Maybe because Robbie Ray has no idea what control is. 2-2. Swung on foul. As Robbie Ray's time in this game continues to just be limited. Allowing runs and letting the pitch count drive up there. Fouled off again. So he's going to possibly looking at, 50 pitch or 100 pitches in just 4 innings at this pace. Oh my God! Another foul ball here by Steven Matz. This is
fastball low. Make Steven Matz hit it in the field. None of this paint the corner stuff. He's just not a very good hitter.
Oh my God! That one's hit really well. Retreating out there is Ketel Marte in center. He makes the catch now. Finally gets that 3rd out of the inning. We said he was 1 strike away from getting out of it, and instead, Steven Matz gets a lot of protection off of Brandon Nimmo. 2 run
I was wondering where you were going with that.
I was too. I botched that. This is what happens when you try to do this early in the morning.
Andy Young.
So one interesting thing we got here today, we got Andy Young making his major league debut today. Called up from AAA Reno a few days ago. Hasn't seen even as much as a pinch hitting appearance since. So he gets to make his debut, and he will get a hit in his first major league plate appearance. Love to see that.
The right fielder, number 16.
I mean, not a better way to start it off. Andy Young, a much more of a above average power than above average contact kind of guy, but able to get it done. And Stephen Vogt, the veteran catcher, wants to get out there and make sure he's got the baseball. So Andy Young has the memento there. Good on him for supporting his young teammate.
Andy Young was, Diamondbacks fans may know, he was the 3rd piece in the Paul Goldschmidt trade that included Luke Weaver and Carson Kelly. Both those guys struggling so far this year, but maybe Andy Young can come up and make his presence known here at the major league level. Unfortunately, there's just been a glutton of good infield, at least middle infield numbers from these Diamondbacks. Nick Ahmed's not going anywhere. Ketel Marte really ain't going anywhere either. Swung on through that one, 0-2 to LaCastro. And even Ildemaro Vargas in his pinch hitting appearances has got an OPS right around 1,000.
Yeah, and I mean, that was kind of what was keeping people like Jazz Chisholm off, the 40-man roster. It's like, why do you even need him up at this point? So maybe some of those guys, it is continues to be better to just kind of trade them away for other pieces you need. But Tim LaCastro swings through that one. So not able to get on base again.
Matz gets his 3rd strikeout of the day. Diamondbacks would love to do something with that man on there. Andy Young standing at first as we head to the Black Ink boys here. Marte Escobar Peralta. Taking a strike there. 0-1 is Ketel Marte. Looking over at Andy Young at first. Not exactly what I would think of as a stealing base threat.
I mean, does the kid even know the signals yet to steal? He's been in the majors for like 2 hours.
As that's going to be another ground ball double play for the Snakes. So Peralta does it back in the first. And we see Ketel Marte do it here in the 3rd. Mr. Met is pretty psyched about that. Diamondbacks are their own worst enemy today. We head to the bottom of the 3rd. Mets 3, Diamondbacks nothing.
Well, Heidi Watney is probably explaining to us how bad the D-backs have been this season versus this New York squad. Both New York and the Washington Nationals just seem like the Diamondbacks' kryptonite.
Something about that NL East, man. There's something in the water over there.
I don't know. It's gonna be hard to make it anywhere in the playoffs if that's true, though, because definitely one of these NL East teams, probably not these Mets, but probably the Nationals will be ready to face you soon.
Could be the Braves right now. Braves are currently sitting just a game back of the Nationals, and pretty sure they're sitting in that first wild card spot in the National League. Starts off Rosario with a strike, followed by a slider low and inside. Rosario looking to continue this impressive streak he's been on as of late, and that's going to be nice diving stop by Eduardo Escobar to stop that from being extra bases.
Now batting.
But that will be a single for Rosario, and that is now 18 games he has successfully hit. That is that's impressive right there.
Yeah, he's starting to get stats like my MLB The Show character.
Right? No, this is like road to the show level stuff, man.
When you finally like upgrade all your stats, you're at like 97 and you're just hitting dingers. But
McNeil comes up.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, McNeil does come up, but we were talking about the NL wildcard standings. Right now, the Reds and the Braves are in those slots. The Philadelphia Phillies and the Diamondbacks sitting just behind there, though, by a game and a half, couple games, as they get him there. Ahmed Rosario tries to catch the D-backs off guard stealing, but Nick Ahmed puts a tag down with beauty, tapping him right on the front of his hand.
So if I did my stats right, that's the first time Ahmed Rosario has been caught stealing all year. So good job by Carson Kelly for getting that. See, we can say good things about Carson Kelly every so often.
Occasionally.
1-2 here to McNeil. And Robbie Ray gets another punch out. Finally, number 2 on the day. Surprisingly low number for Robbie Ray. Usually like to see a lot more strikeouts if the everything else is crazy. You know, you can give me like 5 runs, but strike out like 12 guys.
Yeah. We want polar pops. I mean,
not going to get him here at Citi Field, I have a feeling. But whatever. Pete Alonso takes the ball to start off his at-bat. But, you know, we were talking about that last series against New York when they came to Chase Field. It was pretty much Mets all around as Alonso swings to that one, now 1-1. You know, New York over that series was 36 for 109, 19 runs in those 3 games. Their slash line was 330, 353, 541. If you want to put that in a player context, it was like if Nolan Arenado was at the plate but hit 30 points better on his average.
yes, and that's all fine and well, but I really don't think the Mets like the pitching staff that they're bringing into this matchup. I mean, they got to be happy with what they're getting today from Matt so far, but Porcello and Peterson are Struggling to say the least. When you're averaging over 6 runs a game and you're going up against a potent offense like these Diamondbacks, you gotta probably not like your chances, especially with the way Zach Gallen's throwing the ball. He's going tomorrow. D-backs can finally give him some like really good run support. I still like the D-backs' chances in this series, even if they lose today, as the payoff pitch comes in. Outside, another walk for Robbie Ray. The knuckle curve cannot find the zone there. What was looking like maybe a little bit better of an inning for Robbie. Once again, getting a little dicey here with 2 down.
And the second walk issued here by Robbie Ray, as they've got a man on first and 2 outs. We saw what these Mets were able to do with 2 outs just an inning ago. Conforto looking to have the same success as Nimmo here. As you see, production highlights Conforto second on the Mets with those 12 home runs. As that'll be snagged by Stephen Vogt at first. Good job getting that one. Takes it over the bag. 3 unassisted for the 3rd out of the inning. So no runs on 1 hit here. 1 walk. As we now head to the top of the 4th, Diamondbacks looking to get 3 to at least tie it up here.
Leading off for Arizona, the third baseman, Eduardo Escobar.
3-4-5 coming up for the Diamondbacks. Eduardo Escobar, the first of that group, takes a strike to start off this at-bat for Matt.
Big Ed coming in here. Let's get back to the early days of this season, but instead that'll be grounded pretty quickly and pretty softly over to third base. The throw into Pete Alonso is right on the money, and that's 1 down here in the top of the D-backs 4th.
So now David Peralta, also a ground-out victim. He killed the first inning with a ground ball double play. D-backs had something cooking there with 1 out and 2 on, but alas, it's just been a ground ball city here for Matt. Done a good job of keeping the ball down. So it's been, 3 ground outs, 2 ground ball double plays. And just and even that single by Andy Young was a burner through the infield. So have yet to see a ball actually get hit through the air today. 1-1 to Peralta. Is outside, 2-1.
Well, at least we haven't seen a ball hit through the air by these Diamondbacks. The Mets have been hitting balls left and right through the air.
Two and 1 to Peralta. Yet another ball on the ground, but that'll be just foul. First base bag. Lux out on that one. So he'll have another shot. 2-2. Outside, 3-2. Yeah, Stephen Vogt stands on deck. Work to walk in his first at-bat. See if Peralta can reach base here. Payoff pitch. That's the first ball hit in the air, and that one's a doozy, folks. That's a gapper. Extra bases here for David Peralta, so love to see the patience. Work the count full, fouled off a couple, and able to work that into a double. You see the Diamondbacks just killing everybody else in the National League in doubles. They are ahead of the Cubs by 23 entering play today.
Yikes. Wow. That's quite a stat. I mean, they're definitely not doing that in home runs anymore, but the amount of doubles is awesome. Just recently it feels like they get a double once an inning, but never 2 in a row, so they just never bring the runs home.
1-0 here. Vote. Big guy here with the chat, as he is known to do. Always love them. Got a question for us. Who's the active leader in assists in the major leagues at the moment? Vogt gives that one a ride. Long run by Nimmo out there. Oh, Conforto, actually, and he botches that. So that'll be extra bases here again. Only advancing the 1 base is Peralta.
The bat, number 13.
And Stephen Vogt now has his 5th double of the year. Back-to-back doubles here by the Snakes with 1 out.
Yeah, just doesn't get a good read there. Too bad David Peralta had to, I think he was thinking like, hey, I'll just wait for it to be caught and then I'll get my butt over to third. Instead, he could have been running the whole time and been safe at home.
So Nick Ahmed's in a good spot to push one across at least. Runners on second and third. One out. That's hit hard. And is that 3 straight doubles? I think that might be. One comes across, 2 comes across. Nick Ahmed slides into second. And that will be 3 straight doubles here for the Diamondbacks. Nick Ahmed plates 2 and brings this game closer as it's now 3-2 Metropolitan.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Steven Matz's day is absolutely collapsing. We were just commending him for his ability to keep the ball in the infield, and all of a sudden, he's just getting smacked around like a rag doll. Lucky for him, Carson Kelly's his next opponent, and even when he throws a terrible pitch like that curveball right over the center of the plate, Carson Kelly ain't going to do nothing with it.
Oh, man, that was like a meatball right there. That was a gimme pitch, man. As Carson Kelly fouls that off. Now behind 0-2, Matt's back in the driver's seat finally. He'd only allowed 1 hit coming into this inning. Gives up 3 straight doubles. As that changeup is fouled off by Carson Kelly. And just as we were saying, no ball had left the air or the infield. 3 straight doubles. Carson Kelly whiffs on that one. 4th strikeout of the day for Steven Matt. 2nd of the day for Carson Kelly.
Yeah, well, it's not surprising that the rally ends with Carson Kelly, the worst hitter on this lineup right now.
Now Robbie Ray probably got a better shot of getting a double here. 2 doubles on the year, looking for number 3. That swing really says he was looking for number 3.
And Robbie Ray got that interesting, camo tape on his bat. He's ready to go.
Good old Bob. 0-1 here.
Bobby Bay, what are you doing with that half swing? You got a 400 average with runners in scoring position somehow, which has to be 2 for 5, because he just probably hasn't been up that often.
No, that means, okay, so if he's... That means he's doing a good job. He's doing a good job, man, this year. Love to see it. 1-2 here to Robbie Ray. Nick Ahmed stands on second, 2 away. Matt's looking to get out of here with only the 2 runs coming across. Pitch comes in. And it's outside now, 2-2.
Robbie Ray with an excellent eye here on those last 2 pitches. Those sliders really tempting to go after with that late break from Matz.
2-2 pitch. That's going to be flared into center. Long run by Nemo. He's not going to get there. And Robbie Ray's got his 4th RBI of the year, and he's going to try to take second on that. And Robbie Ray advances to second on the throw in. So, oh my God. Robbie Ray is just playing heads-up baseball. Oh my God.
Robbie Ray is now hitting 500 with runners in scoring position with 4 RBIs, and I'm going to call that a stolen base because honestly, that was he should not be sitting on second right now, but he is.
No, that was a single advance to second on the throw. As Andy Young comes up, went 1 for 1 in his debut so far. Looking to tack yet another on as Steven Matt struggles here in the 4th. Fouls that off. So Matt's 25 pitches in this inning. He's over 70 now. And still looking for out number 12. No bite on that. Andy Young, man, he hasn't really touched a whole lot of prospect rankings. Whether it was in St. Louis or here at the Diamondbacks, but man, he just hits the ball so damn well. 3-2 here to Young. So Steven Matz will be up to 30 pitches this inning. Payoff. Gets him looking. Andy Young thought he could have been standing on first, but instead He gets his first big league strikeout. Matz gets number 5 of the day. Diamondbacks push 3 across on just a string of doubles and a good piece of hitting by the pitcher, Robbie Ray. We will now head to the bottom of the 4th. Whole new ball game, folks. 3s.
Well, there you go. All it took was one little screw up there by Steven Matz. The wheels come off, and this is a good game now.
That's the ball.
Right? That's just exciting baseball. You know, we see a 2-out, 2-run shot by Brandon Nemo. We see just a great piece of hitting from this Diamondbacks whole team, you know. 4 through 6 double. Robbie Ray has some heads-up baseball, cruises into second with an RBI single. And we're going to see probably something ugly. Yoenis Cespedes up. Flew out to right in his first plate appearance. Whiffs on that, looking to be strikeout number just 3 of the day for Robbie Ray if he gets this done. And he does. And that will be just the 3rd strikeout of the day for Robbie Ray.
Now batting, the third baseman.
A little bit low for Robbie. Usually he's a strikeout machine.
Yeah, well,
Only Chris Sale in active strikeouts per 9 for lefties.
I mean, I think he just needs to play against Yoenis Cespedes every at bat. He'd have like the most strikeouts in the history of the Major League Baseball organization.
Oh, big guy, I do have a guess for you. Things just kind of got exciting there. Robinson Cano, I think, is my guess. Put a lot of time in the infield, and he's put a lot of years in. 1-1 to J.D. Davis is Robbie Ray. Swings through that, so you can see back-to-back strikeouts here. See, Robbie Ray's pitch count ain't much better either. He's over 70 already as well. 1-2, that's dribbled. Gonna be a tough play by Ahmed. Makes it look easy. 2 out.
So that's why they give him a gold glove, because he is golden over there. We had seen actually recently a little bit of struggles, I think, from this team defensively. We had talked about David Peralta's lack of effort out in the outfield and a couple misplays in the infield. So good to see everyone settling down the last couple days in errors and fielding percentage.
Now, first pitch ball to Wilson Ramos as we get word that that was the right guess. Robinson Cano currently is the active leader in assists in the major leagues. And see, big guy, I'm on to you. I know, I get that there's a tie into the active players as Wilson Ramos hits that hard, but Nick Ahmed gets that. So Wilson Ramos lines out to end the inning. It was a hard hit ball, but our boy Nick Ahmed, just beautiful over there at short. Top of the 5th. 3s are all around.
The Diamondbacks, the right fielder, number 16, Tim LeCastro.
Fastest man in baseball is up at the plate. Already showed off his speed today with a beautiful stolen base of 3rd there in the 1st inning. However, his team was simply not able to get him home.
Matt starts LeCastro off with a strike as the long man Corey Oswalt gets ready in the pen out there. Just one lefty option here out of the bullpen for both these teams. So things could get interesting as both these lineups are more suited for lefties than they are righties. 1-1 to LeCastro. Is low 2-1. Maybe I'd like to see a nice little switch around in the lineup. If they go to righty, long hit by LeCastro. Long run by Cespedes. He gets there for the first out. But I was saying there, I'd like to see kind of like a nice switch around and Walker play first and Vogt move to behind the plate if we see Matz's day end. Marte at the plate. He's made 3 outs on 2 ground balls so far today. Luckily, nobody on base to screw that up yet again. As we hear Heidi Watney's mic finally catch up.
Nope, that's low.
3-0 here to Cattell Marte. So we've seen just a crazy amount of walks out of Steven Matz. Considering he came into play tied for first in the National League. Gets a sinker in there for a strike. You see Matz looking very unpleased. As I would be thinking the same thing, as he's not probably going to get a quality start today.
Yeah, it was a little more quality about an inning ago before that meltdown.
And no, big guy, Tomas isn't even looking that good down there in the minors either. In the PCL, no less.
Look, just face it, that man's never going to play in Arizona, because if he tried to, the entire crowd at Chase Field would boo him.
As that is another walk here for Steven Matz.
Now batting.
And his
Eduardo
walks are just out of control. That's number 4 on the day. And that'll do it. Luis Rojas comes out, gives him the hook, and Matz's day is done. I'll get you the numbers on that in just a second here.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the New York Mets.
And Corey Oswalt comes into pitch now. He's had very limited action so far this season, just 8 games before today. Lefties absolutely clobber him, and he's got a 1-to-1 almost strikeout walk ratio, which is not what you're looking for. And now he will have to face the heart of this Diamondbacks lineup. Eduardo Escobar 0 for 1 on the day, ready for some action.
Nope, that's off the plate.
So now they go to all those righties. Curious to see if we'll see Cole Calhoun or Jake Lamb come off the bench at any point here. But final line there for Steven Matz. I got it for you. 4 1/3 innings pitched, 5 hits, 4 walks, 3 earned runs, and 5 strikeouts. And currently in line for the loss.
Runner, runner, runner.
As that swung through 1 and 2. As I do it yet again, I write the final line on the wrong sheet. Hate that I keep doing that. 1-2 to Escobar. Swung on and missed. Escobar strikes out for his first time today. Oswalt gets a strikeout
Now batting.
right out the pen here.
The left fielder, David Peralta.
Well, the Black Ink boys are not the ones who've gotten it done. It's been weird members of this Diamondbacks lineup, like Robbie Ray getting the RBIs today. David Peralta, though, was one of the guys who started off that 3-run blast there with a double. Eventually came around to score.
Now 0-1 here to Peralta. As big guy's got some questions about Tomas. You want to fill him in and exactly why Tomas is just the worst?
Let's see. Well, I mean, we saw him in the majors. He looked like trash. We're paying him so much money. He's still trash. He's a trash human who should just kind of like just let the Diamondbacks out of that contract. Like, he knows he's not worth that much. His family knows he's not worth that much. His girlfriend doesn't think he's worth that much. Like, nobody does. In fact, nobody would pay him to play baseball if he wasn't already getting paid to play baseball. We should just DFA him. Like, I honestly don't know what he's still doing on the team. I don't ever want to see him. He can hit as many dingers as he wants in the PCL, but he's going to come up and strike out 400 times and have like a 160 average in the majors. Just like he did the one time he came up.
Yeah, that's kind of accurate. You see both the long guys here for the Diamondbacks getting loose. Luke Weaver and Merrill Kelly. sure one of those guys is about to hop back into the rotation. And John Duplantier is going to head back to Reno before too long here. As Robbie Ray gets another strikeout. That is number 4 on the day. Starts that off to Brandon Nimmo, the man who made this a 3-3 game. And Steven Matz, or excuse me, Corey Oswald's day is done, so they go to the long reliever. Already in the 5th, and now they've burned him. Robinson Cano comes in to pinch hit. Can't say I agree with any of that.
You know, Cano's got to play somehow.
Well, no, but the problem is they've gone to Corey Oswald already. So what are they going to do? They're just going to burn everybody here, an inning at a time, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're going to go through 5 guys instead of having their long guy go out there for like 3 innings.
Look, they're bored, okay? And, you know, their team did a really good job yesterday limiting the runs, so not maybe a super taxed bullpen at the moment. Definitely possible, and I guess if you're the Mets, maybe you're trying to chase Robbie, although I'd keep Robbie in the game the way he's pitching.
Oh, my God. Robinson Cano just demolishes that baseball, 440 feet. Home run apple pops back out. Robbie Ray now is looking in line for the loss. It is now 4-3. Mets on top of the Diamondbacks.
I'm not really sure how Robinson Cano is still this good at baseball, but like he's so much better than Yasmani Tomas, it's not even funny. And one of them makes over $25 million, and one of them doesn't.
Oh my God. So Robinson Cano quickly changes the fortunes of his team now on that big old shot. The Mets back on top by a run. Oh my God. He knew it. I knew it. Everybody here in Citi Field knew it. Jeez. Lineup flips over. As Rosario is swinging at the first pitch he sees. 0-1.
All right, I have a question, a trivia question for you, Duggo, and the chat.
Right.
What do you think Yasmani Tomas's career WAR is in his very limited major league action?
All right.
It's impressively bad. I will tell you that.
Negative 2.6.
That's pretty good.
Med Rosario swinging again. So Robbie Ray's ahead in the count 0-2. He's looking for strikeout number 5. Before that home run, that was the last hit of the ball game. That's now 0-2, brushes it back 1-2.
Duggo, you were right. Negative 2.5, so
Woo!
pretty darn close. Definitely not worth like $80 million over 6 years.
No, I mean, yeah, because it had to be bad enough. Or, like, it couldn't be, like, -5 like Duct Tape said, because, you know, you don't generally get the time to do that. And I know he hasn't played that much in the majors, as that's going to be a ground out here to Rosario. 4-3 for the putout.
Yeah, there was that, like, 2016 season where he played pretty much the whole year up. Played in, like, 130, 140 games, and that's when he hit those 30 home runs. But, I mean, the year before, he was atrocious. And the year after, he, like, played in, like, 30, 40 games, I think.
So Jeff McNeil is looking for his first hit of the game. Now ahead to Robbie Ray 2-0. And no, Tomas hasn't even been a quad A player. Like, you'll still see him down there in the PCL like last year. I mean, I think, did he crush baseballs last year? But there was one year I remember looking down there in AAA, and he was hitting like below the Mendoza line.
Okay, see, Yasmani Tomas was hitting home runs for the Reno Aces last year, but everybody was hitting home runs for the Reno Aces. So, like, you were facing like the 7th pitcher in the bullpen from like the like Lansing lug nuts at like 5,000 foot elevation somewhere, just like boom.
Right now, 3-1 here to McNeil. And McNeil gives that one a ride. Great diving stop by Vogt. He gets that over just in time. Not sure where the hesitation came from.
Yeah, that was odd, but does not matter. Robinson Cano decides to take the game into his hands as the pinch hitter. He takes that one out to right field. It was way, way, way back, almost out of the seats, and the Mets will take a 1-run lead here into the top of the 6th.
As it stands now, coming in, Corey Oswalt is in line for the win with just that third of an inning pitched. See Heidi talking about fresh call-up and making his debut, Andy Young there. His single was the first hit of the game for these Diamondbacks.
Your attention, please.
And we will see Paul Sewell come out here,
Number 51.
likely trying to get a couple innings under his belt. So he's done that at least once this season. Respectable 3.86 ERA.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks.
In 11 innings pitched.
Number 21. Steven Vogt.
Yeah, so
Even Vogt.
Oops, I have the minor league stats for you now.
All right, let's get into that here after Stephen Vogt takes the ball.
1-0.
So 2018 in AAA, he hit 262 with 101 strikeouts and 14 home runs. Last season, a little bit better, 301, 29 home runs, 82 RBIs. But, 14 grounded into double plays. There's a lot of stats like that that also make you a little nervous to bring him up, as that ball is deep flied out to right field. But they'll be able to get it out there.
Nick Ahmed.
Flies out to Conforto for the first out of the inning. And now Nick Ahmed was the man that got those doubles across the plate back in the 4th inning. If he can do something big again here, be a good step to getting closer to tying this one up. See those 31 RBI, third on the team. He's been in a good spot all season, hitting 6th or 7th, depending on where it is. Usually got Cole Calhoun or Christian Walker up ahead of you.
No, that's a ball.
Nice take there.
So Sewell, 2-0 here.
That's a
Now
home
3-0. So Ahmed could be looking to work a walk here. Struck out and doubled so far today.
And we can see Carson Kelly hit a double play ball.
Perfect. 3-0 is no bite. It's a red light for Ahmed. See if that changes to green here. 3-1.
Three balls.
He is swinging through that, but through it is the important part of that sentence. Now 3-2. I don't know. Okay. Robbie Ray's young, man. As the payoff pitch comes in here to Ahmed. And that's going to be right up the chute, so Ahmed's got another hit to his name today. Now 2 for 3. All right. So,
Now batting. Catcher.
I don't know. Robbie Ray is a Hall of Famer. The strikeout numbers are there. The strikeout rate is there.
But has he ever
He's-
been like...
He's not that young, or he's not that old. Honestly,
But what is he really like done? He's just been like a solid pitcher. He's never been like, oh my God, Robbie Ray.
as that's going to be skied up here by Carson Kelly. So not a double play ball, but an out either way. Alonso steps right on the mound and puts that away for the second out. I don't know. I could see Robbie Ray as a change of scenery guy,
Number 2.
as we will see Starling Marte taking an at-bat today. Robbie Ray's day is done. And Starling Marte, who we talked about earlier in the game, decided his bereavement is over here. And he will pinch hit, trying to get his team back in contention. Oh, 1. That'll be dribbled over there, and that would have been 2. But instead, all they need is 1. Marte grounds out to shortstop Rosario for the third out. Arizona unable to push any across on 1 hit. We will now head to the bottom of the 6th. Still Mets 4, Diamondbacks 3.
For Arizona, number 29, Merrill Kelly. Leading up for the Mets, the first baseman,
Pete Alonso walked in the third, hitting 264 on the season. Is Merrill Kelly's first task here.
Let's get the stats here for Robbie Ray for his line.
That swung on as well, so that four-seam fastball working low for Merrill Kelly. 0-2's the count. Pete Alonso, one of the younger guys in this Mets lineup that they've been building around. Would expect them to be doing better than they are this season, but that's one reason right there. Swings through that ball and strikes out. That was a very late swing underneath that pitch.
And that's another strikeout here is Merrill Kelly. Strikes out the first batter he sees. A tough act in Pete Alonso. So final line for Robbie Ray. 5 innings pitched, 4 hits, 2 walks, 4 earned run, and 4 strikeouts. And currently in line for the loss, giving up that home run to Cano. So now Conforto swings to that one, 1-1. And I guess maybe I was way off course. I guess it was Robinson Cano we were talking about. Robbie Cano, I think he's got the. It really just depends on how this contract plays out. Only man to the left of second. Conforto grounds out 6-3 here. 52 away now.
Yoenis Cespedes, 0 for 2, basically 0 for the season. And 0 for 1 against Boers comes up here to the plate. Still can't believe he injured himself, like just basically trying to rodeo with some wild pigs.
Hey man, he's got his ranch out there. You gonna tell him not to do fun ranch things? Didn't work for Mason Saunders.
Well, at least get like a nickname and don't like stab yourself in the leg.
So 1-1, that's a big ball hit there. That's a gapper. That's big extra bases here for Cespedes. So Cespedes continues to come through, actually hitting against the Diamondbacks. Gets his first double of the year. Only his second extra base hit. I guess that isn't surprising considering still in single-digit hits.
The entire Mets dugout is stunned. They are silent over there. They did not expect to see that one. J.D. Davis is like, what? I have a chance at an RBI? And Mr. Baseball Head Man, whatever his name is, he's getting hyped
Mr.
over there,
Met.
just stomping.
Mr. Met, like, how are you going to tell me you don't know Mr. Met? Like,
dude, I don't care about the Mets. They're kind of irrelevant.
Oh my God, you're irrelevant, Jake. When was the last time your team was in the World Series?
2001, baby.
Yeah, when's the last time Mets were in there? 2015. Like, don't even.
Did you win?
No, the Royals
Nope.
did.
Yeah, we didn't win. Okay, when was the last time your team won a World Series?
They lost to the team of destiny, Jake. No one was beating the Royals that year. Oh my God.
But the following year, everyone would beat the Royals.
Oh yeah, no, they blew up after that. But 2014 and 2015, those Royal teams were just playing out of their mind. Like, there was nothing that was going to stop them.
All right, runner at second, 2-1 count, swung on by J.D. Davis. Count goes to 2-2. Beautiful little curveball there by Merrill Kelly.
Oh no, like, trust me, you know, Justin's over there saying 2015 never happened. I don't even like to think about that year, man. That was I was still living in Chicago, big Cubs fan. And I will never... Oh, big strikeout here by Merrill Kelly. Gets J.D. Davis looking, and that will end the inning, so nothing happens on that Cespedes double. Merrill Kelly looking great out of the bullpen. Might be one of his last times through the pen, as he might be back in the rotation, folks. End of 6. Mets still on top by that Cano home run. 4-3.
Number 29, Brad.
Oh, when was the last time Mets even won their division?
I think it was that year. I think it was 2015.
Leading off with the Diamondbacks.
Might have been the Nationals.
I thought
Might
they were
have
a wild
been.
card that year.
Nah, they might have been. Either way, man, like, I don't like to talk about 2015 either because I just remember how Daniel Murphy just somehow just pulled, like, the greatest player ever, like, out of his ass. As Andy Young goes... Oh, Andy Young gets his
What a debut!
home run!
What a debut!
Andy Young ties it up on, oh my God, his third plate appearance in the majors, his 2-for-3 day. He ties this game up here in the 7th inning on just a nice piece of hitting. Andy Young, he might be here to stay, folks.
We said he had above average power. Well, that was a beaut right there. That full red tinted bat. I mean, it just looks good all around. And he just hits that one on a line. I don't care about launch angle. I don't care about nothing. That was going out of here.
Oh, that was
And they're giving
beautiful.
him the silent treatment in the dugout. Classic. Oh, they kind of spoiled it a little too early there. I guess that's what happens when you need to move it along in the show animation.
So Andy Young
The right fielder.
starts off the top of the 7th with a bomb. His first at the major league level, the first of many, I'm sure. CIN CLE now comes up as Mets fans have been silenced in their seats here at Citi Field. Didn't
Get used
expect
to
a
it.
guy making his debut to maybe be the hero in this one.
1 ball, 1 strike.
So Robbie Ray is off the hook. He's not going to get his 7th win of the year. And he's also not going to get saddled with just his 3rd loss.
2 balls, 1 strike. The count.
2-1 here to LeCastro. He's walked, struck out, and lined out so far today. He picked up his 10th stolen base in as many attempts this year. That puts him right up there around 30 for, it's got to be, I think that's the best stolen base percentage. I think that's the most consecutive steals to start a career without getting caught. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, he's also probably taken the most hit by pitches of like any minor leaguer ever. So
3-1 here to LeCastro. Ooh, would have been a good pitch to drive, but behind on the fastball. 3-2.
at least he was confident enough to swing at that one.
Payoff pitch to LeCastro. Gets under that one. Long run by Conforto. Is he going to get there? He is. That's going to drop right in front of Conforto.
Can I get a replay?
Your wish will be granted, Jake.
Patel.
That was LeCastro. That was a tough play for anybody, man. See all that ground that he had to cover out there.
Just kind of looked like he flared his glove out and was in there, but I guess not. So Tim LeCastro having himself a good day back in the starting lineup. Maybe we'll see another stolen base here, try and get the D-backs ahead in this one.
See if number 11's on the docket here. Goes to the slide step pitch out.
1 ball, no strike.
He's back at first. So Ketel Marte still hasn't had a hit today. Reached base on a walk that ended Steven Matz's day back in the 5th inning. Going back-to-back pitch outs.
What a wild strategy that they've now used twice today.
See there, 10 stolen bases, 100%. And want to find the career rate there. You want to back me up on that one, Jake? I think he came in with 16 in his career coming into this year. As they'll say that hits the zone. Change up by Brock. Now 2-1 to Ketel Marte. Your keyboard's apparently much quieter than mine, so I'll let you take that.
Yeah, so in his career, before this season, he was a solid 22 for 22 in stolen base attempts.
All right, so that'll be 32 as Ketel Marte grounds out during the hit and run. Castro breaks for second. He's clearly safe there. And Ketel Marte will be thrown out there at first. So now 1 away for Eduardo Escobar. Tim LaCastro moves into scoring position to no one's surprise. And Eduardo Escobar, you'd love to see a big dinger here out of him. He's due. Unfortunately falling behind Freddie Freeman in Atlanta in both home runs and RBI. Folks here in Queens know that's a name they hate as well, Freddie Freeman. They'd love to see that lead out of his hands. Probably not by their doing, but, you know, anything that can hurt Freddie Freeman's at least a little bit positive. 0-2 to Escobar. Ooh, held back on that one. Slider breaks a little bit too much in. Now 1-2. Castro's on second. 1-2 pitch to Escobar. Oh, he does hit it hard. Is it half the distance? It does! Woo! I love that. Called that one. Eduardo Escobar, 2-run shot here. He gets, what is that now? That's number 16 on the air. RBIs number 46 and 47. So as we're talking about it, it happens. Eduardo Escobar gets the home run in a big spot. Puts these Diamondbacks on top now 6-4. With the outs running out for either team to do a whole lot more.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Mets.
The end of Brad Brock's day is they go to the lefty Justin Wilson to face the next two batters, left-handed David Peralta and Stephen Vogt.
Now batting.
David Peralta, 1 for 3 on his day, had that double that started off the original scoring onslaught for these D-backs and has a hit right there. So the Diamondbacks offense has come alive after Matz has gone out of the game. This bullpen has not been able to keep the Mets starting pitcher's lead.
Now 2 for 4 day for Peralta. Stephen Vogt, 1 for 2 with a walk on his day. He was part of that doubles parade. As we see big guy coming up clutch here with the facts. Most consecutive stolen bases without being caught in the National League is 50 by Vince Coleman. So Timmy Lowe's got a while to go here. But honestly, I see that record in danger.
Well, someone who's not in danger of stealing a lot of bases, Stephen Vogt is hitting right now, and he's down quickly 0-2 at the plate. And that will be swung through. Well, not really swung through. It's kind of like half swung at, but the umpire will call it a strike there, say he broke the plane. And Nick Ahmed now up here with 2 down in the top of the 7th, but he does have a double, single, and 2 RBIs on his day. So maybe he's looking to get another nice hit there towards the gap and try and score 3rd run in the inning.
So Nick Ahmed comes up, takes a fastball from Justin Wilson high for strike 1. And no, I wasn't giving the True Mariners thing there. I wasn't spinning in my chair there. I'm sure it sounded just as excited. I was like half deep in my score sheet and just half totally elated on that one. Wilson's ahead of Ahmed, 0-2. Pitch comes in, brushes him back. So Peralta stands on first. Singling after that 2-run shot by Eduardo Escobar that got me so excited and put the Diamondbacks up on top, 6-4 now. Gonna get any more insurance here for these Snakes. 1-2 pitch. Low, 2-2. Now I'm curious to see if Merrill Kelly stays in. And they basically just task him for going the rest of this game and maybe hand it off to somebody like Rondon or Bradley toward the end.
I'd highly encourage Rondon.
I know you would. And that's another strikeout. Nick Ahmed goes down on strikes. Back-to-back strikeouts by Justin Wilson. Looking good out of the pen. As we now head to the bottom of the 7th. New York running out of outs now. 6-4, Diamondbacks on top of the Mets.
And as we stretch here real quick, time to go through the rest of today's Bot Ball schedule because we got a action-packed Gold Mike day for you. Cincinnati at Cleveland up next with Kami Pudding, the newcomer Kyle DeSantis. Tampa Bay Rays then take on Boston with our good friend Big Fun. And after that, at 7:15 Eastern Time, Seattle will go to the nation's capital to take on the Nationals. Steven Strasburg pitching in that one with Brother Beard. And 2 more games after that, so stay tuned after this one for a great day of bot ball, as that ball is cheekily hit out there between the shortstop and third baseman for a leadoff single here in the Mets 7th.
Wilson Ramos able to get his first hit of the day as Merrill Kelly does indeed come back out for another inning of work. Currently, he is on the line for the win. But Brandon Nimmo was in a very similar spot earlier. That 2-run shot back in the second put the Mets on top 3-0. If he could do the same thing again, we'd be tied up in ball game. Back in a new one. Sinker gets in the zone. Now 1-1 to Nimmo. Struck out in his other plate appearance today. 1-2 here to Nimmo. So Nimmo, very patient as a hitter. Yeah, that one almost flips him.
Yeah, you don't have to be patient to take that that pitch.
2-2. Ooh, he's swinging at that one. Just protecting the plate there.
Yeah, he was a little bit out on front on that changeup, it looked like, and just tried to hold up that bat to tap it foul, able to do so. So we'll try it again here. 2-2 is going to go low. Not able to locate that changeup once again. Maybe we'll see a fastball probably here on the 3-2 after 2 off speeds in a row.
Merrill Kelly constantly looking stoned here in bot ball. Payoff pitch. Well, that's right down the chute. That was dangerous.
Oh, that's a second. That man's so slow.
Wilson Ramos is so slow, but both runners will be safe here. As Nimmo singles through the infield. And Castro tosses it back in. So Nimmo now 2 for 3. Pitcher spot comes up, and they will send reliever Justin Wilson to the plate here. And, that's pretty interesting. I gotta see about this.
And that is bunted down to Eduardo Escobar at first or third, who gets it at second, but is not able to turn the double play and get a runner at first. So we'll cut down 1 runner, but now there are Mets on the corners with only 1 out here in the Mets 7th.
Got a combined speed of my own mother between those 2 runners on. And Wilson Ramos at third and the pitcher Justin Wilson at first.
Yeah, honestly, maybe you go for the out at third there just because of how slow he is. But either way, able to make it in. But it would have to be 1 deep pop fly to make this a at least what you would call a safe sacrifice attempt.
And so if I'm reading this right, this is the first time Justin Wilson has ever been on base in his career. As a career minor leaguer, or reliever, excuse me, he has had 5 at-bats, 1 sacrifice hit, and has gone 0 for 5. Struck out every time.
Well, talking about strikeouts, Ahmed Rosario, despite being able to extend his 18-game hitting streak today, takes a pitch in one of the worst times there, and he will strike out now. So 2 down all of a sudden. Runner still on the corners, but it's up to Jeff McNeil if the Mets want to get any offense going.
So the go-ahead run stands at the plate. As the 2 possible tying runs are just kind of molasses out there. They take their little bit of a lead. 1-1 here to McNeil. Yeah, no, over 8 years, Justin Wilson has only Been at the plate 8 times. He struck out 7 and then bunted over in that other 8th appearance. 1-2. Now to McNeil. Goes with that changeup in the zone. He knows McNeil just clobbers fastballs. 1-2 is inside, 2-2.
Kelly trying to use that changeup once again as that final strikeout pitch, but just hasn't been able to locate it well enough in the zone. Throws another pitch away there, so the count moves full. Pete Alonso, power bat on deck.
A very dangerous spot to be in. McNeil is great contact hitter. Alonso is an amazing power hitter. 3-2. And is that going to drop? It will. So Ketel Marte is going to allow 1 run to come across. As McNeil singles in 1 run and gets these Mets closer. It is now Mets 5, Diamondbacks 6.
Well, this game's been back and forth. Neither pitching staff able to get advantage. Not sure how Ketel didn't just kind of stick his arm out and catch that one. But, you know, I guess he just kind of wanted to make it more interesting, a little bit harder on him. Him and his boys, you know, get ready for the long season.
All right, so we'll see a double switch, and Yohan Lopez comes in now.
Number 50.
Probably the guy I trust more often than anybody else here. Come in 26 times and only allowed a couple runs. ERA below 2.
Yeah, him and Rondon have been the true dependable options in this bullpen. Most of the guys either have a stat line versus righties or a stat line versus lefties that looks like a traumatic experience, but both Yohan and Hector Rondon able to battle against both-handed batters and be really effective so far for the Snakes.
So men on first and second. Now a 1-run deficit. Pete Alonso's at the plate, 2 away. If I had to guess, Ildemaro Vargas has now come in playing shortstop. And batting 8th for the Snakes. Nick Ahmed is likely out of the game, which I still don't understand why he's always the replacement. He is the guy you want in those late innings, both between his ability to hit clutch and his defense. So now 2-1 to Alonso. Oh, big hack. But over the top of that slider. Yohan Lopez's slider is something else. 2-2. No bite. Now full count pitch. It'll be coming here to Pete Alonso. Struck out twice and walked today. Looking to make that 3. Here is Lopez in a big spot.
All right, just throw that absolute fire here, Yohan.
Ooh, he does, but just late to that as Alonso. Could have been trouble. Do it again, though. 2 on, 2 out. Pitch comes in. Swung over the top of that. Yohan Lopez gets out of it. Pete Alonso goes down on strikes for the 3rd time today. And we will keep it with the Snakes in the league. Mets push 1 across. Arizona 6, Mets 5.
All right, Uris Familia coming into the game. And if you're a Mets fan, get nervous real quick. A 9 ERA on the season. Those splits aren't much better. Even righties are hitting .333 on the season against him. So something's got to give here. Either Carson Kelly's inability to make contact with the baseball or Uris Familia's inability to get people out. We'll see which one here in the top of the 8th.
7, 8, 9 due up for the Snakes. Carson Kelly gives the first pitch he sees from Familia right, and that'll be off the wall.
Somehow
And
not a double.
Kelly does not take the turn at first. All right.
It was like, hey, I got on base. I just want to know what this feels like. I'm just gonna stay here. We're good.
Carson Kelly does not want his 5th double in the year. Instead, will settle for a long single. Does not want to trust the arm or test the arm of Yoenis Cespedes out there. I guess I can't blame him for that, but the double switch was what I thought. Will be Ildemaro Vargas here in the pitcher spot in the 8 hole. Pitcher moves up to 6th. in the lineup for the Diamondbacks. 0-1 here, becomes 1-1 to Vargas. See Vargas hitting .316 on the air. OPS up at 942. So he's crushed the ball. We talked about it earlier in this game. He's been an amazing pinch hit guy for this team. 1 and 2 here.
Has indeed, but he lets that slider that should be out in left field somewhere just hang over the plate there, but he'll hit that one, and that should drop down for a single. So back-to-back singles to start off the D-backs 8th, and that's why you don't put Uris Familia in. That man just does not know how to get people out.
And yeah, no, Vargas just continues to be that great pinch hitting option. Like, move over Tommy LaStella. We got a new best pinch hitter in the majors, and it's Ildemaro Vargas.
And honestly, you can bring him in to pinch hit and play defense, but first, Alex Young's first major league home run in just his 3rd major league bat, and it was a big one too. Gets these Diamondbacks the lead. Now he's back up here with a runner in scoring position, nobody down.
So now Andy Young looking to continue his wonderful MLB debut. Single and a solo shot to his name. Struck out looking on a tough call earlier to end the 4th inning. As that one saws him off, almost takes off the head of Familio. They'll get the force out. Oh my God. I don't know what the runners were thinking there.
Also, why didn't he just stay back once the force was gone?
Oh my God. All right, so that's going to be the grossest fielder's choice I think I've ever seen. So he rounds into a fielder's choice double play as Tim LeCastro did another
run. Oh, man, that hurts. I don't understand because that ball wasn't in the air. Had the runner gone to 3rd, I think there would have been a double play there and would have been just a runner on 3rd. But
oh my God. I just want to watch a replay of that. Like, that was weird. It almost takes off Familia's head. It goes up the chute. They get the ball back in, and then they get the force at 2nd and 3rd.
No, they don't get a force at 3rd because they had the tag at that point now that there was no runner behind. So that's why you saw him just kind of hold the ball and wait for him to slide in. That's why I'm saying, why didn't he at least just hop back to 2nd then once they did that? I don't know.
I don't know, man. Ketel Marte, though, he's got 2 on here and a little bit smarter base runners on than,
Carson Kelly.
Yeah, Carson. Jesus, that was just an abomination, dude. All right, but we got Andy Young standing on 2nd. We got Tim LeCastro on 1st. Ketel Marte's at the plate. He's still looking for his first hit of the day. Is that going to be it? Long run by Nimmo.
Yes.
That'll drop, and Andy Young comes around to score. Ketel Marte is trying to advance to 2nd on the throw, and he'll be thrown out.
What was
base running blunders everywhere, dude. Andy Young comes across, though. Arizona only able to push across 1 run in what can only be described as a comedy of errors.
I mean, they had like 7 hits and
4 hits, 1 fielder's choice, only 1 run comes across. And it's the last hit of the inning. Ketel Marte is thrown out trying to advance to 2nd on a single. Oh, what the hell? What the hell was that? I guess.
But the runner wasn't moving from 3rd, so why would you assume?
Yeah, no, just, that's just weird. Yeah, big guy coming up here. Who's the big MVP? Is it Carson Kelly or is it Yamani Tomas? Jesus.
PFA Bowl.
Get gone. No, I love Carson Kelly. I can't.
No, yeah, I'm fine with keeping Carson Kelly because I think he'll develop. Yasmani Tomas is past the point of development, but that ball will be hit out to David Peralta in left field. So Yohan Lopez able to get a quick out here to start off the bottom of the 8th, and he's looked good since coming in.
So Conforto ends his day 0 for 3 with a walk. Yoenis Cespedes comes up here after he hit a double.
Surprisingly hit a double.
Just his first of the year. Fouls off a changeup from Lopez. 0-1. So the Diamondbacks probably could have pushed across way more than just one run there, but they'll take that one run as now they're sitting on a 2-run lead, a little bit more comfortable here heading into the late innings. Now score sitting at 7-5, Diamondbacks on top. And Lopez is on top of Cespedes here, 0-2. Fouled off, so we'll do it again. So, man, if you like hitting and you like watching heads down baseball, this has been the one.
If you like watching heads down baseball,
It really has been. Big
Oh.
shot there. Cespedes, is that number 2 on the air, or is that playable? That is playable.
hey, the
Hey.
freight train. He, left the station, ran smack dab into a wall, but holds on to the big fly out there. And Yoenis Cespedes, I guess, is probably just wondering in his head, what do I have to do to get a hit around here?
So they will say that is enough out of Lopez. They'll bring in Hector Rondon to get the last out of the inning. Not sure what Torrey thought, or maybe he's like, hey, if you're giving up that kind of contact to Cespedes, like, you're done. But they will head to former Cubs closer and current setup man Hector Rondon.
Honestly, a good option. I don't mind the call by Torrey here.
Oh! And J.D. Davis, the former Astro teammate of Hector Rondon, comes in and takes the first pitch he sees from Rondon, puts it in the seat. So that one run proves to be extremely important for the Diamondbacks as J.D. Davis puts the Mets back within one. A towering solo shot. It's been home run after home run in this game, man. And J.D. Davis gets number 6 on the year.
But now the D-backs base running errors look even more costly.
I know. Oh, my God. I don't know why you would bring in a guy that used to be teammates with the batter. Like, you're not going to tell me that he knows better than anybody else the kind of stuff that Rondon's throwing?
Well, I guess he did, because it only took him one pitch to send that ball yard. Now Wilson Ramos will have a chance here. 1 for 3 on the day, a pretty anemic batting performance on the season, but he did score one of those 6 Mets runs today.
Oh, my God. So Hector Rondon now sits at 1-1 to Wilson Ramos after that big shot by Davis. Torrey Lavelle's bullpen management continues to astound me.
2-1.
Hey, but the D-backs are still in the lead here, so all Rondon's got to do is buckle down and get the rest of these people out.
2-1 is popped up. One catcher to another. Carson Kelly puts that away for the 3rd out, but not before J.D. Davis sees his former teammate, says see you later to the baseball, puts that one in the seats, and Diamondbacks now clutch a 1-run lead, 7-6 as we head to the top of the 9th.
Yeah, Eduardo Escobar, it'd be great if you could give us another one of those beautiful homers right there. That 2-run blast back in the 7th, proving critical to the D-back scoring right now. But that pitch looked like one to just destroy.
It's maybe sitting fastball, man. Slider comes down the chute for the first strike. 0-1. Now 0-2 as he chases a sinker. So Eduardo Escobar sitting on something fast, and see maybe if his approach changes here, because he's very quickly behind 0-2.
And in just kind of embarrassing fashion.
0-2 pitch to Escobar. Gets a lot of that. And Conforto's running. He's running, and he's on the track at the wall and puts it away.
Well, almost. We asked for the big fly, and Eduardo Escobar tried to oblige. Unfortunately, that piece of hitting will fall just short, and David Peralta will be the second batter here in the D-backs 9.
Man, that was just that part of the park, too, where they have the cutout. So, man, that could have been a big fly in years past. 1-0 here to Peralta. Gives that one a ride, so he's making Cespedes run to the wall here, and he's out of room, as that one will say that cleared the fence. So not to be outdone, David Peralta puts up a home run of his own, and these home runs just keep raining here at Citi Field.
Yeah, well, if you wanted offense today, it has arrived. It has arrived quickly. That ball just must have barely cleared the fence there and bounced off the wall, but it doesn't matter. A home run is a home run, and the D-backs needed that one. Yeah, just out off that little metal fence out there. The freight train.
The first baseman.
Choo choo.
Stephen Vogt.
Now Stephen Vogt comes up with one away. Peralta able to get back that run that Rondon gave away in that solo shot to J.D. Davis. Vogt's going to dribble that one. Tough play for Davis. Gets it over there to beat Vogt to the bag at first. 5-3 for the second out. And Christian Walker is going to come up and pinch hit here. We've seen him come up big as a pinch hitter against righties late in some of these games. And I'd like to see that again. So that goes high to Christian Walker to start this at bat. See those numbers, not as great as you'd expect, especially out of a first baseman. But his ability to hit righties is still up there. Hitting lefties not so much, hence why he got the day off.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Takes a slider low for a strike 1-1. So as they pinch hit for the pitcher here, not going to leave Rondon out for the 9th. They will turn to Archie Bradley in the bottom of the 9th. Shirley here.
Well,
as the count to Walker is 1-2.
it's going to be exciting walk fest. I predict at least 1 home run. You know, we'll see how it goes down for Archie.
If I had to guess, let's see. Oh, and Walker goes down on strikes, so that's not as surprising. Something he's done a lot this year, but we will see David Peralta able to get that 1 run back that I'm sure they'll need for Archie Bradley here as we head to the bottom of the 9th. Mets down to 3 outs to get 2 runs.
Your attention, please.
Mr. Hollywood, the beard, it is 10 for 10 on save opportunities this season in 16 total games. 4.5 ERA kind of tells the story, though. Against right-handed batters, he has the proclivity to give up a run or 2 in his relief appearances, and Brandon Nimmo's been hitting the ball today. He started off some of that Mets scoring with an absolute blast to the bridge off Robbie Ray, and he'll be trying to do something similar here to kickstart the Mets rally in the bottom of the 9th.
All right,
3 outs, 2 runs to get.
All right, so if we're taking guesses on how this inning goes, then that's already going to screw it up. Brandon Nimmo takes the first pitch he sees and grounds it over to Stephen Vogt. Toss over to Archie Bradley in time for the first out. Honestly, I was going to go Nimmo walk, pinch hit, strikeout.
Your attention, please.
Rosario double, scores McNeil,
Number 12.
or scores Nimmo, and then McNeil single makes it even scarier, but then double play by Alonso. That's how I was going to score it.
I'm still fairly confident Bradley will give up an extra base hit during this 9th inning.
Rosario home run. He's going to get Nunez out here, give up a home run to Rosario, and get McNeil out to end the game.
All right, we'll see if it happens. But right now it's 0-1 to Eduardo Nunez. This pitch comes in, and that'll be just out, or just inside, excuse me, the knuckle curve. At about 82 miles an hour there.
That's ball 2.
2-1 here to the former Red Sox, Eduardo Nunez. Able to make the team as a non-roster invitee. 2-2 now. Four-seamer catches that beautiful spot high and away. Bradley looking to not be fireworks, but that's popped up high. Long run by Eduardo Escobar. Straddling the line. He puts that away for the second out. So any fireworks now for the Mets will have to come with 2 away.
Well, I don't know if Archie Bradley crapped his pants on that one, but I do know that there are 2 down here, and the D-backs are maybe over their Mets kryptonite a little bit, Duggo.
I'd love to see that. Diamondbacks looking to stop this little winning streak here by the Mets. Winners of their last 3 coming into today. Winners of 6 of their last 7. Diamondbacks being 3 of those wins. Looking to right the ship after a sweep at home. Or a road sweep, I guess, by the Mets at Chase Field just a week ago. Merrill Kelly right now in line for the win. As Bradley's looking like he might walk Rosario and put the tying run to the plate. Wouldn't be surprised to see that.
Hey, can never be easy. You can't just go 1, 2, 3 in an inning. It's got to be a show. True Hollywood experience as he leaves a pitch high, 98 miles an hour there, but it was not swung on. Ahmed taken all the way. And we see a 3-1 count now.
Mets fans quieted after just a big home run and big innings. Diamondbacks able to put together a couple really, really big innings. And that's really been the key. 3-2 pitch, though. That's in play. Line to Andy Young. Over to Stephen Vogt, and the Diamondbacks have done it. They have put away any curse they had against these Mets. And they take game 1 here at Citi Field. They do it for their teammate Starling Marte. And they do it in the debut at the Major League level for Andy Young.
And Andy Young's got to be my player of the game.
Oh, yeah.
First game up in the majors, played some solid defense, got a hit at the very first pitch you saw, and then took that ball absolutely deep in a critical situation for these Snakes. And he might have found himself a spot in this constant rotation here. Definitely going to be staying up in the majors for a couple days. Merrill Kelly will get the win. Brock will be responsible for the loss. And Archie Bradley will get his 11th save and 11 opportunities. The show will name David Peralta player of the game for his home run and his double, but I think you could say Andy Young did just a little bit more. His first Major League RBI, his first Major League home run, and his first Major League run. All in one day, just in a day's bit of work for Andy Young.
Hey man, just things are getting tight too. He's the assist on the last out of the game as well too. So can't understate that as well. So yeah, no, I agree with you there. Andy Young is definitely my player of the game. I'm looking forward to a long time up here in Arizona for him.
Well, we start off the highlights by looking at the Mets, who seem to be a little bit in control early. Davis had this double out here, which got an RBI that Tim LeCastro couldn't get. And the ricochet off the wall with a double hesitation from Nick Ahmed in the infield allowed a run to score. And then Nimmo sent one pretty much to the same exact spot to get 2 more RBIs. And the Mets led by 3 through 2 innings.
No, it was a great game. If you loved offense, it was a great one. You knew something was going to happen as these Mets were able to really put the spurs to him offensively during that last series. And, you know, you saw that offensive explosion they had just a couple days ago against the Pirates. But, you know, you're looking at the Diamondbacks as they are second in the National League in runs scored. Might actually be first after this one. And it's only going to get worse from here, man. We're looking at games 2 and 3 coming forward this week. Game 2 is going to be Zach Gallen going on the mound for the Snakes. 3-1 record, 2.08 ERA, making his second start back after catching a liner back to the mound and screwing up his finger. And Rick Porcello is going to be going for the Mets, though, at a 1.7 record and a 7.09 ERA. So I'm sure it's going to be pretty gross. It's
Ricky P.
If you're a Mets fan, you might not want to tune in for that one. Just being real there.
And it doesn't get better for Game 3 at all for the Mets either.
Game 3 is going to feature soft contact man Mike Leake, rocking a 5-2 record, 3.58 ERA, which actually is higher than it should be after a 1-out, 6-run just smattering by the Nationals a couple weeks ago. But Drew Peterson goes for the Mets, still chasing his first win of the year. and likely in a spot to bring his 8.27 ERA up above 9. I don't have a whole lot of high hopes for the Mets in the rest of this series.
Indeed. Well, in summary, Merrill Kelly gets the W, Archie Bradley the save, and the Snakes take this one. The D-backs return to New York tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Time with Duggo on the call. Hopefully, I will be able to join you. But right now, we are joined in the booth by the upcoming announcers for the Cincinnati Reds at the Cleveland Indians. Kami Puddin, Kyle DeSantis. How are y'all doing?
Pretty good. What's this game?
I mean, the D-backs won, so in my mind, great.
Yep. Pretty good back and forth right there.
Always a nice move to see the Snakes win, and we are getting ready to get the Ohio Cup started. Gonna have a lot of fun with that little one of the few real rivalry competitions in Major League Baseball. Unfortunately, hasn't been much of a competition in the last 5 years. Well, the Indians have been great. The Reds have been, well, terrible. So it's not been much of a fight put up there. But we'll see what happens in ball here today.
Kind of seems like both teams have been on an opposite course, man. I've been pretty low on the Indians going into all this and really high on what the Reds have done. So I'm looking forward to a nice interleague game here. But Jake, you got anything to say before we dip?
Yeah, all I gotta say is I hope Yasiel Puig strikes out like 5 times, and whoever wins, but at least Yasiel Puig will be sad, so.
I imagine he's gonna be sad, as he still has not been yet signed to a team here in the 2020 season, so he'll be watching this one.
Did he? Oh, yeah, he is a free agent, huh?
Yeah.
Agent.
Yeah, I just haven't seen Reds play without him yet in real life, so.
Well, all right. That'll do it for myself and Jake, your lovely Snakes broadcasters. Feel free to tune back in for Game 2 tomorrow night. But as it stands, get ready for some exciting interleague action here with Kami Pudding and Kyle DeSantis. So, guys, have yourselves a ball game.
Indeed.
We absolutely will. Thank you so much. And Kyle, so glad to be able to share the booth with you here today as we get ready for the Reds and Cleveland in the first of 2 between these two teams. Bit of an interesting series. Both teams with an off day yesterday, and then the Reds going into 2 here with Cleveland, and then have another off day before starting the weekend series. For the Reds, their story has been injuries here lately. They have battled through, had a 4-game split with the Brewers over the weekend, picked up a couple of wins back-to-back, so they're riding a little high, having won 7 of their last 10, including their last 2 straight. Meanwhile, this Cleveland squad is just gangbusters. They have closed the gap in the AL Central, which we'll talk about here later on. Very quickly, let's get you the starting lineup for the Cincinnati Reds. It looks like this. Shogo Akiyama, the center fielder, will lead things off. Nick Senzel bats second, plays second. Eugenio Suarez bats third, plays third. Mike Moustakas is the first baseman. He is the cleanup hitter. Nick Castellanos is the left fielder, batting fifth. Josh Van Meter, getting his first start in almost a week, is the designated hitter. Freddie Galvis is switch hitting shortstop, bats seventh. Tucker Barnhart catches and bats eighth, and Aristides Aquino, the right fielder, bats in the number 9 spot. First pitch at 3:52, and it's lined to Tyler Naquin in right field. 1 pitch and 1 out by Akiyama, and the Reds down their first batter here in the first inning as Nick Senzel stands to the plate against Zach Plesac, who only went 8 2/3 innings in his last outing and had about the hardest luck loss you could possibly have. 8 2/3 innings, 2 hits, 2 runs. He did walk 6, and he struck out 6, but it was a Dwight Smith Jr. walk-off 2-run double that gave the Orioles a 2-1 victory in that game as the closer Brad Hand ended up giving that one away as Senzel gets ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. 52 degrees, a very, very chilly day here in Cleveland.
Little wing up.
What are we looking at out of Cleveland here today?
Cleveland here today. On the field side of things, from left field to right, we got Flo, Mercado, and Naquin as
Mercado can't make the catch.
Oh, good. It's going to be a double. Giselle.
Yeah, we'll see how they score it. We're having a little choppiness on the video feed. They're going to rule it a single and an error. So Nick Senzel gets the first hit for the Reds on the day. And with one out, the batter's Eugenio Suarez.
That's a line right there. Center field. To be off the wall, and it is. It's going to be a run scored, and Cincinnati comes out to an early 1-0 lead. Suarez comes into a double.
So back-to-back base hits. Eugenio Suarez, who is 8th in the National League and runs batted in, picks up his 35th RBI. As I'm having some choppiness here, I'm going to see if I can't correct that here shortly.
And for the Reds now, Mike Moustakas, former Brewer, former Royal, now on the Reds. 06 average, 8th home run so far. That's Zach Blusack as he took that first strike. 96 on the gun. One count now, man on second, one out.
Moustakas won for his last 11. Had an RBI single on Friday against Milwaukee. It was a first-round draft pick back in 2007 as Blusack working the off-speed stuff, an 80-mile-an-hour curveball. So here the 1-1. Another one bounces up.
Lined right to
Perez just wanted to make double sure. I don't think Senzel was Suarez was going anywhere.
3-1. Castellanos on deck. In a good season so far. 292. Home run, 13 RBIs.
As a note, that run scored by Senzel is unearned at this point. But it may not stay that way pending the rest of the day as Moustakas fooled badly on the changeup. 3 balls and 2 strikes to the count. Now the payoff pitch. This is inside, and it's first and second with 1 out.
That is fifth. The left fielder, number 2.
So the Reds got something cooking here. Senzel single, Suarez double. Moustakas on with a walk, and now it's Nick Castellanos, who has reached in 5 of his last 7 plate appearances. On Saturday, picked up 3 walks. And then had a couple of hits yesterday to close out the series against the Brewers as he fouls the 95-mile-an-hour fastball off for strike 1.
That's game
Castellanos, another of the big free agent signings for these Reds.
It is one of these big free agent signings. They also got a couple pitchers in the offseason as well. He falls that one off to the third base side. For 3 in his last 3 games, 2 singles.
And that's one thing Dick Williams and Castellini and the crew in Cincinnati really wanted to do. They started tooling this team to win here in 2020 as could not catch up to the high cheese. First strikeout of the day for Zach Plesac. And there are 2 gone here in the first. Now it'll be Josh Van Meter. Utility man, every player. I think last year he played 7 of the 9 positions at some point in the season, maybe 6. I don't think he played center.
Take off that high pitch. That Castellanos swung at before. Same line per hour as well. 96 on the gun from Zach Plesac.
Runners on first and second. Reds have 1 in. Check of the runners and the pitch. No. Outside, 2 balls and no strikes. No. Plesac comes with the 2-0. This is low, 3 balls and no strikes, and now Van Meter can kind of take and find one he really wants.
Meter has to go to the strike zone here. You don't want to walk it down in 4 straight pitches, especially in this situation.
That's the ball. Take your base.
And 4 straight balls outside the zone. Bases are now loaded. Second walk of the inning by Plesac. And now it's Freddie Galvis who had the go-ahead solo home run in yesterday's win for the Reds. 251 on the season, 7 homers, 21 RBI. You see the line for him there. Sitting on a 3-game hitting streak as he reached safely in each of the last 3 games against the Brewers. And now he's going to get a real chance with the bases loaded. We see 5 for 17 over his last 5. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, lifted to right field. Naquin back, tracking to the wall. He's got it. Nice running catch there by Tyler Naquin. Freddie Galvis gave it a ride, but it was this by Eugenio Suarez. A big double off the wall. Reds put one on the board with Cleveland coming to bat. And for this Cleveland squad, their starting lineup will look like this. It's Francisco Lindor leading off and playing shortstop. Oscar Mercado, the center fielder, bats second, as you see the numbers there for Sonny Gray, the Reds starter here today. Carlos Santana bats third, plays first base. The designated hitter, Franmil Reyes, will bat fourth. Jose Ramirez is at third base and bats fifth. Cesar Hernandez is the second baseman and the six-hole hitter. Jordan Luplow is batting seventh and playing left field. The catcher, Roberto Perez, batting eighth, and Tyler Naquin in right field bats ninth. And the Gold Glover, Francisco Lindor, who is, if there was a Player of the Week award, this man would absolutely win it. He was gangbusters against that Twins team, the far and away the class of Major League Ball so far here in 2020. But he was a big part of the of Cleveland being able to sweep that series. Batted .417, slugged .1333, and brought himself into the conversation in the American League for RBI as he drove in 10 runs over that 3-game series. Lindor now with a 2-0 count to Sonny Gray. Came to these Reds last season. Had a very standout year, ended up with an all-star campaign. Last time we saw him, he picked up a win pitching 5 1/3 innings against the Marlins. Through 7 Ks, he's got a whip of 1.05 on the season, which is good for 8th in the National League. As Gray now at 3-1. And both of these pitchers struggling to find the strike zone here early in this contest.
Seems that way. Last inning, Plesac had 2 walks. Gray pretty close to having his first batter of the day. It's Lindor.
Now the 3-1. That one lifted foul, and will run it full at 3-2. Now the payoff pitch. Bounced foul. We'll do it again. So I can tell you, Kyle, I'm a Cincinnati guy. I live in that area. I'm a big follower of the Reds. Well, what can you tell us about yourself as far as your following as Lindor's going to head on down to first with a walk?
I'm a New York guy. Lived in the New York area, an hour north of the city. Yankee fan for a long time. I found out about this weekend. Decided to get some opportunities here. Mercado comes in now for the Indians. 16 on the year.
Well, so glad you could join us, Kyle. I know it's going to be a great season as we go on, and we're very glad to have you along as Lindor diving back in safely.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Lindor not known as a prolific base stealer. Of course, when you look at the AL stolen base charts, if your name's not Malik Smith, basically you're not a base stealer in the American League. Malik Smith, 22 robberies so far here in the 2020 ball season. Nobody else in the AL out of single digits yet. As this one lifted to right field. Aquino is there and gets the ball back in quickly as the Reds record their first out of the inning. Let's take a look at the defensive alignment for these Reds very quickly. Nick Castellanos, Shogo Akiyama, Aristides Aquino left to right in the outfield. Eugenio Suarez playing third. Freddie Galvis at short. Nick Senzel, the second baseman, Mike Moustakas at first, and Tucker Barnhart ready to receive the first pitch from Sonny Gray to Carlos Santana on the inside part and fought off the handle foul. Santana been struggling at the plate, one for his last 14. That one was a home run yesterday in an 8-7 victory.
Looking in this situation, Lifetime versus Gray, only 2 for 20.
But he is among the best offensively in the American League.
He is.
Ranked second in the American League with 17 home runs, sixth in the American League with 35 RBI. 10th in the American League with a .609 slugging percentage. Man can rake and has for a very long time. Ball and 2 strikes. Taking a toss well outside, could not get a chase. There runs the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. This is a situation where you might expect Lindor to take off. See if they'll put the hit and run on here. The 2-2. Inside, runs at full, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
How many combined full counts have we gotten between both pitchers, and we're not even through the first inning yet?
Well, we've had several. Sonny Gray already up to 15 pitches. He's only recorded 1 out. We're going to foul another one off. Not looking like a good day for the bullpens, but really it's kind of an all-hands-on-deck situation, especially on the Reds side, as they had an off day yesterday. Both of these teams had an off day yesterday. It's called strike 3 on the outside corner. A nice 92-mile-an-hour fastball, and they'll always tell you there is no better pitch in baseball than a well-located fastball.
Right on the outside corner. Into it. Emil Reyes comes in now for the Indians. DH on the deck.
Franmil Reyes picked up 3 hits in the series against the Twins. Went 3 for 12. Scored a couple of runs and drove another one in. The big righty stands in. Well, you see why he's the DH. He looks like he's about 6'5", 6'6", standing in there. He is not a small man.
We'll look forward to when you're pitching on the mound like Gray is right now.
Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes now with Sonny Gray trying to get out of this first inning. Lindor on first. The 0-2. Didn't get a chase. A ball and 2 strikes.
Up to 20 pitches as well. This will be his 21st. Didn't do the first inning yet.
Leaving it outside again. Just has a few pitches to throw away. And he has, but now he's worked it even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Changed the velocity on him and able to get him to foul that one off. There you see the breakdown on Sonny Gray. And you'll see this sometimes out of very good pitchers. You'll see them struggle a little bit in the first inning, and then they settle down and end up working a 6-7 inning gem. And I know both of these managers are hoping for exactly that. Lindor will be going on the pitch here. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts. And Sonny Gray gets out of the inning. A walk, a man left. We're through 1. Reds lead 1-0.
Leading off for Cincinnati.
Barnhart starting it out for the Reds here, the number 8 seed, another 8 hole. And almost up to 240, 4 home runs, 12 RBIs, the catcher. And
Had
plays
a couple of hits
Cincinnati
in the series
Red.
against Milwaukee last weekend. Plesac back on the hill and working that off-speed stuff once again. Comes with a changeup, 82 miles an hour, and leaves it low for ball 1. Barnhart, as you said, 239 on the season. The switch hitting Reds catcher. Takes on the outside third for a strike. Good toss. That one left high, and boy, it looked good. When you throw a fastball eye level like that, it looks so good. And they're really effective when you're able to get that off-speed stuff working down low. You change that eye level, and 96 miles an hour can look like 103. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. Another off-speed pitch. Got him swinging. Nice curveball there. 12-6 motion. Second punch out for Plesac. And the first out here in the second. So the big right fielder, Aristides Aquino, gets ready to take the box.
Let that batting stand
What
fool
are
you.
going to do with that pitch?
Let that batting stance fool you. He's hit a bunch of home runs last year. He's still starting now, but tries to farm like he did last year in his rookie year. Hitting home runs.
Came out just on fire. I think 10 home runs in his first week.
Yeah, it was some insane number like that. It's almost unheard of.
No ball.
He's quickly down, no balls and 2 strikes. Just had 1 hit in the 4-game series against Milwaukee. As this one lifted into right field, racing over and making the – no, it's down. Jordan Luplow could not catch up to it. Aristides Aquino gets a nice little 1-out knock, and the Reds have something cooking here in the 2nd inning.
Another hanging curveball there, and just pulled it right in front of the left fielder, Luplow.
Well, that turns over the lineup to Shogo Akayama.
Ball 1.
Looking for his first hit. He flew out to right
No strike.
to lead things off in the first.
To need that hitting streak. He's up to 11 games right now.
Indeed. Went 1 for 4 yesterday. Stole a couple of bases. Scored the insurance run for the Reds. Off the end of the bat, foul. 1 ball and 1 strike.
It's like up to 30 pitches now. 1 in the 3rd innings. Just keep in mind. And that Francona in the mind. Long bullpen day if these just keep racking up.
Now the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 3 strikeouts now for Plesac.
The batter
And that curveball is doing wonders for him.
Can punch out on it.
The Reds keep flailing at these off-speed pitches. It's going to be a long day. And now with 2 gone, it's Nick Senzel. Singled and scored. This one a grounder to second base. They'll go the short way as Hernandez slips over to Lindor, and the inning is over. A hit, a man left. We go to the bottom of the 2nd. Reds with the lead, 1-0.
For the Indians, 3rd baseman Jose Ramirez. 80 on the year. Home runs, 22 RBIs. And into Sonny Gray. So now.
Ramirez is another one of those big bats in this Cleveland lineup.
1-0.
Approaching the top 10 in the American League in doubles. Has 12 on the season. As he waits the 1-0 pitch.
No, that's the ball.
Taken outside. 2 balls and no strikes.
Ball.
Left low and Sonny Gray. Again, a 3-ball, no strike count.
A leadoff walk, perhaps. Started off the first with that leadoff to Lindor.
27 pitches already. And the toss, that one catches inside the black, 3 balls and a strike. Fought off foul, and Sonny Gray has come back from a 3-0 count to run it back to full.
Kick bat on the 2nd inning. Better.
Now the full count pitch. Swing and a miss. Finally got that change, or got that chase on the outside. 3rd consecutive strikeout for Sonny Gray. He's got the middle of this Indian lineup just guessing at this point.
They chased after that 2-6, 12-6. Go up with there. They're Hernandez stepping in now for the Indians.
So now Cesar Hernandez, who's going to lay a bunt down but push it foul up the 3rd base line. And here's a guy that wants to get back to his solid hitting ways. He's top 10 in the American League in hits. He's got 54 hits on the year. The guy has been getting the job done, but since going 3 for 5 against Detroit back on the 10th, so almost a week and a half ago, in that span, Cesar Hernandez has had just 1 hit in his last 21 at-bats.
Then you want something anyone wants at this level.
Now, he has gotten some production. He picked up a sacrifice fly yesterday. But he wants to get his bat back on the ball and get back over the 300 mark.
No, inside.
That one inside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sonny Gray, former Yankee, former Athletic. So not unfamiliar with these Cleveland Indians. And certainly has seen them every year as a part of the Reds.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Just misses off the corner, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Both teams on offense have been will keep these at bats long. Both of these pitchers into count troubles. A lot of 3-2 counts so far.
Another full count pitch.
Ball 4, take your base.
This one's going to miss high. That slider just got away from him. Looked like he slipped out of his hand or something, but something in the mechanics there just weren't right. Second walk of the day for Sonny Gray. Now with 1 out, it'll be Jordan Luplow. Luplow had a great series against Minnesota, picked up 5 hits, including a double and a 2-run homer. And looking to continue that success as he faces these Reds and Sonny Gray. First pitch he sees, taken on the inside part for ball 1.
No strike.
Low, former 3rd-round pick, 2014.
The runner at first. Not a lot of stolen base power, but there's a lot of value in holding that runner close at first base. There's not a lot of stolen bases. There is a fair amount of speed, and you want to hold that guy close just to try and keep him from making that first to third on a ball in play if Luplow is able to get a single out of this one as he lifts this into center field. Akayama ranging in, makes the catch, and there are 2 gone here in the second.
Batting it.
Makes way for Roberto Perez. Caught all 3 games against Minnesota. Went 1 for 10 in the series. He's under the Mendoza line at $1.93.
Gray coming up to his 40th pitch so far.
This one lifted into the gap in left center field. Racing back Castellanos. Sakayama will make it over and make the catch for out number 3. A walk, a man left. Kyle will have the call for you here in the second. It's 1-0 Cincinnati.
Now for the Reds, 3rd baseman
Leading off for
Perez
Cincinnati,
had that double early
third
on.
baseman, number 7.
The first
Eugenio.
started that inning rally that resulted in one beat off the Reds. Zach Plesac. Pitch of the inning will be outside fastball. 1-1. Suarez, 34 RBIs. That's tied for 8th all of the National League.
Make it 35 after the first inning.
Ball 2.
And this is a guy who's shown off his power in the last couple of seasons as well. Last year, became the or put in a season in which he hit more home runs than any other Venezuelan-born player. Hit 48 home runs last season for these Reds, and he is continuing to show off that power here in the bot ball season.
On that last pitch, he fouled it off. Rocket coming off of the bat there. Count now, top of the 3rd. Sack, the pitch. Inside, you get him to strike out on that 84-mile-an-hour changeup. 3rd
The first baseman,
of
number
the
9,
game.
Mike
And
Moustakas.
up now is going to be Mike Moustakas, who talked earlier on in the first.
These Red Bats are still having a problem figuring out that breaking stuff from Zach Plesac, who looks like he might be settling down a little bit after a rough first inning.
Tom Plesac keep going back to it. They hit it. Just keep throwing it until they can. 1 count now. Sacked Moustakis.
Ball.
Side slider. Got away from him again. All knotted up at 1. Side fastball. Their line shot foul down the third base line. 1-2 now. Former series champion in 2015 with the City Royals. One's going to be lined into center field. Have Mercado just in front of the morning track. He's going to make the catch. Going to have 2 outs now in the top of the third. Castellanos coming up right now.
Castellanos.
The Reds.
Nice job there by Mercado, who did have that error back in the first. He's a guy that just wants to settle things down, and you need those routine plays from time to time. Just need a ball to come to you, come back in that glove. That way you know, okay, there's nothing wrong with me. No yips, nothing like that. I'm ready to go. Make the play, get it back in, and get ready for the next one.
Sag misses on that low inside fastball for a ball. Castellanos, 7 seasons, almost nearing a home run away from 125 as a career. Third baseman and outfielder for the Cubs, Tigers, and now this offseason, Cincinnati.
Ball.
Zach misses on that outside changeup, 2-1 count now. That one's going to be another shot. Left field this time. Flo going to camp under it. He's going to make the catch. Next for the Indians, you're going to have Naquin, Lindor, and Mercado. And in the beginning of the lineup for the bottom of the third.
Leading off
Another Naquin.
Indians, the right fielder.
Fielder today for the Indians.
Naquin.
Them, I believe, in 2017. Years when they've had their playoff runs. They've still been in that hunt. Swings and misses on that curveball. 3 for 6 as a career versus Gray. We probably faced him. It was the past couple of years on the Yankees. Way up to 42 pitches after this one. The curveball got him on that outside corner. 1-2 now, and Naquin finds himself in the hole. No outs in the bottom of the third.
Ball. Go.
To go again back to that curveball. Inside and low.
1 ball.
1-2. High ups. High fastball. Quinn's gonna reach up, foul that one off.
Inside.
Again, low inside fastball. Call, 2-2. Curveball. Quinn fouls it off again, staying alive here.
Tyler Naquin on a 4-game hitting streak for this Cleveland squad, and again doing another nice job as many of his teammates have in this throughout this lineup of continuing to run these to high counts, to foul pitches off, and to see a lot of balls from Reds pitching.
Constant in both teams' lineups actually is lengthening the counts. It's another strikeout. Would be Ray's third of the day.
Shortstop.
A low fastball,
Cisco.
focused.
Lindor.
Start to the inning. Lindor, who walked early on. First inning. He's going to step in now. Quick stop. Former All-Star. The Cleveland Indians. That is going to be popped up into shallow left. Castellanos going to a little jog. He's going to get that one in. He's going out of the inning. Bring up Mercado. That's what he's down. Hey, after this pitch, he's going to hit 50 in 2/3 innings. Another curveball, another strike.
1 strike.
Last 3 games, Mercado's been on fire. 417 average here. Hitting, that's for sure.
Ball.
And as
Side.
many pitches as both of these guys have thrown, you really just you're hoping these guys can get through 5, get to a decision, and while both these bullpens should be pretty well rested, you don't want to tax them too badly, as the Reds will have a day off, but the Cleveland just needs to be wary as they're getting ready to go into a very difficult series against Chicago next weekend, and they do not want to overtax that bullpen going into what is going to be a fight in this AL Central.
It'd be lined down the left field line. It's going to drop right in front of Castellanos. Base hit. And on of the inning.
Now batting, the first baseman,
Receive Oscar Mercado. Single. Brings up Santana. Last year, the Silver Slugger for the first baseman. Fouls that on another line shot. First base line. Santana struck out in the first. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Man on first. Strike.
Ball.
Go inside changeup. The 1 now. Santana had that home run yesterday. 1 for 4 for the entirety of the game.
Ben has only hit in his last 14 at bats, and all the way back to the Baltimore series midweek last week.
Puts that one up, down the base side of the field. Is going to jog on, make the catch, and that's going to end the inning. 3 here. Reds up 1-0. Back to you here. Cincinnati, Heidi Wadney down at the sidelines. Giving us some inside info. I have Van Meter, Galvis, and Barnhart putting in the lineup. The Reds. And Meter,
Josh for the Reds,
that walk early on in the first.
Josh Van Meter.
Zach's second day. Zach up to near 50 pitches as well. 46 right now. Pitch outside curveball for a ball. Meter last game, he went 1 for 4 with a single. 1 hit of the day. The breaking pitch. Van Meter fouled it off. Looked a bit low. Meter got wood on it. The breaking pitch this time, a swinging strike from Van Meter. That was a changeup. And 2 now. 0 outs, no one on. Top of the 4th here. This is field in Cleveland, Ohio.
No.
Another slider and high inside. We'll line it up at 2. Plesac. If you a former pitcher, Dan Pease. Payoff pitch. Inside, he's going to get that strike 3 call on that inside 96 mile an hour fastball.
The bat,
5th
number
strikeout of the day.
shortstop, Freddie Galvis.
Quick swing from Van Meter, but didn't do any justice. Out now for Freddie Galvis, who had the bases loaded in the first, but all he did was line out. 95 on the gun. We're going to start out in 0-1 here. Galvis, the shortstop. Former Padre, came over to the Reds. Here. The low inside fastball. Called off. Galvis, second on the Reds in RBIs, up to 21. Far in the campaign. 2. That's going to be another shot to center field. Mercado, another camp under it. He had that error in the first. It's the out. It'll be 2 outs now.
Cincinnati, the catcher,
The 4th.
Tucker Barnhart.
That's 7 straight retired by Plesac, who has settled down nicely after that rough first inning. Just gone straight through this entire Reds order through the second time in the lineup. Has not let a man reach base yet.
that rocky start in the beginning, but he's seeming to settle down now. Popped up. Ramirez, he's going to make the catch. That is retired. And up for the Indians, we're going to have Emil Reyes, Jose Ramirez, and Hernandez, the heart of the order, here at the bottom of the fourth.
Leading off for the Indians.
Emil Reyes stepping in now. He's going to play his... It's an interesting routine here. And the cleat stepping into the box against Gray up near almost up to 60 pitches. He starts the fourth inning here. Pitch, side, change up, and it was. Reyes came in Diego last season. It did nicely now. It's the DH today in the fourth hole. It's going to be another height slices foul down the first base line, 1-1 count.
I was mentioning how big this guy is. They list him on Baseball Reference, 6'5", 275 pounds. That's not a baseball player. That's a defensive lineman.
Probably switch over to that sport and you'd be fine. Be playing in the future. 2-2 now. He gets that inside 12-6 curve. Has been utilizing that a lot. I'm all up at 2. Wow, it's here in the bottom of the fourth. Off pitch from Gray. Another strike 3 call. Sliding slider. Gray's 5th strikeout of the day.
Now batting, third baseman.
That would be it. Jose Ramirez. And he struck out in the second. Okay, as well. They used that high changeup, almost up to 90. Without in a little bit of a hole. 1-1. To locate that two-seamer. The 1 count now. Last 5 games, Ramirez has 4 home runs. 6 RBIs. He's our hitter, and that's a showcase of who he is. The 1 is that's going to be a little grounder. We're back to Gray. Gray to Moustakis. Ouch.
Now batting, second baseman.
Cesar Hernandez, the 6th. Fucked earlier on in the second. And he's having a shorter inning here. He's going to need that if he wants to get through 5 and be in the potential option for getting the W today. It's low pitch for a ball 1.
Ball.
12-6 on the money. And just starts out in a 2-0 count. Inside fastball, line foul. 1 here, bottom of the 4th.
Ball.
And trying to go back to that 12-6. Now it worked. 3-1. Jordan Luplow, the left fielder, on deck for the Indians, the 7th hole. Given ball 4. And just swung at it. Another full count. I don't know how many full counts we've had in this game. I can't even count them anymore. Inside fastball, strike 3, 92 on the gun. Gray 6th. Or inning has closed. Cincinnati's still up 1-0.
As we move here into the top of the 5th inning, we want to take a moment and tell you there are 7.1 million seniors who live in poverty. It's an income of $234 a week or less, which after housing, utility, medical expenses leaves very little for food. And that's where the people at Meals on Wheels come in. With their help, they provide great meals. They provide companionship, wellness checks for seniors. all across the United States, and that's where we're raising money as we do this bot ball thing. So if you're enjoying what you're watching and what you're hearing, we encourage you to scroll on down a little bit, check out that donation button, and if you can give, please do. Whatever you can. It could be $1, it could be more, but whatever you can, just help out Meals on Wheels as ML Bot Ball and tries to drive one home with Meals on Wheels. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Aristides Aquino as the Reds bat in the top of the 5th inning. This one swung on and fouled off as Aquino singled back in the 2nd inning, one of 3 Reds hits in this contest, and wants to avoid going through this entire lineup without getting a man on base the 2nd time around. 8 straight retired by Zach Plesac. Swing and a miss. He won't do it. Plesac, strikeout number 6. And the first down
Number 4.
for the Reds here in the 5th inning. Not sure what Aquino's back there talking about. It's might have been a pitch earlier in the at-bat that he didn't agree with. Is Akayama expecting the fastball, got the change, did not swing. No balls and a strike. Flew out in the 1st, struck out in the 2nd.
Looking to further that hit streak up to 12.
Well outside, and it took him until his last at-bat yesterday before he finally was able to rope one in. We'll see if Plesac still got it working the 3rd time through this lineup. 94 miles an hour on the fastball, and that makes it 1-2. Fought off foul as Akayama tardy on the fastball. Another 1-2 pitch coming. This one fought foul once again as Plesac put it in there at 94, and it looks like he's setting up for that curveball, which has been his strikeout pitch all day.
He's kept going on fastballs before. Another one there. Although off again.
Just changed the eye level. 1-2.
No.
That one misses just inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. This one gets through the right side, a base hit for Akayama. Hernandez couldn't catch up to that one. Akayama extends that hitting streak to now 12 games.
Second baseman, Nick.
And he keeps on rolling for these Reds, who have another one-out base runner. Just a nice piece of hitting. Just fought things off, and then didn't try to do too much with the ball once he saw when he could hit. Just a little seeing eye single through the right side.
Second here, he does.
He takes off for second base. And in there safely, Akayama stealing his 10th bag of the season. And now a runner in scoring position. Senzel bounces that one, a ball and a strike. Senzel singled and scored back in the 1st, grounded into a fielder's choice to end the 2nd. That one swung on and missed, a ball and 2 strikes.
A 2nd. Senzel gets a single up the middle, could have a 2-0 lead for the Reds.
Taking the 1-2. Another foul ball.
Back up to almost 75 with this next pitch. 75 here through 4 1/3 innings.
And I believe that makes Akayama the 5th. Oh, look out. Right in the shoulder. Senzel not happy about that one. Why would you be? He'll take the dot and wear it on down to first base. It'll sting for a little bit, but now a couple on with 1 out for Eugenio Suarez.
Indians have 2 right-handers up in the bullpen. Dominic Leon, one of them.
That one a fastball right down the pipe, swung on and missed. Dominic Leone, Hunter Wood up in the pen for Cleveland. 95-mile-an-hour fastball in there for strike 2. Hey, look, that bar area up there is pretty well populated, it looks like, up there on the right field line. Fans trying to catch some shade here on this chilly afternoon. Ball and 2 strikes. Hold the string on him. Strikeout number 7 for Plesac.
The first baseman, number 9.
He's got 24 pitches this inning, but he's kept him in the strike zone. Picks up his 2nd K of the inning, his 7th of the day. And now he has a chance to get out of a jam. It is mostly of his own doing.
No, that's too high.
As the first pitch goes high to Mike Moustakas, who walked and was stranded in the first. Left-hander waits. Just catches the top of the strike zone, a ball and a strike.
It's not necessarily the guy you would want in runners in position season.
2-1.
Low average 143.
He's a guy that can get the job done. He's been playing out of position for quite some time and is going to continue to do so with the injury to Joey Votto. The broken hand. He's still expected to miss another 6 weeks or so with that injury. Though with some good news on the injury list for the Reds, Jesse Winker expected to be back by this weekend as Moustakas swings through another one. And after a couple of hits, or a hit and a hit by pitch, Plesac able to settle things down. A couple of strikeouts and get out of a tough one.
Watney again from the sidelines. What you got here?
Thanks so much, Heidi. As we move to the bottom of the 5th inning, it's the bottom third of this Cleveland lineup. Luplo, Perez, and Naquin due up for these Cleveland Indians.
For the Indians,
He also
Flew out to center.
Luplo.
Back in the 2nd inning. It's his 2nd chance at bat here. Just 3 base runners given up by Sonny Gray. And through 4 innings, no one has gotten past first base for Cleveland. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Sonny Gray, got to keep an eye on that pitch count, already up to 71. Kind of been a storyline throughout this game. He was very, very continually running that pitch count up in the first couple of innings. As there you see Cody Reed, Jose De Leon in the bullpen.
both
Cody
teams.
Reed got the call up to fill a bullpen role for the next few days, with the injury to Trevor Bauer putting him on the disabled list. Wade Miley still day-to-day with that bruised hand. So Cody Reed up from AAA Louisville, going to fill in for a little while, and we expect Lucas Sims to get here for Friday's start. Or we expect where Trevor Bauer Friday's start. Trevor Bauer's next spot in the rotation. We do expect Reed will head down. Wade Miley should be ready at that point, and Lucas Sims will come in and make his first start of the season for the Reds. Had a solid 2019 campaign. We look forward to what he's going to do this year. Another full count to a Cleveland batter. Here it comes. This one lifted. Popped straight up. Barnhart has a beat on it. They'll make the catch. And out number 1 recorded here in the bottom of the 5th.
Catcher, number 55. Roberto Perez.
5 straight retired by Sonny Gray. Now it's Roberto Perez, right-handed swinging catcher.
Ball, no.
First pitch. This is for ball one.
Coming up to 80 here with the pitches for him. 4 1/3.
One ball, no strike count. One on and missed. Evens it at 1-1. Pulled him on the changeup at 86 miles an hour. Gray working quickly to 1-1. This one lifted towards right field. Aquino shading over, makes the catch for the second out of the inning.
The right fielder, number 30, Tyler Naquin.
Tyler Naquin. Adding 263 on the season. Strikeout victim back in the third. One of 6 retired by strikeout by the Reds pitcher. Sonny Gray, who was seriously in the discussion for Cy Young talk last season and trying to make his case once again this year. Between him and Anthony DeSclafani have really carried the bulk of the load for this Reds rotation. Luis Castillo, on top of the strikeout charts, he actually leads the National League in strikeouts with 80. Trevor Bauer expected to be a very big contributor, but he's going to miss his next start, potentially his next 2 or 3 starts. As it's now a ball and 2 strikes to Naquin. This is a rock-solid Reds rotation, one of the best they've had in probably 10 years. Back when you were talking about guys like Johnny Cueto and Bronson Arroyo, Mike Leake in his rookie year. The 1-2 fouled off. Omer Bailey back in his prime. A lot of nostalgia. Another 1-2. That misses inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Deuce is wild to Tyler Naquin. Here's the pitch.
That's a foul ball.
This one grounded. Foul. You don't know how to feel about that ball boy. The body of about a 22-year-old and the face of about a 42-year-old. 3 balls and 2 strikes to count.
Animation, Sony.
He doesn't toss. This one grounded. Making the stab is Moustakas. He'll head over to first base and make the play for out number 3. We're through 5 innings. The Reds lead 1-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the...
That spells the end of the day for Zach Plesac. It'll be Hunter Woods stepping in, making his 20th appearance of the season. You see his numbers there, 26.1 innings pitched, a 2.39 ERA. So Plesac goes 5 innings, gives up 3 hits, and only the lone unearned run. Walked 2, struck out 8. So a solid performance. Unfortunately, he will not be able to get the win for this and is currently on the hook.
No ball.
So Hunter Wood due to face Castellanos, Van Meter, and Galvis at the minimum. Castellanos 0 for 2, a strikeout in the first, a flyout in the third, and this one lifted to center field, racing over Mercado. He's underneath it, makes the catch for out number 1.
Up next for Cincinnati, the designated hitter, Josh.
Brings up Josh Van Meter. He's 0 for 1 on the day, walked and stranded back in the first. Batting 240 on the season. Primarily a bench bat. He's the guy that can really spell just about anybody in this Reds lineup. Get him a day off as he pops this one up to third base. Ramirez makes the catch and quickly 2 gone
The bat,
here in the
number
6th.
3, shortstop, Freddie.
Quick flyouts for Hunter Wood. Only threw 3 pitches and got 2 outs. Freddie Galvis coming in.
That's the kind of efficiency that you want to see Hunter Wood. Saw his last action on Saturday, went 2 2/3 against Minnesota, gave up 4 hits and struck out 2 in that 11-inning 2-1 victory.
Oh, 2.
Breaking ball, they'll say he went around, no balls and 2 strikes. Galvis a line out to second, fly out to center. Go for 2. This one off the end of the bat, pushed to the left side, and it will be caught for out number 3. Jordan Luplow able to race over and make the catch. 3 up, 3 down for the Reds. We move to the bottom half. Reds lead 1-0.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Cincinnati, number 87, Jose De Leon.
Jose De Leon on for his 28th appearance this season, a 3.96 ERA.
Leading up for the Indians, the shortstop, Francisco.
Still at
He was very heavily relied on back in the Milwaukee series through 4 innings across back-to-back days. 2 innings each day as the first pitch he sees scooped up by Mike Moustakas at first base from Francisco Lindor, and quickly one retired. So much like his compatriot on the other side, Jose De Leon gets in there quickly. So Sonny Gray goes just 5 innings, gives up the 1 hit, no runs, walks 2, strikes out 6.
Ball 1.
As now Oscar Mercado bats with 1 out.
No 1 for 2 on the day at that single in the 3rd.
As the only hit for these Indians here today.
Ball.
This is outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Jose De Leon last year with the
Ball.
Tampa Bay Rays.
3 balls. No strikes.
Saw action in just 3 games through 4 innings in the majors. Getting a shot at the major league ball level and putting himself well so far, but down 3 balls and 1 strike here to Mercado. Carlos Santana, the switch hitting first baseman, stands on deck.
Count is full. 3 balls.
Swing and a miss. 3 balls and 2 strikes now the count. That's one thing that's hard to do for opposing managers is this one fouled off. This Cleveland lineup features 4 switch hitting batters in Lindor, Santana, Ramirez, and Hernandez. So playing that lefty-righty matchup role is just not well done, as that's a nice throw from Galvis. Well done defensively by the Red shortstop. And 2 down here in the 6th. It's always a tough throw to make when you're ranging away from first base like that. To come off the back foot and get a powerful throw to beat Oscar Mercado, who is no slouch on the bases.
0-1.
It's a nice defensive play. No balls and a strike now to Carlos Santana, the 2-out batter for Cleveland. He's accounted the ball and a strike. Santana struck out looking in the first.
Ball.
Fouled out in the 3rd.
Out.
And assist
On,
there.
grounded. To Moustakas, and he'll make the play to end the inning. We're through 6. Kyle will take you home. Reds lead 1-0.
Earnhardt up to bat. Wood, who's going to stay on for the 7th.
Tucker.
2 on the day, struck out earlier on. 3rd. Out. Got through that last inning on 6 pitches. First pitch.
Ball.
High fastball, gonna be 1-0 count.
1-0.
No count on Barnhart. Catcher. Next one. Pitch. The breaking ball. Leave a changeup. 79 on the gun. All up with 1 here. Out the bottom of the top of the 7th.
20-12.
Back to that changeup again. Hart, same result. Swinging and missing. 1-2. Wood. Pitch.
Ball.
To get him inside
2 balls. 2 strikes.
for a cutter there. It's a bit too inside. It's going to be 2-2.
Hard. 3.
That's going to be a strike 3 on a 2-seamer. Barnhart stood there and watched.
Now batting.
His first K of the night. That movement. And Barnhart could do it. Watch. He swings at the air. And had a keno. And then 1 for 2 had that single in the 2nd.
Ball. Inside.
Miss inside for a ball. You know, 215 has a couple home runs last year. Came off to an incredible start. Still trying to find that magic that he had. It's going to be lined to the left fielder. Low. Makes the catch. First, second
Now
out.
batting. Number 4.
Of top of the 7th. You know, the drive on that. Part right to left low to and over. Get the catch. Second out. The inning. Putting off now. Top of the order. Shogo Akiyama. That single in the 5th to push his hitting streak up to 12 games. For 3 on the day. Pitch fouled off down the 3rd base line. For 1 here. Bounce top of the 7th. Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. 1.
No ball.
For that curveball. Changeup at least. Swung right over it. 0-2. Hart. Ball bounced away from him, but it did not matter. Off pitch. 0-2. Strike 3 on that outside 2-seamer.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Second of the inning.
for the traditional
We're going to go to the 7th inning stretch. Cincinnati still up 1-0 here at Progressive Field. Mil Reyes. 2 strikeouts to his name on the day.
the designated hitter.
Stepping in the Indians.
Reyes.
This is Matt Bowman up in the bullpen for Cincinnati. On the 7th here, Jose De Leon staying on like Hunter Wood. Missed outside on that fastball.
No
And
strike.
no, Rizal Iglesias, the closer for Cincinnati. Bowman, both righties up in the bullpen. No pitch. The curveball just misses on the inside corner. But now here to Franmil Reyes. Reyes off to 250 on the year. And for that 10th home run. Gonna get it on that 82-mile-an-hour changeup. 1 here. Going up to 15 pitches. I wonder if De Leon doesn't get through this inning. Gonna go to another pitcher, potentially Bowman. Reyes fouls that off. The grounder down the 3rd base line. I'll knot it up at 2. On to the 7th. Here's the pitch. The curveball, another strike 3. Change up there. De Leon's first strikeout on the day.
The third baseman.
Nice little jump off the mound too, as he was high and excited. Go. The baseman of the Indians, Jose Ramirez, struck out and grounded out for 2 on the day. They changed that as he fouls off that high upstairs fastball at 96 miles an hour. There's up to 8 home runs on the year. in 22 ribbies as well. Jose's with the bat. Here to pitch. The four-seamer. I fouled off. Harris finds himself in the hole 0-2. One out in the bottom of the seventh. 2 pitch. Like a changeup. Harris fouled it off. Pressed into the first base stands nearby. First pitch from De Leon.
Ball.
Side slider got away from him. Then 2 here. To get him, it's a 2-seamer. Let's get that result. He strikes out in the second batter of the inning for his second on the night.
Second baseman.
And for 2 strikeouts, have Cesar Hernandez, the second baseman, in for the Indians. Hernandez 0 for 1, had that walk earlier on. First inning. Pitch gonna lay down a bunt, tried to do that earlier on. There's Leon, not gonna make it in time. It's gonna be a single. Indians' second hit of the day. Bunt single by Cesar Hernandez. And Luplow, the left fielder. It's gonna come in now. For 2, he had to fly out and he popped out.
One of those controversial decisions by a batter. I know it's not a no-hitter, but even in a one-hitter situation, you've got a guy laying down a bunt. It's hard to fault him in this 1-0 game. The Indians are literally the proverbial bloop and a blast away from taking a lead in this contest. They needed a base runner, and they've got it.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. The pitch from De Leon. Side fastball. All the way. And is now 0-2 back. 25 pitches here. On with the 7th. 0-2 pitch. To get him to chase that changeup. Foul ball.
No.
Side.
Plain 12.
Like another fastball. Away from him. 1-2. Flo gets on base here. It's like I say that he does hit up the middle, first and second now. Outs in the bottom of the 7th. We got a decision here. David Bell, the manager, go to the bullpen early, and you try let Leon get through this inning. It's 1 out. You got Roberto Perez, the catcher, 0 for 2 on the day, had 2 flyouts. Singles now, second and first. Outs in the bottom of the 7th. Perez doesn't have the assist-looking batting average, now down to 190 after his 0 for 2 performance so far. Swinging the bat could be 3-1 Cleveland. A fastball. Get that strike call, 0-1. Oh, inside fastball. Still same speed at 96. Gonna miss here by Perez, and it's 0-2. More strike. Leon gets out of this jam.
Ball.
Inside fastball. And 2. He's been doing fastball so far. I wonder if he's setting up for another breaking pitch or trying to blow by the catcher here. And 2. That is strike 3 on that 84-mile-an-hour slider. All 3 outs came via strikeouts. Through 7 here, Cincinnati still leads 1-0 here. Rest of 2.
Your attention, please.
For the 8th year, Dominic Leon, you see his stats here.
Number 53.
Had 0-0, 2.71 ERA. This guy for the Indians right now. To hold off the Cincinnati offense, who hasn't had much life since the first inning. Nick Senzel, 1 for 2. In to start off the top of the 8th. First pitch.
No.
Side slider, it was. No. The attendance today, 12,060. The best number for Cleveland, but used to sold out to sell out. It's a field formerly known as Jacobs. Zell lines that one into right field. Get under it. Make the catch. Down here in the top of the 8th.
Number 7, Eugenio Suarez.
Suarez steps in. For 3, had that double, the lone RBI of the day. Off of his bat. Robin Senzel. Suarez fouls that off. 1 here. Suarez 1 for 3 on the day. A 1 pitch from Leon. Get him to chase on that slider. He's tried to do that a couple times. Eddie, batters have held back. And 1 here. This pitch is going to be another cutter. A bit low. 2 now. Maton and Adam Simber, 2 right-handers up in the Indians bullpen. 2 count now. Suarez and Leon, top of the 8th, no line on. Get him to chase on that cutter. 1 for it, and he fouled it off. Inside. That is another shot down to left field. Running track. Luplow makes the catch. 2 outs in the top of the 8th. A close one from Suarez. Had his fair share of home runs for his career. It was just short. Moose, used to call him in Kansas City. Mike Moustakas was in for 2 on the day. Had that walk earlier on. And Oliver Perez up in the bullpen for Cleveland. And close now on the top of the 8th. 0-1 now. Moustakas, Leon, the pitch. Inside cutter. 1-1. 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. Nothing win. Nothing lead. Cincinnati. And to add on here is Moustakas. Hold off on that low slider. Got away from him. 1-1. Side fastball. Tried to get the call. Nothing back from home plate blue. 2-1 here. Nick Castellanos on deck. 1 count now. 2 outs here of the 8th. To get that pitch to go, and it did inside the black. Count now. Too many of them in here. 3-2, 2 outs, top the 8th. The pitch from Leon. Fouled off by Moustakas. It's a bit low, but anything close right now. If you're a hitter, if you're Moustakas, just swing at it. Anything goes here. Inside. Fastball right by him. Strike 3, 95 miles an hour. Top of the 8th here. Strikeout on the day for the Indian pitcher. Through the 8th. Nothing now. Amir Garrett. Now on the year with that 1 ERA. 2 strikeouts, 50 walks. He come in. The Reds. Naquin for 2, struck out, lined out. Reds have more people up in the bullpen. Bottom of the 8th here as the power lefty. For some hands. First pitch from him. And for that outside half of the plate. Righties up in the bullpen for Cincinnati, Pedro Strop and Bowman. Depending on who they could go to the 9th if a save is required. 0-1 count here from Garrett, inside fastball. 1-1. 2-seamer up at 96 on the radar. Quinn looking for his first hit of the night, struck out in the 3rd, and out to Moustakas in the 5th. Garrett, the pitch. So 2-seamer. Quinn got wood on it, fouls off. 1-2. The pitch, strike 3, a slider. I'm chasing Naquin, not happy with himself. That's strikeout. on the day.
Not shortstop.
Break there.
Lindor.
Start of Amir Garrett. His first batter of the day is a strikeout. Now the top of the order. Lindor and Mercado at minimum up here. Lindor 0 for 2 had that walk in the first as Garrett misses on that pitch. I know. This pitch will be inside. 2-0 count now. Former All-Star shortstop, Francisco Lindor. Debuted a couple of years ago in 2015, 2016 to 2019. An All-Star for the American League each year. Look back on that fastball, 95. 2-1 now. They're trying to make quick work of Lindor like he did with Naquin. Closer to that, 98-mile-an-hour fastball. 2-2. And out here in the bottom of the 8th. Indians trying to get second or third hit. First run on the day. Side fastball, full count. Mercado on deck. The Indians' top hitters. Attacked, I might add. Lindor fouls that one off. 2 count now. 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th. It's the shortstop, Lindor. This pitch. Line. That's going to get right past Galvis. Grounder for a base hit. Indians' third of the day. Indians haven't had that many hits. All the hits they've gotten is a bunch of singles. This is something right now. Mercado 1 for 3. That single earlier on in the third. 9 out. Keno first. Elvis Moustakis the 6th. No count here. To Mercado. Fastball down the middle. Strike 1. 95 again. 1-1 count. Right. And you get setting. 1 here. To get into chase on that low outside 2-seam. Held off 1-2. Garrett hasn't gone low yet. If you could go for low and get into a double play, you can get out of the inning. What's gonna matter here is he got them out on that slider. The second strikeout on the slider of this inning. Second of the day for Garrett. Second on the slider. Steps in. Switch hitting first baseman Carlos Santana. Raisel Iglesias comes in for the Reds. I have him have the 4-out save in this situation if they hold on to the lead. He's going to have to versus a tough cast in Santana, Reyes, Ramirez, and Hernandez. Santana kept silent today, 0 for 3, grounded out in the 6th. From Iglesias, 95 sinker, first strike. Man on first, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th at Progressive Field. Catch partner Connie, that's 10th K by Reds pitching. Now all knotted up at 1-1 here. You see Santana. It's pitch. All inside, 2-1 count here. This ball got away from him. That's going to be a pop-up left field. Castellanos running under it. The Indians wandered in the 8th. Still 1-0. Castellanos fan meter. Elvis coming up for the Reds. Is worth here through 8 at Progressive Field. Castellanos 0 for 3 on the day. Flew out in the 6th. Ronick Leon staying in for the Indians. In for the Tribe. There's 2 people in the bullpen. Come out if he has any trouble. Phil Maton, Adam Sember. Both right-handers. Both could be called on and both could be used. 1 count here. Down to Castellanos. 2-for-3 on the day.
Ball.
Away from him on that cutter. 1 all knotted up here at 1, top of the 9th. It's going to be lined into center field for a base hit. Castellanos first of the day. The Reds have a man on first, no outs here in the top of the 9th, starting to work on getting a rally. Scored in the first inning, they've done nothing since. They've done little since. Josh Van Meter, 0-for-2, we had that walk in the first inning. Was in against Leon. That first pitch strike on that slider. Van Meter struck out in the 4th. Out to Ramirez. 3 innings ago.
No.
That inside. 1-1. Swing.
Plain throw. 1
High
ball.
fastball away. 1-2 here. Now I'm going. The punch out.
Ball.
Gonna get him chasing on that fastball. 1-2.
Ball.
Inside again. 3-2. Another full count. Galvis on deck. Galvis had that opportunity in the first with the bases loaded. He didn't do anything with it. It's fouled off again. 10 meter. 2 pitch. Be lined. It could be fair. It is not. Sliced a bit too far to the right as Van Meter pulled it. Oh. Another scoring opportunity. It's an extra base hit for the Reds. A foul. At Josh Van Meter. Sayano still at first. Down from Leon. 2 pitch. Can be popped up into shallow left field. Luplo gonna run on. He's gonna make the catch. Back to first goes Castellanos. Just out.
The batter, number
Top of the
3,
9th.
shortstop, Freddie Galvis.
Here for the Indians. Galvis. 0-for-3 on the day. Had that out innings ago. Take that first pitch cutter. Go inside, strike 1. Zayano's still on first, getting the look down from Leon. Next pitch. Oh. Oh. And 1 count here. 1 count here to the former San Diego Padre. That is another up to the right center field. Naquin gonna run onto it. He's gonna make the catch, second out. The inning.
Now batting, the catcher, Tucker Barnhart.
Tucker Barnhart. 0-for-3 on the day. He struck out in the 7th. Still looking for his first hit of the day. Struck out twice so far.
Ball. 1 ball.
That
No
outside pitch for a ball. A no count. Line that one out to center field. That's going to go down for a base hit. Stayanos going to hold on at second, and we have first and second, 2 outs. Aristides Aquino. This is the spot the Reds wanted to be in. Still has the power. This game wide open. 2-for-3 on the day. That single in the second. On first and second, 2 outs. First pitch. That is going to be from the left field. That's going to be gone. I called it. 4-0. Cincinnati. Aquino 6th on the year. 81 feet. Leon in. They paid the price. Aquino rounds third base. Comes in to score. It's now up 4-0 in the top of the 9th. Exactly what the Reds wanted. That's what they got. The completely no doubt looked like a fastball or a hanging pitch. Joe drove it, pulled it to the wall in left field. That resulted in 3 runs.
Now pitching.
Indians have to go to the bullpen. Latin in. Not the best pitcher. You see by the stats, 13.5 ERA. In this case, best they could do. Kiyama,
Now
1 for 4.
Number 4.
Ball.
That outside pitch.
1-0.
Ball. It's now up 4-0 thanks to that Aquino 3-1 run blast. Kiyama 1 for 4. Today had that single in the 5th.
Down low.
Oh, inside. Gonna be too low for the ump. Oh no. 91 from Matten. Bringing a miss from Akiyama on that fastball, high outside. 2-1 here. Seeing the Reds' 6th batter of the inning. 2 outs. For singles, and then eventually that Aquino 3-run bomb. Puts it in the deficit. That's going to be a grounder to Door on the run. Going to throw to Santana. He's going to get him by a step. It's the end of the inning. We can't end this inning without talking about Aquino again. Had that 3-run home run. It's now up 4-0 as we go to the bottom of the 9th. It's keeping on. Iglesias is going to go for that 4-out save. Have Reyes, Ramirez, and Hernandez. Reyes 0 for 3 on the day. Out 2 innings ago. Reyes looking for his 10th home run on the year. He has the power. He has the potential. Can he do it? Gonna do it on that pitch. Takes that slider for a strike. 1 here as the Cleveland Indians are down to their final 3 outs. Here, their home stadium. The 1 pitch here. Count on that inside fastball. Iglesias the pitch. Gonna be a swing and a miss. 80-mile-an-hour changeup fooled Reyes. Thought it was a fastball. 1-2 here. For his 2nd punch out on the day. Iglesias, he's gonna get it. 2nd punch out on the day for him.
Now that is third base.
5th punch out. Emil Reyes here.
No ball.
Have a sombrero, and I believe we do. 1 pitch here. Ramirez 0 for 3 on the day. He struck out earlier on in the 7th as well. 1. I'm gonna swing and foul off on that outside low changeup. Their minimum to get some contact. Got it. Dribbler into the shift. Gonzell to Moustakis. 2 outs here, down to their final out. Indians. From Cesar Hernandez. Hernandez for 2 on the day. Walked in the 2nd, struck out in the 4th. Pitch from Iglesias. Hernandez going to go for another bunt. A nice bunt in front of the catcher. He's going to make it 2 bunt singles in the same game.
The left fielder, number 8.
Hernandez. I guess Hernandez thought if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Get down a bunt. The 2nd hit of the night. And Lucklow coming in now. 2 for 3. Indians trying to start out a rally here with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th. Iglesias up to 12 pitches. There's Tuluplo. Be grounded. That's going to be up the middle. The Indians still have some life. 2nd and 1st here. 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. That's what the Rays did. They got 2 singles on. And Keno hit a home run. Perez do the same? Well, we're going to find out soon. So Perez, the catcher. Again,
Now,
Joe Stroke coming in. The bullpen, the Reds to get that final out. Much to handle for Iglesias. Just have to go to the bullpen, get a fresh arm. Stroke stats on the right here, 1-0. 7 for 14 on save opportunities. As I mentioned, Roberto Perez coming in for 3 on the day. Flyouts and a strikeout. Strikeout happened 2 innings ago. And you get some sort of life here for the Cleveland Indians, who are down to their final out. Pitch.
Ball.
To get that call on that inside cutter.
No strike.
Inside, 1-0. Final 3 strikes here. That's all the Indians are down to.
We're playing 11.
Another inside pitch. Perez got the swing and a miss. 1-1 here. Under the 9th, 2 outs at Progressive Field. The foul here, and onto their final strike in the form. Roberto Perez. Heads up 4-0 here after that 3-run home run from Aquino. Be the player of the game if it ends on this pitch here. Off pitch. That's strike 3, Stroke. It's the save. It's the first game. Hiable, the Reds get 4 games to nothing. Aquino, the outfielders celebrating, everyone coming in. Reds, though they were plagued by injuries, Sonny Gray and the Bruce showed up tonight. And the Indians in their home stadium for nothing. Santana, Shields, Clevenger, let them walking down. Cleveland at 6 hits. They are 94 runs on 7 hits. Team goes to Gray. Loss goes to Plesac. Dave here goes to Stroke, his 12th on the year. Here of the game, Sonny Gray, 5 innings pitched, 1 hit, 6 strikeouts, 2 walks. Thought it would be Aquino after that 3-run home run. Only the game thinks otherwise.
For Cleveland, no runs, 6 hits.
To the highlight reel here earlier on in the day, first inning. Whereas double to center off the wall resulted scoring run from Nick Senzel. It was 1-0. Put it out early. Here we got Plesac kicking out. Bringing Moustakis on a late fastball for the 5th here. The strikeout. Time Perez from a chasing slider. Into the 7th. Now top of the 9th. The blast that opened this game wide open. 381 feet off the bat of Aristides Aquino. Left field. Hurons. 4-0 Cincinnati. How can we forget about this final strikeout, Perez? A fastball, swing and a miss. So, with the gun, Stroke. That's the end of the game. Cincinnati, 40-0. Here, we're going to have Tampa Bay Rays, Boston Red Sox, I believe, both Big Fund and Sudakif are in for the call.
You believe correctly. Kyle.
The next game, how's that game going to start out? Pitching.
Well, it's going to be an interesting one. We got 2 pitchers going 2 different directions. We got Charlie Morton tied for the AL lead with a 6-1 record, going up against Nate Eovaldi, who has been struggling mightily, 0-6, the 5.44 ERA. There's talk that Ron Ranicky might consider moving him back to the bullpen, where he did experience some success, but we actually need to make some adjustments to these Boston Red Sox before we get underway. Got a couple of housekeeping things to take care of. We try and do things as best as we can here in the Major League Ball world. Of course, Chris Sale, we got him in AAA because he can't pitch in real life. So we need to do a couple of things with the bullpen. We need to option down Teddy Stankovic because in the real world, Teddy is signed with a team in the Mexican League, so probably shouldn't be here. We can option him back, and we'll have to call up 2 arms because the Red Sox are 1 short. I'd love to see the relievers. I don't know what's up with Hildenberger, but let's see. We can get Austin Bryce up here. I'm not sure where Darwin's in. Oh, he's on the IL. That's why he can't. Oh, that's unfortunate. Let's go for Bryce for sure. Yeah, they have a lot of low game overall pitchers on the 40, but you work with what you got. So definitely Austin Bryce. Thank you, Garrett. And the other of the options, well, they are full up. No, they actually have a spot on their 40. So let me see real quick what Trevin Hildenberger's deal is. If he was hurt, if he was just a minor league invite, because if the spot's open, the spot's open. Is he hurt? He signed a minor league invite deal. I see nothing wrong with giving Hildenberger some run. He was, he's signed with a chance. There's someone's on the long-term IL, so that'll be a problem for the later Red Sox. But if you want to give him a better bullpen, and for a team that's struggling, they've lost 8 of 10. Well, Hildenberger and solve problems later. They've definitely got other relievers that can be knocked off the 40 later on. So let's add Mr. Hildenberger to the 40-man and the Major League roster. Oh. Yeah. Great.
Who would you like to drop off the 40-man to make room for Trevor?
Don't need to drop anyone. I believe Bogarts is on the 60-day, so that's going to be a problem for later.
Oh, got it.
There's a free spot for Hildenberger, so we can, whenever Bogarts comes back, a low on the totem pole guy can be PFA'd or outrighted or whatever. So yeah, that looks great with Bryce and Hildenberger, and then we just wanted to get Michael Chavis in the lineup, at least get the right-handed lineup sorted out before we got going. There's no way reason Sue Lin should be in for Chavis. Just be just right at the bottom there, that's fine. And then left that's it. It was just and then left DH, let's get left DH Verdugo in for Chatham, and then flip Pilar and Verdugo defensively, and then that's all the changes. And go. All right.
Play ball. But we got any uniform requests? Classic roads?
I think that looks just fine. Very much.
Do you know the weather in Boston?
In a second. It is 53, partly cloudy.
Let's play ball. I'm looking forward to the call.
Toss it over to our play-by-play man for the afternoon, Scott Skudakov. Scott, how are you doing?
Thank you very much, Eric. Happy to be here. ML Ball on Twitch this late afternoon. Got about a 5:30 Eastern first pitch here for this American League East matchup between Tampa Bay and Boston. The Rays currently 26-23 in second place, 3 games behind the first place Yankees. The Red Sox sit in fourth place at 20-28. They're 8.5 back right now of Boston. And Eric, you mentioned it a few moments ago. Red Sox struggling, having lost 8 of their last 10, and going to turn it around here at Fenway Park.
The Red Sox coming into this one just getting smacked in Texas over the weekend, had an off day to lick their wounds. There's another guy who's been struggling mightily, just was getting on it as we were doing the roster, was Nate Eovaldi. 0-6 with a 5.44 ERA in 9 starts. The whip is about league average. He just hasn't had it. He hasn't had the help from the Red Sox offense, which has also been struggling, which we'll get into as the game goes on. But I'll set you up to get things going with Kevin Kiermaier for Tampa.
The leadoff hitter, the center fielder. And the first pitch from Eovaldi on the afternoon is fouled away. Kiermaier hitting .217 on the year, 7 home runs and 15 runs batted in for the left-handed hitting center fielder. Another look at the starter Evaldi, 0-6
First
on
pitch,
the year.
7-11.
Comes home with the 0-1. The fastball in on the forward portion of the strike zone to make it 0-2. 46 strikeouts, 12 walks in 44 2/3 innings pitched this year for Evaldi. 0-2 on the way to Kiermaier. And fouled off the left side as Kiermaier stays alive. Willie Adames and Austin Meadows to follow here for Tampa. 2 again, and another foul ball turned down the right field line by Kiermaier.
Kiermaier always has been a glove first and really a glove second player too. Not necessarily the prototypical leadoff type.
Ings threw that breaking ball, and Evaldi with the strikeout of the leadoff man, Kevin Kiermaier.
Batting second, the shortstop.
Good start for the 30-year-old right-hander here at Fenway.
Completely fooled Kiermaier with that one way out in front. Now here comes a guy who could ascend to that leadoff spot, Willie Adames.
Adames takes the first pitch in the dirt for ball 1. 303 on the year for the shortstop, 5 home runs and 22 RBI. A defense for the Red Sox here after the next pitch from Evaldi. 1-0, grounded foul outside of first base. Rafael Devers at third base. Jose Peraza at shortstop. Michael Chavis at second. Mitch Moreland at first base. Left to right in the outfield, it's Kevin Pillar, Alex Verdugo, and Andrew Benintendi. Christian Vasquez, the battery mate. Nate Evaldi. Ings through that pitch that was low and out of the zone, does Adames. It's now 1-2.
Adames in the middle of May here with 53 strikeouts coming into this one. He is a younger player, still just 24 years old. But if he wants to really ascend himself even higher, he's going to need to cut those numbers.
Watches a very close 1-2 pitch inside, and home plate umpire Dave Lawrence calls it ball 2. Adames is 4th in the American League right now in hits. 303 average overall. 2 way outside on the count full.
That on-base percentage for Adames, though, clocking in at 363. There is a leadoff hitter, number 2 guy. That's what you love to see at the top of the order.
Off pitch and good patient at bat for Willie Adames. Draws the walk with 1 out here at the top of the first inning.
The right fielder.
Number 20 on the season for Adames. Just getting into that OBP that's going to tick up a little bit from there. That 3 steals could be moving.
Infielder Austin Meadows comes up. First pitch is high and tight. But no, Meadows 225, 9 home runs, 26 runs batted in. We're at first base. Adames evens up at a ball and a strike. Evaldi, that was only his 13th walk shoot of the season. That pitch inside gets away from the catcher Vasquez. To second base goes Adames on the ruled a wild pitch. Look at it again.
Yeah, a couple of those sliders from Evaldi or the curveball actually have just been way off base. He had the one against Adames that was outside on the dirt and just completely lost control of that one too.
Adames is at second base with a count in favor for Meadows, 2-1. Now 3-1. Look at Hunter Renfroe, season with the Rays, waiting on deck. Evaldi with the 3-1. A foul outside of third by the Tampa Bay third base coach, Rodney Linares. Now full. Off pitch. Not hit in the air to right field. Benintendi going back to the track and backs up and makes the catch. Couple of feet in front of the right field wall. Picking up and going to third base is Adames, but there is 2 outs in the inning.
That wild pitch could come back to haunt Evaldi if he can't get Hunter Renfroe out here. Any single now is clearly going to bring home Adames. And he's not standing on third, if not for the wild pitch to Meadows.
Here is the left fielder, Renfroe. His pitch is hit for strike one on the inner half. Renfroe coming off a tough game his last time out against Baltimore, going 0 for 5. 0-5 this season, 5 long balls, 13 RBI. Thomas at third base after his one-out walk. Line foul, 0-2. Aldi trying to get out of this inning. The 0 on the board, and he picks up his second strikeout. Actually, no. Vasquez has to throw down the first as the pitch was in the dirt. He does complete it. The second strikeout retires the side for Eovaldi. No runs, no hits, a walk and a wild pitch, and a man left on base. And we go to the bottom half of the first inning. Scoreless here at Fenway Park.
We'll look now at Charlie Morton, who has been fantastic for Tampa Bay on the mound. This will be his 12th start. The record up at 6-1, tied to the American League lead with those 6 wins. ERA of 2.80, 115 WHIP. That strikeout to walk ratio 77 to 29. He has been a force to be reckoned with at the top of the Tampa Bay rotation.
Quite the year for the 36-year-old right-hander. Morton will deliver the first pitch of his outing to Jose Peraza. 0 for ball 1. The 6 wins, tied for the league high. He is second in the American League in strikeouts with 77. Third in innings pitched at 64 to third. 1-0 on the way to Peraza. Kicking ball, fouled away by the shortstop. Peraza joining the Red Sox at the tail end of the actual year, and in December. It swings and fouls it away, going down to one knee. Now, in the starting lineup with the injury to Xander Bogaerts. 60-day DL. His pitch, watched it high. Count even, 2-2.
Peraza is one of those guys who such a high ceiling as a prospect, it almost became impossible to live up to when he made his way from the Dodgers to the Reds initially.
And Morton gets him swinging. Ball dipping low out of the zone. Strikeout of the outing for Morton to be that split-fingered fastball. The righty. Steps Andrew Benintendi. 1 out and 0 on, and he goes after the first pitch and waves at it. 55 to start the year for Benintendi. 5 home runs, 17 runs batted in. Deuces a chopper to the right side. It's Lau, the second baseman, on the first. Time for the second out.
The designated hitter, J.D.
The Bay has Diaz at third, Adames at shortstop, Lau at second. Boy at first, Renfroe, Kiermaier, and Meadows left to right in the outfield. Zeno, battery mate of Morton. As you might expect, bright spot in the Red Sox season so far. J.D. Martinez, 310, 14 home runs, 29 runs batted in. It's the 1-0 high, 2-0.
With Martinez, you've got the OPS up at nearly 1,000 in the middle of May.
It's the 2-0 pitch on the inside corner, 2-1. In the American League in slugging percentage.
And that's the value of paying a DH like J.D. Martinez, who holds up nicely there.
Checks his swing. Dave Lawrence says ball 3. It's 13 slugging percentage on the year for Martinez. It's his swing again, and they appeal, and ball 4. Martinez works the 2-out walk, his 18th free pass of the year.
Good plate discipline there by Martinez. Morton just trying to work him inside. Took a couple of check swings to get him there. Gets himself on base. We're at the part of the Red Sox lineup. It's had the most success so far. No surprise that it's the middle, but there's been a lot of lack of success on the outside.
Phil Devers strike one, the third baseman. 72 average, 6 long balls, 26 driven in. Put inside for ball one now to Devers.
And with, of course, Mookie Betts a month and a half or so into his tenure as a Los Angeles Dodger, Devers is one of those standard bearers for quality Red Sox youth.
Devers watches the 1-1 way outside. Mookie in his first year so far with the Dodgers, 288 batting average, 7 home runs, 16 RBI. Maybe not performing his potential just yet out in California. Nice play on the backhand by Adames on the second base to retire Martinez at second. And the 2-out walk does not hurt Charlie Morton. No runs, no hits, walk, and a man left. 1 full inning in the books in Boston. No score. The Rays and the Red Sox.
Just circling back a moment to Mookie Betts in Los Angeles, I think part of the reason that his counting stats are on the lower side, Dave Roberts is using him as a leadoff hitter. Not really the kind of guy you would look at and see leadoff hitter, maybe a 2 or a 3, but Roberts wants that bat at the top.
He did spend a lot of time in Boston as a leadoff man. His power and RBI skills improved, got moved down in the lineup, obviously to the 4 spot at different times. And Choi, getting off for the Rays here in the top of the second, is quickly down on the count 0-2. Baldy.
I got the count 1 and 2.
Full of strikeouts in the first inning, allowed the 1-out walk, but fly out and a strikeout ended things. Choi having a very good season, 315, 10 homers, 28 runs batted in. 1-2 from Evaldi. And he gets him to chase it up high. Swing and a miss. 3rd strikeout for Nate Evaldi.
This is the kind of start that Evaldi really needed. I'm sure he's been frustrated with himself pitching the way he has so far this season. There's been rumblings that his rotation spot might be in jeopardy, and he's pitching like he knows it.
Steps Brandon Lau, the second baseman, 290, 7 home runs, 15 RBI, the former Maryland Terrapin. One low and away. So,
not a lot of usual baseball quality out of the University of Maryland. I'd say probably the best example so far, probably Eric Milton, but Lau has a chance to be the best.
Finds one foul down by the tarp area at Fenway. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Lau.
Of course, Adam Kolarek, as a loogie for the Dodgers, had a good run last year.
A ball right side, playing deep at second base was Chavis. On the first to retire Lau, 4-3. And 2 up and 2 down here for Evaldi.
The third base.
Top of the second inning.
Yandy Diaz.
I'll bring in Yandy Diaz. The third baseman is hitting .264, 1 homer, and 12 runs batted in his second season with Tampa. The first pitch breaking ball lined into right field, base hit. Up quickly by Benintendi. First hit for either side.
Look at Diaz up to a 9-game hitting streak. Well done for him. But it's really surprising to see him struggling so much with the power.
Diaz at first with 2 down for Yoshi Tsutsugo. Tanner fouls it off the left side. DH, 245 batting average. He has hit 5 home runs, 21 runs batted in. Aldi delivers and fouled again. Left side.
What about that?
The 0-2, wasted pitch there by Evaldi, trying to get him to chase. Sox just 7-12 at Fenway Park this season. Two in the air, deep to right field. Benintendi has to his horse and reach up and make the play for the third out. So 2-out single by Diaz, but he is stranded at first. Still no score as we move to the bottom of the second inning.
Leading off for the Red Sox.
Get towards the bottom of the Red Sox lineup, you're going to run into a couple of guys with better on-base percentages than slugging percentages. Really, two guys that you wouldn't expect to have that problem, but here in the middle of May, it's just been a bit of a power outage.
Moreland leading off for Boston here in the home half of the second. The .224 average for the first baseman. 5 home runs, 16 runs batted in. Charlie Morton only allowed a 2-out walk in the first inning. Comes the 1-0.
2-0.
Oh, and a bit away. Balls, no strikes to Moreland, who only played in 91 games last year. With some injury troubles. Low, grounds it up the middle. The shift was on. That's the second baseman, Lau, with a jump throw to first to get Moreland. Good play by Brandon Lau, who is up the middle against Moreland.
Looked like it might have been Adamas with Lau deep in the hole. Couldn't quite tell.
We need faster camera cuts from our production crew.
Work with what we've got here.
It's Pilar.
Oh, that's out.
So you're right. You're definitely right, because I was just switching the shift the wrong way, which is issue maybe a bit with our vantage point. We're watching the game from behind the pitcher, but then somehow our vantage point switches completely behind the catcher. You're usually just stuck in one place when you're broadcasting a game.
And new technologies, it's 2020. Everybody's trying out new stuff.
I'm going to call that 6-3 on that. Just out of the inning as the count is 2-1 to Kevin Pilar. First season with the Red Sox, coming over from the Giants. And drive down the left field line. It hooks fair. It's on the chalk out there. Renfroe banking into the wall, throws it into second base and diving in with a head-first double is Kevin Pilar.
The catcher,
Pizza hitting there from Pilar to get out in front of that Morton pitch, just to keep it fair down the line, even with the short dimensions on the line here at Fenway. An easy double for Pilar's speed.
Jim Vasquez now up with Far at second. The Monster getting the crowd into it here at Fenway Park. With Pilar's 8th double of the season. Vasquez goes after the first pitch, in the air to left center field, and up to the wall, reaching up, not able to make the play is Kiermaier. It's Renfroe who goes and gets it into third and heading home. Nope, getting held at third base. Pilar, he had to hold up on this one. It was right at the wall. Kiermaier almost made the play. Great job by Renfroe getting over there quickly. It holds Pilar to third base.
I think that's just bad base running from Pilar. Even with the strange dimensions of Fenway Park, there's no reason it shouldn't be halfway on that. If Kiermaier makes the leap and catch, you've got more than enough time to get back to second. Reasonably, Pilar could have been 3/4 of the way to third. He should be in the dugout with a run scored and rely on the offense to get him there now.
Alex Verdugo coming up with 2 on in scoring position. Only 1 out in the inning. The back-to-back doubles by Pilar and Vasquez. And rarely, you won't see a run scored there. Verdugo, inside-out swing, looping it to left center and down in front of Renfroe. It'll score at least 1. It's all holding at third base is Vasquez. RBI single for Verdugo, his 10th RBI of the year.
It's a nice sight to see for the Red Sox, who are trying to just bounce back. Pretty rough skid, 2-8 over their last 10. Particularly a guy like Alex Verdugo, who cost them quite a bit. They need his bat to get going.
Chavis, a late addition into the lineup today. The initial depth card had Zue Lin a ninth playing at second base, but this inserted into the lineup about an hour and a half before first pitch.
Nope, that's down.
Looking low, 2-0. Davis has done well over his last 3 games, has driven in 4 runs. Hugo at first, Vasquez at third, a run already in here in the home half of the second for Boston. This fouls it off, and it's 2-1.
Chavis, like Verdugo, here at the bottom of the Red Sox lineup, going to need to be a young bat that really turns it on if the Red Sox get back to being regular contenders.
They'll hold up the swing, and it's 3-1. Morton coming in today, 6-1, 2.80 ERA, one of the best pitchers right now in the American League, having some league game struggles here in the second. This gets it in the air to right center field. Kiermaier back to the track. Backing up from third is Vasquez. He will come in to score easily. The sacrifice fly by Michael Chavis makes it 2-0 Red Sox.
That's a good piece of hitting there from Chavis. Didn't try to do too much with it. Didn't try to force it into the gap. Just knew that anything reasonably hit into the outfield would get a second run home. Try to play the hero. Just tried to play smart.
Remember, the first out of this inning was a great play by Willie Adames, coming a base hit from Mitch Moreland. Jump throw. For that, this inning could have been here for Boston. Baza steps it up in the infield. As the third baseman, the call and the catch. That'll wrap up the second, but the Red Sox played a pair, dealt by a couple of doubles, an RBI single by Alex Verdugo. Sacrifice fly by Michael Chavis. 2 innings have been played at Fenway Park. Sox 2 is nothing. ML ball, Major League Bot Ball here on Twitch. This Tuesday afternoon, early evening.
Just a reminder, folks, if you're watching in the stream, please remember that not only are we doing this as a volunteer venture, we're also doing it for charity. Please consider a donation. Meals on Wheels.
Thank you very much. That is Eric Garment, my podcast partner. I'm Scott Sudakovsky. The shift is on for Mike Zunino, the catcher, being off for Tampa Bay here in the third. One from Evaldi. Into left center field and sticking the glove out to make the catch was Kevin Pillar.
Nino is kind of like Jose Peraza in the Red Sox lineup. A guy who just, such lofty expectations about him. Of course, Peraza between the Dodgers and the Reds, Zunino in Seattle, and just could not live up to the expectations. And, they've been serviceable players, sometimes above serviceable, but, just trying to right their respective ships in new places.
Look at the current American League East standings with Tampa Bay 3 games behind the Yankees. The Sox in 4th place. And Kiermaier fouling off the first pitch. He's 0 for 1, struck out in the first inning. One of 3 strikeouts for Evaldi here today. Comes the 0-1.
1 ball, 1 strike.
And 1. Bo has fared well against division opponents so far this year, 10-6. Red Sox are 8-11. He gets strike 2 on a 98-mile-per-hour fastball.
Evaldi's pitching with confidence here now that he's got a 2-run lead staked behind him.
Delivers the 1-2, and it's high. 2 is the 40th pitch. The outing for Evaldi, and that last one was 99 on the radar gun. Meyer, though, fighting in this at bat, the count's full. Thomas is on deck. 2 pitch, off the end of the bat. Seen fastball at 99 miles per hour again for Evaldi.
Kind of the at bat that Evaldi needs to win if he wants to get himself righted this season.
Pitch low in the zone, and going at it was Kiermaier. Misplayed in center by Verdugo. And into second is Kiermaier with the blazing speed. It's going to be a single for Kiermaier and a misplay by Verdugo in center. Allows him up to second base.
No need for Verdugo to misplay that one at all. A single right in front of you. No, I don't know what he was doing running in like that.
Thomas takes a first pitch inside at 100 miles an hour. So Evaldi, you're right, is pitching with some confidence here with the lead in the third inning. 1-0. Line drive, foul. Base umpire looking out of the way. Thomas walked his first time up. 1-1.
That's ball.
Kicking ball. Still inside. Like it had caught the strike zone, but ball 2 by home plate umpire Dave Lawrence.
They're going to find themselves having a good problem before too long when they've got Brandon Lau, Willie Adames, and soon enough, Wander Franco available to play the infield.
All these 2-1 grounded, backhanded by Devers, throws across the diamond in time to retire Adames. That'll be a quick bang-bang play for Rafael Devers at third base.
Great reaction time by Devers on that chopper from Adames. If you can't get the glove on that, gets down the line, no doubt that Kiermaier's coming around to score, cut that lead in half. Valdi gets the pitch with 2 outs.
Austin Meadows, pitch strike. Meyer at second after his 1-out single, moved up to second base on the error by the center fielder Verdugo. Valdi with the look back at second in the 0-1. Pulling away and swinging a miss by Meadows, and it's 0-2. Sox scored 2 runs in the bottom of the second inning and 3 hits to grab this lead. 2. And a miss, strike 3. Eovaldi with his 4th strikeout of the outing strands a man at second base. The second man has been left in scoring position by Tampa. We've played 2.5. Sox in front of the Rays, 2-0.
Much pitching from Eovaldi there, had to fight back. Kiermaier gets a single, no big deal. He advances to second on a defensive miscue. Nothing you can do about that on the mound other than pitch your way out of it. And he got some help from the defense in the form of Devers stabbing that ground ball and then strikes out Meadows. That's the kind of pitching you need.
Lee Morton, first pitch of the third inning to Andrew Benintendi is fouled. Benintendi grounded out to second base his first time up.
1-1.
Oh, in the dirt. Bad offering, 1-1. Pitch on the way and give it in the air down the right field line back to make the play is Ji-Man Choi. For 2 days so far for Benintendi. 53 degrees, partly cloudy here at Fenway Park today. Martinez next up. Ball 1.
As walking back in first, ended up not going further than that as he did it with 2 outs before the fielder's choice.
Ball, that's out.
Pushes it outside to make it 2-0 to Martinez.
This is a big inning.
Devers on deck. E-ball for strike 1.
Beginning for Morton after giving up 3 hits, a couple runs in the second, still pitching from behind. This 1-2-3 shutdown inning would go a long way for him in this one.
1 from Morton and Martinez on the 1 knee. Yeah, good swing on it. Held it off 2-2. Then goes down on strikes on the curveball, 79 miles per hour, low and inside. Second strikeout, Morton.
Big strikeout, too, especially bouncing back from Martinez. A lot of loud contact on that foul ball to come back confidently. The curveball inside speaks a lot to the quality of Morton this year.
Rafael Devers now with nobody on base and 2 down. 1. Devers hit into a fielder's choice to wrap up the first inning. Now down to the count 0-2 as he fouls the next one off. Devers getting on the team in hits with 47 on the year. 0-2 curveball. It's on the ground into center field. A base hit.
Now back.
The shift working against the Rays there, as if Adames is playing more traditional defensive alignment. Might have a chance at a diving play on that one. Instead, playing on the other side of the bag, chance to pick that one up. And even if he did, Devers' good speed might beat it out anyway.
Yep, that ball went out.
Moreland takes ball 1, 0 for 1 with the ground out. Get a miss by Moreland, 1-1. Dale Devers at first base. Does have a couple of steals this year, but has been caught 3 times. He's 1-1. Far inside. 2 balls and a strike. Moreland chases a pitch that was low and fouls it away. 2-2. And Morton trying to get out of this inning. Being at 2-0. You get a miss. Does. Third strikeout for Morton. Runner on first base, Devers, is stranded.
Leading off to the Rays.
To the top of the 4th inning with the Red Sox on top of the Rays, 2-0. Sudakov, Eric Garment with you. Ball on Twitch today.
1-0.
Evaldi's first pitch is low for ball 1. The first pitch of the outing for Evaldi. Not a lot of run, of course. A couple of hits, strikeouts, 1 walk thus far for the 30-year-old right-hander.
Just considering the way Hunter Renfroe made his way to Tampa Bay via trade with San Diego, I got Tommy Pham's numbers up to compare, as that one's fouled off 2-1. Sort of in about the same boat. I'm only hitting .236 with 4 homers and 18 RBI.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Renfroe swings and misses there, 2-2 the count. Yeah, Renfroe 205 entering the day. 5 home runs, 13 RBI. Has run the count full.
No surprise.
First time.
There's no surprise that Tommy Pham was not happy in Tampa Bay, so I'm sure he's happy to be out in San Diego instead, but hasn't found the success yet.
Out away by Renfroe with Choi and Lau to follow here in the 4th. 2 pitch. On ball left side, it's the shortstop Peraza throwing on the run. Retire Renfroe.
Now batting.
Something we've been seeing a lot of across all of Major League Baseball. Pretty aggressive shifting. You see it more so against left-handed batters than you might even normally. Look at a guy like Brandon Lau, who was shifted in his first at bat. The guy who don't necessarily see getting shifted all the time is more of a contact hitter. You see Hunter Renfroe getting the opposite shift there.
Gonna miss by Ji-Man Choi. Saw an update on the minor leagues for the Red Sox. The Tucson Red Sox, soon to be the Worcester Red Sox. Couple of years to Massachusetts, Rhode Island, foul ball, 2. Of course, the Portland Sea Dogs, Maine, formerly an affiliate of the Florida Marlins. A lot of really good players have come through Portland from early days of the Marlins, and of course with the Red Sox. Fly ball to right field, easy play for Andrew Benintendi. 2 down in the 4th inning.
The batter is number 8.
Burrow retired. Evaldi. Steps Brandon Lau, who's 0 for 1. Pitch swinging and a diving play by Peraza. He made the catch in the air.
Another look at that.
A play by Peraza, who's playing to the first base side of second on the shift for the left-handed hitting Lau. And Peraza, the diving stab.
Renicky and Jose Perez are really making me eat my words there. Is questioning the logic of shifting a guy like Brandon Lau. Right
But Eric,
there.
what is Heidi trying to tell us right now?
Probably trying to say the same thing I'm saying, that Ron Renicky's gotten pretty aggressive with the shifting there. Shifting against, you saw the shift on all 3 times in that inning against Renfro, Choi, and Lau. It's been paying off the Red Sox. It hasn't paid off necessarily the form of wins, as the Red Sox coming into this one 8 games under. But, defensively, they're pretty sharp out there.
Kevin Pillar got the offense going in the second inning with a 1-out double, eventually scored on a single by Verdugo. Michael Chavis had a sacrifice fly, brought in the second run. We have the skyline of Boston, the Citgo sign in the distance. There's the 1-0 to Pilar. Balls, no strikes for Giant and Blue Jay. Now at the 50 pitch mark. Bo lined into right center field, and a hit for Pilar. Getting over to cut it off is Kiermaier. He's in, throws to second to keep Pilar at first base, but then Pilar 2 for 2 on the day.
Interesting to me that a guy like Pilar kind of ended up bouncing around. I mean, it was understandable why he got traded from Toronto to San Francisco and getting regular at bats here in Boston, but that wasn't always a sure thing. Kind of had to fight his way into the lineup.
Sox. Bradley Jr. on the bench right now for the Red Sox. 1-0 to Vasquez. On ball left side, Adames slides over, throws to second for 1, on to first in time, double play, 6-4-3. Adames to low to Choi, like that, 2 down.
This is a slow developing double play too, as we take a look at it on a replay. Hit too hard by Vasquez. Adames had to move to his right. Easy throw over to Lau, and good job by Pilar trying to break it up with the slide. Didn't go through Lau, went through him safely, didn't unsafely generate an automatic out at first, but still good arm strength from Lau to finish that 6-4-3.
0-1 to Alex Verdugo. See the shift on for Verdugo. Adames to the first base side of second right now for the left-handed hitting center fielder. Gold in a run back in the second inning.
Nope, at the ball.
1-0 now.
Update our crawl at the top of the screen, because I am realizing it's still saying we got Cincy Cleveland going on, and we sure don't.
Two balls and a strike. People probably saw and realized that it's a different game. No one was confused.
I got 3-1.
It's high, 3-1 to Verdugo. Well, Chavis is on deck for the Red Sox. 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning. 1 delivery. Ain't gonna miss. It's full.
We got that all squared away, sorted out.
Off pitch, Morton to Verdugo. It's up. On left field, it's the third baseman Diaz. Back in the shallow left to make the play. The leadoff single by Pilar. No damage after that. The double play and the pop out. 4 complete innings have been played at Fenway Park. Red Sox in front of Tampa 2-0. It's going to have 7, 8, and 9 due up here in the 5th inning. Diaz, Tsutsugo, and Zunino. Up for Kevin Cash. Tampa Bay Rays. A 6-23 on the year. Sox have full-barreled action in the bullpen right now, although Eovaldi into the 5th inning. 61 pitches. Out just 2 hits, 1 walk. Has 4 strikeouts.
1-0.
Side ball 1 to Diaz, who goaled in the second with 2 outs, but was stranded after blowing batter. Tsutsugo flied out. Ahead of the count now, 2-0. There it is, Martin Perez and Austin Rice Coming up for Boston right now.
Bryce, one of a couple of moves that the Red Sox made today. Justin Bryce and Trevor Hildenberger
That's
coming
ball
up.
3.
Now 3-0.
Red Sox had been a man short in the bullpen. 2-for-1 swap, as it were. They optioned Teddy Stankiewicz back to Pawtucket and brought up Bryce and Hildenberger, who was originally on a minors deal with an invite.
Let's strike 3-1. Usually enough, Stankiewicz was optioned to Pawtucket, and then he quit and joined the Mexican League.
Joining the Toros de Tijuana.
Very, very quick hour turnaround for him. It's the 3-1 pitch. Going to grab it.
Now batting.
It's Moreland up near the camera well.
I think with Stankiewicz, that was just sort of an opportunity that came to him. Red Sox electing to let him go. Clearly wasn't cutting it in the Major League bullpen. Stankiewicz taking his chances in Tijuana instead.
Tijuana is a lot more fun than Boston. Pawtucket. 1 pitch to Tsutsugo is high, 1-1. Flat out to right field his first time, the DH. Through the day, hitting .245. 1-1 off the end of the bat and foul. 1-2. Is first of a 3-game series between the Red Sox and Rays here in the middle of the week. 2 now.
Following these series, the A's will continue on for a 4-gamer at. Like you call that
a
there.
swing. Not able to hold up Tsutsugo, and it's strikeout number 5 for Nate Eovaldi.
Really pitching great here. So back where I was at after this 3-gamer, this will go on for a Memorial Day 4-game set at Detroit, the weekend wraparound. Red Sox will get 3 with the Astros.
5 of Eovaldi's strikeouts, by the way, have been of the swinging variety. On the way to Zunino. Hangs it foul. Looking up out of the way, first base coach Ozzie Timmons.
It's always been one of the big things about Eovaldi, power pitcher, strikeout pitcher. He's shown that here.
The ball right field, Benintendi was well off the line. It's going to bounce around for a while there in the right field corner. Into second and turning for third, and now retreating Zunino after a 2-out double.
The center fielder.
That's where the shift can hurt you. Ron Renicky getting aggressive, bringing the outfield swung around towards left as well. Lucky for the Red Sox that Zunino not much faster than he is, because a lot of other guys, that's an easy stand-up triple.
Third hit of the game for Tampa, first extra base hit. And Kiermaier has one of the 2 other base knocks today. 2 for 2 with a strikeout and a single. Aldi's 1-0. Just outside, 2 balls, no strikes. That cuts fastball. Kiermaier struggling this season with runners in scoring position.
But, nice sunset descending over Boston and some really dark purple hues as Red Sox pulling in this one.
Breaking ball, strike 1. Good placement by Eovaldi. Side corner Apanese. Balls and a strike. At second. Delivery. Fouled off the left side, and Eovaldi now a chance to get another man in scoring position. Tampa has left 2 men on in the scoring position so far today. Meyer close. Good 2.
Lawrence has given some of those pitches as strikes on his left side, but not so much the right side.
It is to one side over the other. Off pitch. Although again, off the left side, as Eovaldi still has the velocity, 97 miles per hour on his 80th pitch of the game. Popped out at 100, of course, here today. 2 pitch in the air, left field. Pilar over near the track, grabs it for the 3rd out. So the 2-out double by Zunino, but he is stranded at second base. Bottom of the 5th inning here at Fenway. Red Sox 2, Rays 0.
Out of that in this game. I think that's the 3rd time a 2-out hit has ended up getting stranded in this one. 4th time if you count base runners in with JD Martinez walking in the 1st, not going any further than that. Outside of the bottom of the 2nd, it has been a pitcher's duel. Morton just hasn't had any help.
Charlie Morton with his 60th pitch of the game, and Michael Chavis turns on one and whacks it foul. This, of course, a first-round pick back in the 2014 Major League Draft. The 1 watches it low, a ball and a strike. A sacrifice fly in the 2nd inning, driving in a run. 1 slashed foul off the right side. RBI for Chavis was his 20th of the season. He has 6 home runs. Entered the day hitting .236. A ball left field. Throw. Out number 1.
The batter, number 3, shortstop, okay.
We've seen impressive pitching. Both teams barely just getting their 3rd turn started in their respective 5th inning. Meyer only having his 3rd at bat to end the 5th. Peraza getting his 3rd with 1 out here in the 5th.
For 2, a strikeout and a pop out to 3rd base. This ball, strike 1 on the outer corner. He comes home with the 0-1, and in the air left field, over to his left, Renfroe. 2 outs.
Easy man in the bottom of the 5th, Hunter Renfroe.
If he can get the trifecta here in the inning. Andrew Benintendi, the batter due. Got out to second base in the 1st inning, popped out first baseman Choi in the 3rd. Pick 1 from Morton. 217 career, the right-hander. He's ahead of the count. Morton is 0-2. 57 pitches, 39 for strikes for Morton. Looking for a very efficient 5th inning. In the air left field, Renfroe is over and under, and the left fielder does complete. Effective here, hitting all 3 fly balls. A 9-pitch 5th inning. Charlie Morton, 5 innings in the books at Fenway. So Red Sox 2, Rays nothing.
7s. That's a jackpot for Morton.
Leading off for Tampa Bay, the shortstop, Willie Adames.
Evaldi beginning the 6th inning, 81 pitches deep in his outing. On the other side, Charlie Morton just 68 pitches. Evaldi's had to work a bit harder. 2 new men up in the bullpen, Ryan Brazier and Heath Hembry, righties. Brazier. Adames leading off for Tampa Bay, down to the count 0-1, now 1-1.
That's another thing we've seen a lot of over the course of doing this Major League ball season here on Twitch. A lot of guys getting up, sitting down, a term that I don't think is necessarily appropriate for on-air discussion, but if you know it in the Twitch chat and you want to get it censored, by all means, say it.
Nope, outside.
Adames walked in the 1st. 2nd on a wild pitch and was stranded at 3rd. Without 2/3, his 2nd time up in the 3rd, and now pokes it through the hole in the right side of the infield. The leadoff single is the first time the leadoff man has been aboard for Tampa Bay here today.
It's a good piece of hitting there from Adames. Flipping it the other way. Oh, that's going to be it. Wow.
Ron Renicky coming out, making a signal for a lefty, although we saw two righties warming, but possible that Martin Perez was ready to go and it sat down. Let's see who comes into the ball game. It is going to be Team Perez. Eric, why don't you tell us about Mr. Perez?
Team Perez, more commonly a starter, is going to be making his 15th appearance here for the Red Sox out of the bullpen. Struggled pretty roughly, not unlike Eovaldi, with the ERA at 5.60 coming into this appearance.
His first pitch is a called strike to Austin Meadows. Eovaldi, 5+ innings, 4 hits, walk, and 5 strikeouts, responsible for the man at first base. Lefty matchup. Good looking circle change by Perez. The bottom of the strike zone, 0-2.
Perez makes sense for Meadows. I guess the logic for Renicky is you get him out there for Meadows and Choi. Deal with Renfroe in the middle.
0-2. Low, and it skips away from Vasquez and up to second base. Goes Adames. Wild pitch for Perez.
Second time that Adames has gotten to move up on a wild pitch. Hit in the first, ended up advancing to third. And then Austin Meadows deep fly out to right, but got stranded. He's got another chance, and this time no outs in the inning.
2 to Meadows. Then foul outside of first. Rays have already left 3 men in scoring position today. Two and away.
Big Guy 73, our resident trivia master, asking in the Twitch chat, who is the Red Sox all-time batting average leader?
2. Ground ball right side. Moreland going to flip it to Perez. It's over the first. Rough time to tag the bag.
Now back.
Moreland go for that himself on the first base, but utilizing his pitcher.
Good job by Perez getting off the mound, getting over there to cover. Moreland could have played it himself. Didn't necessarily want to get beaten in a foot race by Meadows. Might as well take the slightly safer option.
To Renfroe, first pitch, chopper left side, going to score the run. Devers will throw the first RBI ground out. Hunter Renfroe brings Adames home from from third base. Wild pitch, sleeve. It stands here for Perez. The run, a charge to Nate Eovaldi.
It's a good base running all across by Adames, advancing to third on the fielder's choice, coming home on that slow grounder.
15th RBI on the year for Renfroe. Oh, pitch to G-Man Choi, low and away, 2-0. So the base is empty. 2-1 ball game.
Or shut on Eovaldi is in position to win should the Red Sox hold on.
Oh.
3-0. Choi is 0 for 2, a strikeout and a flyout. Of course, both against starter Nate Eovaldi. Looking all the way for ball 4, up and in. Ron Renicky looking out from the dugout.
Now batting, number 8.
Wonder what thought process is going to be right now. Another lefty is coming up, Brandon Lau, and then you have 3 straight righties at the bottom of the order for Tampa. Hembry and Brazier warming up earlier.
I was really frustrated with Dave Lawrence's zone in that at bat. He was kind of nibbling a little bit, but couldn't get any calls.
Straight balls now, delivered by Perez. And Choi talking it over with his first base coach, Ozzie Timmons. Is the 1-0. Slides outside, 2-0. Cutter missing the zone. The 2-0 pitch grounded sharply up the middle, but able to cut it off and make the play. Was this putting it to Peraza for the third out. He's do get on the board though. RBI ground out by Hunter Renfroe. It's 2-1 Boston into the bottom of the 6th inning.
Was the 99th pitch of the day for Boston pitching. That is brought to you by 99 Restaurant and Bar. Bring your NL Bot Ball ticket stub to a participating 99 location for a free order of mozzarella moon.
Incredible.
Had that one set up for a while. I looked at the menu. I thought I might as well have a little bit of fun with it.
E. Martinez quickly down on the count. A couple of swings and misses. Team on top of the Rays, 2-1 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Ground ball left side. Adames gathers, throws. And Martinez out by a step and a half.
Now batting, third baseman.
Morton. The outside of the 2nd inning has been in pretty solid control. 2 runs on 3 hits in the 2nd inning. 2 hits since. Retired. It's in a row. Swing by Devers. Called a strike, 0-1.
Lawrence has been kind of up and down with what he's all his strikes, balls, full swings, check swings.
1-1.
And 1 to Devers, who made it to a fielder's choice in the 1st inning, singled in the 3rd.
2 balls, 1 strike.
All in the dirt. 2 balls, 1 strike. We're putting a run on the board here in the top of the 6th inning as Devers runs it deep in the hole, right side, but that's where Lau is stationed. Down. 7 in a row retired now by Morton.
The first baseman.
Outside of that second, like you were saying, Scott, he has, like the pitcher he has been all season long, the kind of guy who comes in with an ERA under 3 in the AL East.
For the league high in wins with 6 hit in the American League in strikeouts and 3rd in innings pitched.
Nope, that's inside.
All 1 to Mitch Moreland, 0 for 2 on the afternoon or now early evening.
Job in the Twitch chat by EBTO. In the big guy trivia question, right? Ted Williams, the all-time Red Sox batting average leader.
Didn't want to say anything because the answer was just too obvious.
Oh, I can respect that. It's trivia for the fans. We love
Right.
social interaction. And, yeah.
Oh, that's outside.
1 is outside, 2-1.
We'll see if the big guy's got another one up his sleeve.
Balls in a strike to Moreland, now 2-2 as he swings through that one.
The pitch came from
3-mile-per-hour split finger.
Just about 80. There it is.
80th pitch is a strikeout of Mitch Moreland. The strikeout of the day for Morton. He has retired 8 in a row to back 1, 2, 3 innings. We go to the 7th. It is Boston 2, Tampa Bay 1.
It'd be interesting to see Martin Perez continuing to pitch here. And, we've talked about the quirks of Major League Ball. A lot of managers love to use their long relievers more frequently than you might expect.
Pitch from the windup here for Perez, a swing and a miss. A leadoff man, Yandy Diaz, 7, 8, and 9 due for Tampa Bay. In the air to right field, down the line, it slices away from Benintendi and hops into the stands for a ground rule double.
Now batting.
I wonder if that might be end of the line for Perez. Renicky thrusting long lefty to try and start a 2nd inning. And, Tsutsugo, the left-handed bat, he'll get a shot.
A strike 1 on the outside corner to Tsutsugo. Is flied out to right field and struck out swinging the 5th inning against Evaldi. Well, the in line for the victory, 5+ innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. 1 drops in for a portion of the strike zone on the circle change, 0-2.
Great pitch there from Perez. We're clearly looking at something a little harder or up in zone, just dropping that circle change on him.
2 driven into right center field. Verdugo on the chase to the track to the wall, and it's gone. A 2-run home run for Yoshi Tsutsugo, his 6th of the season. The graphic had popped up right before that last pitch that Tsutsugo 300 this year. With runners in scoring position, that's 55 points better than his regular batting average, and he shows why. The go-ahead home run.
That's the kind of guy that the Bay Rays were looking for when they brought Tsutsugo in from Japan. Could play a little third base, could play a little outfield. Rays using him as a DH. And, Tsutsugo had a year in Japan where he had 44 home runs, and that's the power that you see there as it knocks Martin Perez out of the game. We're going to get a look at Ryan Brazier, who is 1-1 with 4.10 ERA across 26 1/3 innings, making his 26th appearance now, doing it from behind. So the strong start from Eovaldi is out the window in the 7th, with Martin Perez giving up that homer to Tsutsugo.
Perez, just 1 inning, faces 2 batters in the 7th, allows 2 runs on 2 hits, walk and no strikeouts. The big 2-run homer a moment ago. Yoshi Tsutsugo. Sure, with the 1-0 is low and away. 2-0 to Zunino, who's 1 for 2 with a double his last time up.
That's got to be disheartening for Eovaldi. You come in 0-6, pitch well, you end up getting pulled in after just a leadoff single. You still leave with a chance to win, and then it just all fritters away on a couple batters. Even on a lefty-lefty matchup too. That's got to be it's got to hurt for Eovaldi.
2 for a strike on the slider there. Nobody out here in the top of the 7th. Swing, the appeal, and Zunino did not go on the slider. The count runs full. 9th place hitter and the catcher, Mike Zunino. Watches strike 3, a 4-seamer right down the middle, 98 miles per hour for the first out.
That's one of those situations where, as a hitter, you're looking to be fooled by something off speed, and instead the pitch that fools you is about as simple as it gets.
To the top of the order, Kevin Kiermaier takes ball 1 in the dirt. Kiermaier struck out in the 1st, singled in the 3rd, was stranded at 2nd. Fly out to left field in the 5th. Follows it back. And 1.
And as a fun viewership note, the ML Bot Ball channel on Twitch, we've just crossed the 24,000 combined viewer mark. So thanks to all of our fans, all of our viewers for keeping on coming back to Major League Bot Ball. Of course, we've got 3 more great games for you tonight. Get you the rest of the schedule later on, as I give Scott this one too.
Strike 3. On the corner, at the knees, Brazier back-to-back strikeouts here in the 7th inning, try to this game to the later innings with Tampa only up by 1.
Ryan Brazier with a couple of strikeouts looking on fastballs. You don't see a lot of that. Those backwards Ks on the 4-seamers, 2-seamers.
Pitch to Willie Adames is inside for a ball. 1 for 2. In the 1st, grounded out the 3rd in the 3rd. Singled and eventually scored last inning. The Bay has taken the lead on a 2-run homer by Tsutsugo in the 7th. Both of the Red Sox runs came in the 2nd inning. Well, the doubles by Pilar and Vasquez, RBI single by Verdugo, and a sac fly by Chavis. Adames during that one.
Now batting, right fielder, Austin.
Busy day for Willie Adames on the base paths. This is his 3rd time up, and the 2 times that he got on before himself to second base via wild pitches. Brazier so far hasn't shown any issues with his control. 1 pitch in the dirt, and Adames could be on the move.
Austin Meadows, the batter, 0 for 3. 1, a high strike. Eovaldi earlier today sitting between 97 and 99 most of the day, and Brazier now up in the upper 90s. 1.
Ball, that's inside.
On a strike now to the right fielder. Those had a very good season a year ago, hit 291 with 33 home runs. Fouls it away, and it's 1-2. Just 225 this year. 9 homers and 26 RBI. Fisher trying to end the inning. 2 grounded foul. We're at first base, Adames. Fisher comes home. Inside, 2-2.
You see the frustration mounting for Brazier. After 2 back-to-back Ks, puts one on Adames, and now struggling against the number 3 hitter in Meadows. Just needs an out pitch, whether it's strikeout on the ground, in the air, anything will do.
Just a bit inside, the count is full, and now Adames will get a head start from first base on the 3-2 pitch.
This is not where Ryan Brazier wanted to be.
He does get the strikeout. Got a miss by Meadows. So all 3 outs recorded. The strikeout here in the top of the 7th for and Brazier, but home run you see on your screen. 2-run home run by Yoshi Tsutsugo to put the Rays in front. A score of 3-2.
Charlie Morton, who's been pitching well all game outside of that second inning, that stretch of double, single, sack, high, has recorded 8 straight. Now he gets to pitch with a lead, and the pitch count's only at 80 through 6.
Pitch is inside, ball 1 to Kevin Pillar here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Diego Castillo and Jose Alvarado are warming up.
The back end of that Tampa Bay bullpen has been extremely strong. Even when you get into the middle relief guys, they have a fantastic pen.
Behind in the count, 2-0 to Pillar, who's 2 for 2, a double and a single as a run scored. Goes after the 2-0 and grounds it to Lau. Goffman retired here in the 7th inning.
You've got Castillo and Alvarado up in the pen. Either of them could be closers, but for the Bay and for Kevin Cash, they're setup guys because they've got Nick Anderson putting down that closer's role. Anderson was acquired from Miami for basically nothing. It feels like the Rays pretty much stole him from their in-state rivals.
We mentioned again on this broadcast today with this great outing by Morton numbers. Forget about Ryan Yarborough, who's leading the American League right now with a 1.44 ERA. 1-0. Got a miss by Christian Vasquez, 1-1. Vasquez is 1 for 2, a double, a run scored, and a double play ball in the 4th inning. The pitch totals there is numbers to start, but he's 6 now here with 1 out in the 7th inning. Vasquez ropes the 1 foul, still 1-2.
Question is going to be for Kevin Cash, where is the end of the line for Morton?
New ball too far inside. 1-2. Sox with 5 hits off of Morton today. Vasquez grounds it foul. Base coach Carlos Fabulous for the Red Sox. 2 delivery. It's for the curveball and drives it into right center field. A base hit by Vasquez. Good job staying back on that curve. And it's in with a 1-out single.
With Verdugo coming up, his bat hasn't progressed in a consistent threat yet. You got lefty-righty, you've got the tying run on base, potentially go-ahead run in Verdugo coming up. Makes sense that this is the spot for Cash to finally pull the plug on Morton after 6 and a third. So Morton will be responsible. Vasquez on first. Presumably, with the lefty Verdugo coming up, we'll see Jose Alvarado, but it'll be a little bit of a wait and see. Instead, it's going to be Colin Poche. Poche broke out a bit in 2019, but he has struggled this year. 0-5 with a save in 2 chances, 4.74 ERA, being counted on. Interesting choice, considering Alvarado was getting loose to go with Poche instead.
Poche's first pitch for Dugo. First pitch swinging and lines it foul.
The number is on Morton shortly as he has gone through 6 1/3, responsible for Vasquez and Harris.
Next one on the way. Dugo pulls it off at the plate, and it's 0-2. Dugo singled in a run in the second inning. 10th RBI of the year. Popped out in the 4th. 2. He chases it high. Strike 3. Getting up out of the zone with a 94-mile-per-hour fastball.
Now batting.
Start for Poche there, getting for Dugo to run up and try and catch up to that one. The numbers on Morton, 6 1/3 innings pitched, 6 hits, 2 earned runs so far. This one is dependent on Vasquez, 4 strikeouts and no walks. For 1 walk.
Walk back in the first inning.
Missed
Out
it.
strike to Chavis.
The upside
Chavis.
is if
Head Eric.
I was going to say the upside is if Poche can get out of this, then you still have 2 bullets in Alvarado and Castillo to unload in the 8th if you need them.
This fouls off the 0-1, 0-2. Second baseman, sacrifice fly for an RBI in the second inning. Flied out to left field in the 5th. Runner at first base is Vasquez. 0-2. 1-2.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Of a 3-game series between these two American League East foes. Bay in second place, 3 games behind the Yankees. Red Sox in 4th, 8.5 back here in the middle of May. 2. This probably swung at ball 2, but close enough as taps it off the right side. Colin Poche. Lefty with the 1-2.
I got to count 2 and 2.
2-2.
Interesting numbers for Poche last year in 51 relief appearances. Picked up a couple of saves, went 5-5, 4.70 ERA. That's a pretty, that's a lot of decisions for a reliever in just 51 appearances. Have the FIP down at 4.08 though.
2. Side low, 3-2. Vasquez will get the benefit of a head start here. Possibly something in the gap could score him. This, though, waves and misses at the high fastball, 93 miles per hour by him. Vasquez is stranded. 7 innings have been played here at Fenway Park. Tampa Bay 3 and Boston 2.
It's confidence from Colin Poche to go back to that same out pitch that he got for Dugo with. High out of the zone fastball on a 3-2. With Peraza, solid contact hitter on deck. The 2 strikeouts and leaves Charlie Morton in position to win. We'll see the Red Sox 3rd pitcher, Josh Taylor.
Another left-hander. Josh Taylor coming in after an inning of work from Ryan Brazier. They're going to face Hunter Renfroe to lead off here. There's a called strike. Brazier, inning, hits, no runs, walks, did hit a man, and 3 strikeouts.
In the pen for Boston, still a couple of righties in Heath Hembry and just called up for Hildenberger, the former Minnesota Twin.
That's a ball.
On a strike to Renfroe, who is 0 for 3, but did drive in a run on a ground out in the 6th inning. There are 2 right-handers. Renfroe coming to Tampa Bay after the last 4 seasons with San Diego.
Outside, that's a ball.
89 home runs in his 4 years. The Padres. 5 so far this year. The 2-1. Powell now 2-2. Renfroe to be followed by Choi and Powell. There's 2-2, and he pulls the string on the curveball. First strikeout for Taylor.
Up next for Tampa Bay.
That's a great pitch from Taylor, getting the right-handed power bat. Renfroe to swing and miss at that curve. Been a lot of strikeouts from Tampa Bay hitters today. They haven't really had the best eye. They do have the lead.
Ninth strikeout. A Tampa batter today is Choi. Strike one on the outside corner. Choi, one of the batters that has not struck out yet today. For two. I mean, he has struck out. He did strike out back into second. He's also flied out. He has walked. Danger striking out again right now. Down in the count 0-2. Miller delivers. There it is. A called strike three. There's 5 consecutive strikeouts in terms of the outs.
Number 8.
Tampa Bay in this ball game is all 3 outs last inning were recorded by the strikeout, and the first 2 here in the 8th.
The last 7 outs in total have all been strikeouts. So is the way here in the late innings.
Count 1-0.
Counting the strikeouts to end the bottom of the 7th inning, delivered by Colin Poche. And Lau is one of the batters for Tampa Bay that has not struck out. 0 for 3 though. There's a misses at the 1-0.
BTO in the chat needs that scoring summary. Top of the 7th, EB, a Yoshi Tsutsugo 2-run homer of Martin Perez got us to where we are.
The air right center field. Verdugo makes the catch. That is the 3rd out of the top of the 8th inning. So the Red Sox come to bat. The bottom of the 8th, trailing 3-2. Top of the order, Peraza, Benintendi, Martinez are due up. The Red Sox started the scoring back in the 2nd inning with 2 runs on 3 hits. A couple of doubles by Pilar and Vasquez. The single by Verdugo and a sac fly. Michael Chavis as Diego Castillo is the new Tampa Bay pitcher.
Castillo making his 19th appearance as a 2.30 ERA for that kind of terrifying back end for the Rays.
Well, Colin Poche did his job, 2/3 of an inning, 2 strikeouts. Closer Nick Anderson warming up, along with the lefty Alvarado. Aza is 0 for 3. With his prior at-bats against the starter Charlie Morton. All that one off at the plate, and it's 1-1. It's pitch. 1-1. Started 6 1/3, 2 runs on 6 hits, 1 walk, and 4 strikeouts. Fouled off. He's took the lead. The top of the 7th inning on the 2-run homer by Tsutsugo. There's a called strike 3, and Castillo is fired up on the mound. The look back there from Peraza.
Peraza, not a huge fan, and it's the same thing. Dave Lawrence, his right-hand side, a little more generous with those edge pitches compared to his left-hand side.
Called strike to Andrew Benintendi. Morton, by the way, is in line for the victory. Eovaldi, the starter for the Red Sox, going to be involved in the decision. Team Perez is on the hook currently. 0-1 to Benintendi. Foul. Benintendi, a rough day, 0 for 3. On the count against Castillo, 0-2. Benintendi swings and misses. Back-to-back strikeouts for Castillo. That's 4 straight Red Sox hitters gone down by way of the K.
Talking about pitching, the matchups are only going to stay good for the Rays the rest of the season. Tomorrow it'll be Blake Snell against Ryan Weber. Thursday, Tyler Glasnow against Marcus Walden.
E. Martinez walked in the 1st inning, struck out in the 3rd, grounded out to shortstop in the 6th. Sox have 6 hits, 4 of them combined by Kevin Pillar and Christian Vasquez.
Is not a recipe for success. You need guys like Benintendi, Martinez, and Devers to contribute.
And 1 swing and a miss. And Castillo 1 strike away from very quick 8th inning. couple of strikeouts and possibly a third. Here's the pitch. Low.
2 strikes.
Those 2, 3, 4 hitters so far, 1 for 9 with a walk. And it's just not going to cut it.
Count full.
Martinez taking the close one, 2-2, and it's now 3-2. Off pitch from Castillo, and got Martinez to chase a bit, but just got the end of the bat on it. And we'll do it again.
Defensive swing on a 98-mile-an-hour sinker, paving away.
Martinez cannot get contact with that one. The slider way outside off the edge. 3 straight Ks for Castillo sends this game to the 9th. Tampa Bay 3, Boston 2.
That's some fantastic sequencing from Castillo. Go low and away with the sinker at 90 feet, and then to come back, same spot with the slider at 89. No chance for Martinez. Red Sox turn to Heath Hembry for the 32nd time this year. Very busy year for Heath Hembry. Getting into this one with an ERA, which it didn't catch it. I saw some of the numbers, and then the graphic was gone, so I fly a little bit blind here.
Fourth pitcher out of the bullpen for the Red Sox as Josh Taylor went the full 8th inning. Strikeouts, that was it. Good up for him out of the bullpen. 7, 8, and 9 due. Diaz, Tsutsugo, and Zunino. And Diaz and Tsutsugo are the difference in this game. Well, it's called a strike as Diaz led off the 7th with a double. It was against Martin Perez, and then the next batter, Tsutsugo, hit a 2-run homer. Has put Tampa Bay in front here in the late innings.
It's been all about the bottom of the order. The only RBI that has come from somebody not hitting 8th or below in this game was the Hunter Renfroe RBI groundout in the 6th. Sugo hitting in the 8th spot with 2 RBI. Verdugo and Chavis hitting 8 and 9 with RBIs for the Red Sox as Diaz flails that slider darting outside. An awful swing.
Good 2. Breeze pitch. The count runs full. There is Tsutsugo, the hero right now for Tampa Bay. His 6th home run of the year. Back in the 7th inning. RBIs 22 and 23 on the year. 2 pitch, swing and a miss. Another strikeout racked up by Red Sox pitching. That is now 11 on the day.
So those strikeouts have come in the last 2 1/3 innings. 3 strikeouts in the 7th, all of them coming from Brazier, 2 from Taylor, and now 1 from Hembry.
Here is Tsutsugo and fouls it off the end of the bat. The home run to right center field, a very deep part of the ballpark at Fenway. 190 or so feet. 1 is fishing, and it's 0-2.
Talking about late inning strikeouts, the last 5 Red Sox outs have all been made via the K as well.
Sox do have 4, 5, and 6 due up in the bottom of the 9th inning. Devers, Moreland, and Pilar. Devers 1 for 3. Pilar for 3, while Moreland 0 for 3. 0-2, and fights it off as that pitch was put in on the hands on Tsutsugo.
Heck of a defensive swing by Tsutsugo, and it's almost incredible that the bat didn't break on it.
Side corner, strike 3. To-back K's for Heath Hembry here in the 9th inning. Door there.
Dave Lawrence deciding to soften up a little bit. That did graze the outside edge, but so far we've been seeing from Lawrence giving those as balls. So Hembry getting a little bit lucky here on the 9th.
1-0.
1 to Mike Zunino. Scott Sudakoff, Eric Garment here with you. Major League Ball on Twitch. Red Sox and Rays. At the top of the 9th inning with Tampa Bay in front 3-2. Sox took the lead initially in the 2nd inning.
2-0.
Put away 2-0. RBI single by Alex Verdugo and a sac fly by Michael Chavis.
2 balls.
Got a miss by Zunino, runs the count to 2-1. Tampa Bay got on the board in the 6th inning. RBI ground out by Hunter Renfroe, but the big inning, the 7th, the 2-run homer. Yoshi Tsutsugo. Big cut and a miss by Zunino, and it's 2-2. Bree strikes out the side here in the ninth inning. Sends us to the last of the ninth. Tampa Bay 3, Boston 2. We'll see if Devers, Moreland, and Pilar can do something for the Red Sox in their last chance.
Remember, everybody, Major League Ball is brought to you in part by Meals on Wheels. We do this here at Major League Ball as a volunteer venture. We also do it to support charity. Please consider giving a donation to Meals on Wheels. As we take a look at Rays closer Nick Anderson, 12 of 15 in save opportunities. This is his 17th appearance. He's in with an ERA a little bit high for a closer at 4.5. We'll see if he can set down the Red Sox here.
First pitch swinging, 97-mile-per-hour fastball by Anderson, not to be confused with the former Orlando Magic shooting guard. Myself, I think, with that reference.
Maybe a little bit.
Those mid-90s Magic teams, that was great. Great time to be alive. Anderson with the 0-1. Inside 1-1. Anderson's 12 saves is tied for 6th in the American League. First 1 for 3, a single in the third inning, his lone hit. Anderson's 1-1. Just outside, 2 balls and a strike to Devers. Sox 20-28 on the year, 8.5 games back of the first place Yankees as Devers takes a called strike 2 on the sinker.
Frame job by Zunino. That sinker looked like it might have slipped low, but the Rays catcher just pulling the glove up enough to get Lawrence to call it a strike.
Anderson with the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Fastball running in on the hands on Devers. It is now 6th consecutive Red Sox that have struck out.
This has just
Save
been
numbers.
just completely inept for the Red Sox at the plate here in the late innings when it's mattered most.
It's Moreland the batter. Ball 1. 7 of the Red Sox 20 wins this year have come at Fenway Park. 7-12. Home on the year. These have played pretty good away from Tampa. 9-12. A 6-23 overall record. Moreland putting on that sinker. Fouling it away, and it's 1-1.
Sitting on it a little bit too trigger happy, just jumping out in front. Tough to get in front of a 95-mile-an-hour sinker, but he managed it.
Anderson's next one. Inside. 2 balls and a strike. Love to get Pilar up. He's on deck. He's been the hot one today with a couple of hits. If Moreland can get on base, Pilar be able to do some damage. One delivery. Side 3-1. Here's a look at the on-deck man, Pilar.
6, 7, 8 is where all the magic's happened for Boston. 5 of the 6 hits contained between Pilar, Vasquez, and Verdugo.
1. Moreland may have been taking almost all the way there. The count is full. 3-2. Pitch from Anderson to Moreland here in the ninth. And a foul. By the third base dugout inhabited by the Rays. Three, 2 again. Moreland just fights off the curveball. Around to get back to the backstop.
Moreland's just trying to get the ball in play. Just break this decrepit strikeout streak for the Red Sox.
He does. That's ball 4. Stops the streak of 6 consecutive Red Sox batters that have struck out. Will represent the tying run and bring up Kevin Pilar. You can see 2 for 3 today. He's raised his batting average 10 points alone in this contest. Did the day at 271.
Off-brand Wally trying to get the fans going here at Fenway. I think that's in Walter.
Wally does have a girlfriend as well, or a sister. I'm not sure which of it is. Pace as Pilar lines it into right field, a base hit. Moreland into second. He's headed for third. Here comes the relay. Moreland dives in safely. And the tying run is at third base. And now the winning run is at first to the single by Pilar.
Huge at bat from Pilar there. Rounded out in his third time up. It doubled and scored in the second. It singled in the fourth. He has been of the lone bright spots in the order for the Red Sox. And here's the other one. Vasquez had a double of his own in the second. It wasn't an RBI double because of a base running hiccup for Pilar, but it singled the ball in the seventh.
Count 1-0.
He-hit game for Pilar. Vasquez, 306. Runners in scoring position this season. And a single today. Tying run at third with one out. So if you're the Red Sox here, you'd be really disappointed if you don't at least force extra innings. Check swing. All that will look to be a bit low. It is 1-1 to Vasquez. Anderson does have 3 blown saves on the year. Vasquez into left field, but it's going to be a bit shallow. Renfroe settles under it, and Moreland has to stay at third. The gasp, the crowd, when they realized that that was not going to be deep enough.
And with Moreland running from third, that ball could have been maybe 50, 60 feet deeper, and it might not have been enough to score Moreland thanks to the mansions here at Fenway Park and the strength of Renfroe's arm.
There's a chance for the newcomer Verdugo to ingratiate himself to the Fenway faithful. It's a first pitch ball, 1-0. Has hit well with runners in scoring position, up over 340 on the year, but a 211 overall batting average. It's 2-0. Will Chavis is the on-deck batter due. Berlin walked with one out. They moved up to third on the Kevin Pilar single. There's 2 down. Last chance for the Red Sox. Hugo fouls it off and 1.
Strong pitch there from Anderson, really attacking Verdugo. Of course, at 2-0, afford to fall behind 3-0. To put a sinker in that spot and generate a weak foul ball like that, good stuff.
Hugo fouls off another one, and the Red Sox down to their final strike. Anderson looking to hammer home his 13th save of the season. Comes set. 2-2 pitch. Verdugo fouls it away.
Just out in front of that
had to work.
Just out in front of that one. If that one gets down the line, that could be game. Are running from first.
2 again. Verdugo in the air, left side, going to reach the stands. Anderson, Verdugo, down ball, third base. Diaz to second to retire Pilar. The Tampa Bay wins this one 3-2. Anderson picks up his 13th save of the year. Charlie Morton gets the win as the starting pitcher for Tampa Bay, now 7-1 on the year. Martin Perez suffers the defeat for the Red Sox out of the bullpen. Red Sox with the runs all the way back in the second inning, shut down that point on. Threatened in the ninth, but Anderson does his job, and Tampa Bay, their 27th win of the season. Frustrating outcome for Ron Renneke and the Red Sox.
Things were looking good for Boston through 6 innings. Had the lead. You were going up against Charlie Morton, even with Nate Eovaldi on the mound. The decision to stick with Martin Perez going into the 7th for his second inning of work, guy that you would normally trust to be able to go multiple innings. Perez, of course, commonly a starting pitcher, then a reliever. Has been working as a reliever in Boston and hasn't had the successes he had previously as a starter in Texas. Renneke sticks with him, only gets to go 2 more batters, doesn't even record an out. The ground rule double to Diaz and the home run to right center by Tsutsugo. And that was all the Rays needed. Relief pitching from Tampa all the way through the rest of that one. Colin Poche, strikeouts in 2/3 of an inning relieving Morton. Diego Castillo struck out the side in the 8th. And despite scuffling his way in the ninth inning, Nick Anderson, as you said, Scott, earning save number 13, getting out of a runners on the corners, 1-out jam.
With the victory, Tampa Bay now 27-23 on the season, have won 8 of their last 11. Red Sox got the scoring started, though, in the second inning. Alex Verdugo, the RBI single after Pilar and Vasquez had both doubled, and then Chavis pulled up the sacrifice fly that made it 2-0 in the second inning. Stayed that way all the way until the sixth inning in this one. Back through the scoring in this contest. And the Rays 27-23 have now won 8 of their last 11 and are 10-12 away from Tropicana Field on the year.
That great diving play by Peraza in the shift in the fourth.
The Bay got on the board in the sixth inning with an RBI ground out by Hunter Renfroe. Got Tampa Bay on the board, making it 2-1. The hit, as we've talked about a couple of times, was in the seventh inning. 2-run homer by Yoshi Tsutsugo. See it right here. Oh, Yandy Diaz would let off the inning with a double. 6th home run of the year for Tsutsugo. Sox with this loss fall to 20-29. They have lost 9 of their last 11. Only 7-13 at Fenway Park on the year. Anderson picking up his 13th save in 16 tries in the bottom of the ninth inning for Tampa Bay as Verdugo grounded out. Win the ball game with a tying run at third. Borland was on third with 1 out. Christian Vasquez flied out to shallow left field, was not able to tag up and score. Did in the Red Sox here this evening for the loss. The victory for Tampa Bay, the first of a 3-game series. The two teams will be back at it the next 2 days. They're on Major League Spot Ball. Rick, any final words about this one here this afternoon and early evening? We saw this one between the Rays and Red Sox.
I think for the Red Sox, missed opportunity jumping out to a 2-0 lead early against Charlie Morton, who's been one of the best pitchers in the American League, and not really able to get anything else going against Morton after the second inning. After Verdugo's single for the 3rd straight hit in the second, until Morton was removed from the game during the 7th, only allowed 3 more base runners. So that adversity, he got himself into 3 straight hits in the second, and completely shut the Red Sox down the rest of the way. And that did not change. When the relievers came in until the 9th, Nick Anderson, of course, having a little bit of a rough time getting his 13th save, but did manage to get there. And for Boston, it's a missed opportunity to add to the lead against Charlie Morton, knock him down a peg, and for Nate Eovaldi, to see his work of over 5+ innings get tossed away. Martin Perez giving up that 2-run homer to Tsutsugo. That's got to be a little more demoralizing for Eovaldi. His rotation spot probably safe, but just doesn't have the offensive help he needed to pick up his first win of the year. Now, we're talking about that, and it's May 19th, and he's still without a win.
We'll wrap this one up again. The Rays 3 runs on 6 hits, no errors. They leave 6 runners on base. Red Sox 2 runs on 7 hits, 1 error. We leave and on base as well. Winning pitcher Billy Morton, now 7-1 on the season. Martin Perez, the loss. I'm not sure what his record is. I don't think people care too much. He's probably 0-4 in a rough year. Tampa Bay now 27-23. Red Sox 20-29 on the season. They'll be back in action against each other the next 2 days in games 2 and 3 of the series. Eric, what game do we have coming up next?
Coming up next, we've got the second of 3 interleague matchups on the ball calendar today. It's going to be the AL West against the NL East. It's going to be the Seattle Mariners visiting the Washington Nationals. It's going to be brought to us by Brother Beard and P. Mr. 3. Before I toss it over to them, Rest of the schedule, 9 o'clock, it'll be the Tigers and the Giants. Eater 45 and Special FX, and then the nightcap, Ball After Dark, will be all in the National League, Phillies and Dodgers with Mike A and TARDIS 16. We do have in the booth Brother Beard, P Mr. 3. What are you looking for in this interleague matchup between the M's and the Nats?
Well, for the Mariners, I'm looking for some sort of life out of the bats. They've been slumping real hard all season, as the Mariners have been want to do about 2 months into the season the last couple of years now. They start off real hot, and then they go on a month and a half long slump, and then never really figure it out. But from the Nationals, we've got Steven Strasburg on the mound tonight, and well, he's one of the best in the game for a reason. It'll be quite the battle for this Mariners lineup to get something together.
Especially with that pitching matchup mismatch, you've got Strasburg going up against Nick Margevicius. He's going to really need to punch above his weight to have the Mariners a shot here. But I think that is going to do it for myself and Scott for the Rays and the Red Sox. Once again, final score: Tampa Bay 3, Boston 2, and we'll pass it on to Brother Beard and P Mr. 3 for the Mariners and the National.
Well, thank you guys. That was a great call. Have a good rest of your day. P Mr. 3, we are here in Washington, in the nation's capital. Myself traveling all the way from the great Pacific Northwest with these Mariners facing off against leading their respective leagues in stolen bases, as we see there getting into this ball game.
It should be a fun night. Pitchers definitely have to be on call tonight, especially with some of the speed on the bases tonight.
Yeah, of course, leading off for the Mariners is going to be their stolen base leader, Malik Smith. He has got quite the legs out there, and he's been on a tear on the base path when he gets on. He tends to turn those either walks or singles into doubles and even triples at times, stealing bases in pairs. We'll see Steven Strasburg on the mound now, making his 10th appearance of the season. Here comes the aforementioned Malik Smith stepping in to start this game off. First pitch from Strasburg is going to be in there, so first pitch at 7:16 here in Washington today. Nationals, of course, leading the East with a 28-18 record. And, of course, I leave off one very huge qualifier, world champion Washington Nationals.
Yes, everybody forgets about that sometimes. Yes, Nats coming into the season as your reigning defending champions in the major leagues.
Malik Smith is going to rip this one down the right field line. It stays fair, so that will be enough to get him into second standing up. Leadoff double here from Smith. That's his 10th of the season.
Yeah, and you were mentioning earlier about the speed. Seattle not really known much for power, so they're definitely trying to rely on the small ball today. A bunch of singles and doubles and just have the hits add up to a couple runs.
In steps the longest of sheds. Smith takes the big lead off out at second. First pitch is going to be outside. Ball one. Shed Long, of course, coming off the bench to fill D. Gordon's role out at second base when he went down with a very bad knee injury that could very well put him on the shelf for the rest of the season. He's on the 60-day DL as it is. And Shed not having the best of luck at the plate to fill that role. Looking to turn it around is the young kid.
Yeah, it's tough to come in and fill in at any time, let alone someone like D. Gorin, who was kind of the heartbeat and one of the key players in this team. So it's definitely a rough start for him, but hopefully he can turn around as we head towards the summer months.
2-2 the count.
So this pitch will miss high. 2-2 is the count now to Shed Long. Swing and a miss. Got him chasing a changeup on the outside corner. Strasburg racks up his first strikeout of the night.
The right fielder, mid.
Yeah, just painting that outside edge beautifully there for the K.
We'll see the right fielder Mitch Haniger step in now. He's hitting .262 on the season. He's leading these Mariners in RBIs with 31. You'll see him swing and a miss at the first pitch here. 0-1.
Yeah, tries to put that ball in the orbit and maybe hit the White House about a half mile down with that swing.
As we'll see him want to do. He's got the power.
Yep, that ball went out.
This one will miss outside. Ball 1. Counts even at 1. And Haniger's going to dribble this one down to the first base. He'll take it himself. Meanwhile, Smith is going to advance to third. So at the very least, the sacrifice moves a runner up 90 feet. But with 2 outs here, we'll see if Vogelbach can get a base hit to drive him in.
Yeah, and with Malik speed at third, Vogelbach, if he even hits it hard at a position player and they bobble it, he has a chance to score here.
Ball 1, no strike.
Vogelbach watching this first pitch low with that curveball, ball 1.
Ball.
This one missing outside, 2-0.
No strike.
Strasburg comes set. 2-0 pitch. Runner on third. Vogelbach delivers this one out to second, and will take the easy throw to first for the third out. Howie Kendrick charging that one. So Mariners getting one hit off that double from Smith, but not able to come around to score. So we'll see the top of the order for Washington here. Nick Margevicius is going to get his second start of the ball game here against the defending world champions. He lost in his first outing, putting up a 5.4 ERA across 5 innings. Of course, Margevicius coming up when Johan Ramirez was put into the bullpen. Getting a shot here in the rotation. First pitch over for strike 1.
And if that's a sign of things to come, he's going to have a good night because that was a beautiful breaker to come in there.
Second pitch to Turner is going to go foul. So quickly he's 0-2. This one will be hit back up the middle. Shed Long's not able to get there, so that'll get down for a base hit. Trey Turner leading off for the Nationals here with a single up the middle.
Yeah, both leadoff guys getting on. Malik Smith with a double, Trey Turner with a single. Trey Turner definitely viable to steal bases at any time, leading the National League in steals right now, so he has to hold them on there as best he can.
1-0.
First pitch is a pitch out here just to do exactly that. Meaton stepping in now, hitting a 3.62 ERA. We'll see a look over to first. And Turner's not going anywhere.
Yeah, maybe if it doesn't look like he's going anywhere, he is liable to take off at any time. So I like this idea by the Mariners just to hold him on.
Well, we'll see a 1-0 pitch out here, so that'll be ball 2.
And that stat kind of says it all right there. When he does take off, 9 times out of 10, he's making it safe to second. So Seattle's just trying to keep him there as hard as possible.
2-0 pitch. This one catching the bottom of the zone. Strike 1, 2-1 here. Here's the 2-1. This one will be ripped foul. Count on Adam Eaton now is 2-2. Strike 3 looking as that slider catches the bottom of the zone, says the umpire. Nick Marjevicius racking up a strikeout here in Adam Eaton.
Yeah, and that's one thing I noticed early on here is his breaking stuff has been absolutely beautiful to start. Absolute beautiful break, getting the hitters fooled every time.
In steps Juan Soto. First pitch is going to be a pitch out to him as well. They're extremely concerned about Trey Turner sitting over there at first base, and rightly so. As he said, he does lead the National League in stolen bases. And we'll see a throw over as he had a good lead out there. Nick Marjevicius, the big lefty, able to keep a good eye on him. As we'll see another throw over.
As much as I like this chess game between the pitcher and Trey Turner there, this is what people criticize for with a lot of pace of play rules.
This is just my opinion, but baseball is, in my opinion, supposed to be a relaxed, drawn-out type of a thing. There's a reason this schedule is 162 games long. It's because we can go out and play a game all day long, all summer long. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of supposed to be a bit of a drawn-out thing.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of in the same boat where some of the stuff people are crying about is little nitpick stuff, but when you check the batter 4 or 5 times at first, before you even throw the next pitch, at that point it's starting to get a little tedious.
As we'll see Marjevicius racking up his second strikeout here, able to keep Trey Turner planted over at first base. So complain about the chess match all you want. It's working out for Nick Marjevicius here right now. We'll see Howie Kendricks step in now.
Yeah, not sure if the check overs give him a time to relax at all or reset, but it seems to be working out for him so far.
As Kendrick's going to foul this one off. Looks to be having an absolutely monster season so far. We'll see it, the 0-1 pitch in there for strike 2. Here's the 0-2 pitch. This one will be fouled off to the right side. That'll get back into the first couple row of seats. The 0-2 pitch. This one will be low, ball 1. As he said, Nick's breaking stuff has been absolutely killer so far in this first inning.
Yeah, it's definitely early in the game, but if he's able to keep this up, it's going to be very tough for Washington to do anything with it.
Well, he gets Kendrick to roll this one over on a swinging bunt over to Kyle Seager, who makes the throw in time. We go now to the top of the second. No score here between Seattle and Washington. We'll see Kyle Seager stepping in now.
Third baseman, Kyle Seager.
He's been putting up the power numbers, but his batting average has suffered this season so far. Something about his approach has not been consistent in getting him hits.
Ball 1, no strike.
And you kind of see that with a lot of newer players coming up, is that they either hit for the big home runs or they hit for average. It's very rare you get someone in between.
Kyle Seager, of course, not exactly new around here. He's this is his 7th year in the major leagues now.
That probably sound about right, but it's kind of a way a lot of the hitting coaches are teaching the players now, depending on how their stuff's set up.
Yeah, he's a career about 250, 260 hitter, so it's not a lot better, but he's just been less successful this year than I've ever seen him in the past. Usually he has a very solid approach at the plate, and it's really been hard to watch this season, speaking as a fan.
Ooh.
So Kyle's going to take the base on balls here.
Batting fifth, the left fielder, number
Yeah,
1.
something might be up with Strasburg. He's been throwing a lot of balls so far, getting into a lot of 2-0 and 3-1 counts so far earlier in the game.
So we'll see Kyle Lewis stepping in now. One of the few bright spots on this Mariners lineup, with a batting average over 300 here. They watch the first pitch in there for ball 1.
Outside, that's a ball.
Strasburg trying to catch the corner with a curveball. Missing just a bit outside. Here's the 2-0 to Lewis. That one catches the corner. 2-1 now.
Yeah, Strasburg might be trying to shop the umpire here a little bit, see what he's going to call, what he's not going to call throughout the entire game, hopefully.
Strasburg comes set for the 2-1 now. This one catch in the corner, 2-2. Not able to find the zone with this curveball. 3-2. Take a look. Tom Murphy's on deck there. Three-two pitch to Lewis. This one will be grounded back up the middle. Take it to second for 1. Throw over to first for 2. And just like that, the bases are cleared here in the top of the second.
The catcher, number 2, Tom Murphy.
Strasburg able to get out of a base runner situation with the ground ball double play.
Yeah, on the one. I'm sorry.
We'll see Tom Murphy stepping in now.
Yeah, if I'm the Washington pitching coach, I might want to just take a time here and go see Strasburg, see how he's doing, because something's definitely off with his pitching. He's trying to shop it too much, or his arm's not working right today.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. This one will be grounded out to second, easily corralled, and over to first for the out. Nothing doing here in the second for the Mariners. We'll go to the bottom of the second now. We'll see this, Ryan Zimmerman leading off for the Nationals.
Leading off for Washington, the first baseman, Ryan Zimmerman.
So Zimmerman's been on a little bit of a slump lately in the last 5 games, only hitting 2 for 18. As he lifts this one out to right field. 1 pitch, 1 out here for Margevicius. Margevicius?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Margevicius?
Something along those lines. I'll probably have to get the Seattle pronunciation book for that, but that's definitely a nice last name for Scrabble. If someone could point that up real quick in chat.
So getting in there with a strike to the catcher, Kurt Suzuki now. Here's the 0-1 pitch. This one will be a curveball grounded up the middle. There is Tim Lopes. He'll go over to Vogelbach for the out. That's 2 away here for the Nationals.
The third baseman, Darlin.
Yeah, and that's a side benefit there of that breaking ball working really well today. He's able to get a lot of ground ball outs, guys swinging over the top of pitches and just making it easy for your defense.
Starlin Castro stepping in now, 0 for 13 over the last 4 games, completely hitless. First pitch inside gets him to dance in the box. 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch. This will be grounded over to Seeker at third. He'll take his time, make the throw. That's the 3rd out. So quickly we're through 2 here. 8, 9, and 1 from the Mariners.
Leading off for Seattle,
Stepping in, the shortstop Tim Lopes.
Tim Lopes.
First pitch is gonna miss outside. Ball 1. This one's gonna be in the dirt as well. Something is definitely off with Strasburg. He has thrown a lot of balls here today.
Yeah, Ari at 30 pitches through 2+ innings here. Something's definitely not working today.
2-0 pitch is going to be below the zone, but he'll take a crack at it anyway. That'll get fouled off.
Yeah, that pitch is probably going to be a border 50-50. Didn't want to let the umpire have a chance, have a say in it.
This one will be below the zone as well, trying to get him to chase the curveball. Looked like it hit the plate there.
I was going to say, yeah, that definitely hit something before it got to the catcher, whether it was the plate or the dirt just behind it. But yeah, he's burying a lot of balls today, so I'm not sure if it's an arm movement thing.
3-1 pitch. This one will get lifted out into the gap. Ranging back is Turner. That one is gone. Just past the 377 marker there in center field. Tim Lopes hits a solo shot. This one going 409 feet. Will be his 2nd home run of the season, and that puts the Mariners on the board first here in Washington.
Yeah, and I was mentioning earlier that Seattle is a bit of a small ball team, but they definitely have some power bats in the lineup, and you could kind of see that there. Just got good contact, swung all the way through, and put enough power on it to put it into the bullpen.
So we'll see the big pitcher Nick Margevicius stepping in.
Number 52, Nick Margevicius.
Strike 1 to him.
This is probably his first at-bat in any form of baseball, because really this is the only time where an AL pitcher has to hit is when they're facing an NL team, because they don't really do it much in the minors anymore.
Yeah, with as specialized as the game has gotten today, you really don't see that much at all. Aside from when the guys just want to take their own batting practice for the fun of it, as we see Nick striking out here in probably his first major league at bat, probably first and probably last major league at bat. Let's be real.
I mean, you never know. You could get another National League game later on.
You're absolutely right. It is possible. We'll see Malik Smith watching the first pitch miss inside. Of course, before that big home run from Lopes, he had put up the only hit for the Mariners, doubling back in the first to lead off the ball game. And missing low with this one, 2-0 now. That curveball's got a lot of life on it, and it seems to be just missing.
Yeah, it's definitely not missing by much. Like, it's not in the dirt every time, but it's definitely off to the point where it's consistently called the ball every time.
Yeah. He'll pump a fastball in here on the corner, 2-1.
count. It's 3-1.
This one missing outside, 3-1 now.
Yeah, that one looked like it might have slipped out of the hand a little bit on the delivery.
Strasburg comes set, the 3-1 pitch. That one's right down Main Street. That's his 40th pitch of the ball game here so far. Works the count full to Malik Smith.
Yeah, I know we threw 2 1/3 so far. I'm not seeing Strasburg going much farther past 6 with his current pace.
3-2 pitch, got him to swing through it. So a little bit of help from the batter there as he racks up the third strikeout of the ball game.
Second base. Jed.
And while Strasburg's breaking stuff has been a little questionable so far, his fastballs have been on point so far, really bailing him out of a couple situations.
So we'll see Shed Long stepping in now. He struck out back in the first. We'll look at this first pitch in there. The fastball for a strike one. Here's the 0-1 pitch. This one will be popped up in the infield. There is Turner to make the catch, and that'll be the third out. Mariners able to put up one on this home run by Tim Lopes. That will be a long shot out to center field. Nationals going to hope to answer here in the bottom of the third. We'll see Victor Robles stepping in.
The center fielder, Victor Robles.
8-9-1 here from the Nationals. Ball one high with that one. This one will be lifted down the left field line, but it's hooking into the seats. So the count's even at 1-1.
Robles got some good contact there. It'd be interesting to see what he comes with on the next pitch.
This one's inside, ball two.
Probably trying to back him up outside pitch here.
Got him to chase this one with a 90-mile-an-hour fastball in the outside corner. 2-2 here. Here's the 2-2. Missing just with that changeup. 77 miles an hour on that changeup. What a difference.
Yeah, most bad. Sorry.
Here's the 3-2 pitch. This one will be grounded over to Seager, and that should be an easy play. Just in time is the throw. That will be one out here in the third, and we'll see the pitcher up to bat.
Yeah, Robles with some speed there, nearly beating out the ground there, but Seattle able to turn it quick enough.
Take a look there. The AL West is Oakland and everybody else.
It's nice to see Houston's in their appropriate place after a year or two ago shenanigans.
Yeah, of course, this whole division here in ML Ball is upside down from basically exactly upside down from where I would expect them to be. As you see Seager making the easy ground ball play here on Strasburg for the second out. I definitely expected Houston to come out and be on top of this division, but as you see there, they are not.
Yeah, no. Oakland's always a weird wild card because with the way the GM runs the system out there, and they always seem to find the weirdest diamonds in the rough, and they're able to perform really well.
It's really interesting, as just like a case study of baseball, how Oakland is able to just put together teams out of random pieces and somehow compete every year. Trey Turner getting a base hit here into right field, so we'll probably see another little chess match here with 2 outs. Keep him planted at first.
Yeah, going back to Oakland for a sec. The guy who actually developed the Moneyball, the whole stat system behind it, after he brought Oakland to prominence in the break of the 21st century, he actually left for Boston, and 2 years later, the Red Sox won the 2004 World Series with him behind the desk. So he definitely found something that worked.
Trey Turner takes off here, and the throw is not in time. It was a good throw and a good tag, but Trey Turner is just too quick.
I was mentioning earlier, even if Trey Turner gets a little bit of an iffy jump and if the throw's perfect like that one was, he can still beat it out. He's so fast.
Yeah, and that was a pitch out as well. So he took off on a pitch out and was still able to see Adam Eaton foul this one off to even the count 1-1. So now just a base hit will probably score Trey Turner. And they'll want a base hit here with 2 outs.
Ball, that's out.
Ball 2.
That's the ball.
Margavicius missing with that one. 3, and of course, if he walks him here, he'll have to face off against Juan Soto.
That's ball
3-1
4.
pitch, missing high. So his mind on the runner out at second. He walks Adam Eaton here.
The left fielder,
Yeah, he probably wasn't trying to give Eaton anything good to hit because he knew even a single could score him from second, but didn't focus enough, and now Juan Soto is stepping up.
First pitch to Juan Soto, misses outside, ball 1. This one's lifted out to center field. That's down for a base hit. Turner comes around and he'll score. Throw is offline, so Murphy has to come off the plate to play it.
now batting.
Runners at first and second, and the ball game is tied here in Washington.
And again, that's just the speed of Trey Turner right there. Not a really deep slap single there, but just deep enough to have him score from second on the run, even with a perfect throw in.
So Howie Kendrick stepping in now. Strike 1 to him. Kendrick been a contributor here today on the defensive side. Nothing on the offensive side yet, but he's got an opportunity here with a runner in scoring position.
Ooh,
Strike 2.
Might have given him a break on that one. I'm not sure where that caught the zone at.
The 0-2 pitch, he'll chase this one. It's in the dirt, so they'll take it down to first for the formality. That's the third out of the ball game, third out of the inning. Nationals tie it up with that RBI single from Soto. We'll see Mitch Haniger lead off here in the top of the fourth. Rounded out back in the first. First pitch to Haniger, missing high, 1-0. This one's going to be ripped through the left side for a base hit. Haniger staying back on that breaking ball. Able to drive it past the third baseman.
Now batting.
And that's a leadoff single here for the Mariners.
Vogelback.
See big Daniel Vogelbach stepping in. He'll take a cut at this curveball, but it'll go foul, 0-1. This one's inside, but he'll take a cut at it. Strike 2. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Strasburg. That is a wild pitch past the catcher. It goes all the way and comes back. Goes all the way to the backboard and bounces back as Strasburg will field it himself. Caught the catcher completely off guard there.
Yeah, again, we've been talking about shot.
So Haniger's able to move up to second on that wild pitch. And we'll see a 1-2 pitch here. That's a quick snag over at third base.
Now batter, the third baseman,
Castro with the quick glove over on the hot corner, able to keep the runner planted right where he is at second.
Yeah, that gets by him. That's probably a run there with the guy scoring from second, and hopefully back now after the technical difficulties here.
No worries. So Haniger's still out second, 1 out here. Kyle Seager stepping to bat. First pitch missing high and inside, 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Seager. He'll foul this one off, 1-1.
Yeah, Strasburg at 51 pitches through 3 1/3 here. Definitely a little bit struggling today, but only giving up 1 run so far.
This one will be swung on and missed. Strike 2 to Seager. Here's the 1-2 pitch, missing high, 2-2. Strasburg settling in here after having some trouble finding the zone.
Yeah, he's definitely gotten better over the course of the past couple innings, but it's still not where I think he wants to be so far in this game.
Got him swinging here as he's way out in front of that curveball.
Yeah, Seager's probably sitting on a fastball there, and Strasburg is coming in with the curveball to screw with the timing.
So Kyle Lewis is going to step in now. First pitch to him is going to be out of the zone, low, ball 1.
That one not making the 60 feet 6 inches to the plate there as that bounces just before it.
That one went about 60 feet. A 1-0 pitch. This one's a fastball that's lifted down the right field line, but foul. Very reminiscent of that leadoff double from Smith. A 1-1 pitch. This one's in the dirt. Haniger goes. He's down, and he is safe on the wild putt, on the wild pitch.
Yeah, that was just great timing by him on the break there. Definitely not one of the speedier guys on the team, but quick enough to get in there on the wild pitch.
A little bit of luck here for the Mariners on a couple of wild pitches, able to get the runner from first to third. Kyle Lewis swinging a miss at this fastball in there.
Yeah, if it's Strasburg here, you just want to hit the catcher because if this one goes wild, it's very likely the Mariners are going to score here.
Kyle Lewis going to foul off this fastball here. You imagine Strasburg's probably going to lay off a breaking ball here. 2-2 pitch. This one will be grounded over to second. He'll go to first for the easy out, number 3. And Howie Kendrick able to stop the run from scoring here again in the 4th. We'll see Ryan Zimmerman leading off for the Nationals. Scores tied at 1.
leading up for the Nationals, the first baseman, Ryan Zimmerman.
Ryan Zimmerman looking for a hit here in his second at-bat of the ball game. This one's over for strike 1. Ryan Zimmerman approach across his 15 seasons. He's only about 2 seasons away from it. Or one really good Ichiro season.
How did I know you're going to bring up Ichiro when bringing up those stats?
Well, he's about 250 hits away from the 2,000 mark. So, you know, a regular baseball player, that's 2 seasons. For Ichiro, it's just 1. What do you want? This pitch missing low for take the count even to 2 now. Here's the 2-2 pitch. This one will be lifted out to right field. Haniger ranging over, diving, not able to come down with the catch. So that'll be a base hit. Haniger trying to lay out for this one.
Barely missing it there. Might have had in the glove for a sec, but especially on any of those diving plays, it's really tough to keep the ball in the glove when you hit the ground.
Well, get a little help from the umpire here as he says that's a strike. 0-1 here to the catcher, Kurt Suzuki.
Yeah, maybe feeling bad for him for the dropped out there by the right fielder, so giving him a little bit of a break on the breaker.
This one will get lifted at the left. Kyle Lewis ranging back. This will be off the wall. He'll field it off the wall. Runners moving up to second and third. Here, nobody out for the Nationals. A couple of guys in scoring position. Kurt Suzuki ripping an absolute banger of a double off the wall there.
Yeah, can't hit it much harder than that without the ball flying out of the park here, but from the Seattle manager, I'm going out and talking to him now, just trying to calm him down a little bit.
Starlin Castro stepping in with a chance to drive in a couple of runs. He grounded out back in the second. Look to have a bit of better luck here. Margevicius comes set, the 1-0 pitch. This will be hit down the line, but foul, third base side. He's a perfect 500 on the season with runners in scoring position. Well, it's half a perfect anyways.
Yeah, it's about as perfect as you can get in the majors just because of all the random stuff that can happen when you make a hit on the ball.
2-1 pitch, he'll swing through this one, but miss. So counts even at 2. That slow curveball in there at 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, but he's got to keep that ball low because if he leaves it high, someone's tagging it.
So he'll miss inside with this one. Full count now. 3-2. Margevicius delivers. This one will be grounded up the middle. Shed Long's there, and he'll go to first for the out. So it'll be a sacrifice RBI.
Now batting, center fielder.
Nationals will score 1 here, and the runner will move up to third.
Yeah, if you're the Nationals managers right there, you can't be mad about that. You get the run scored. Yes, it did cost you an out, but at the same time, that's about the best result you can get out of it.
So Victor Robles is going to step in here with a chance to drive in the other runner. He'll lift this one out to right field. Ranging back is Haniger. He makes the catch. The runner tags from third, and they will score easily. The throw to the plate. The relay will be a bit late as the Nationals extend their lead to 2 here in the bottom of the 4th. Now in steps the pitcher, Steven Strasburg.
Yeah, Mitch Haniger out there and right looked like he was on a bit of a Sunday drive, making that catch rather than trying to peg the guy out of third.
First pitch swinging is Strasburg right over to the first baseman. Daniel Vogelbach with the glove there, 3 unassisted for the third out. It's the end of the 4th inning, but the Nationals able to put 2 up on the board. They break the tie here in the 4th. Tom Murphy's going to lead off for the Mariners.
Someday, Heidi, we'll get a battery for that mic someday, but budgets are very tight around here, unfortunately.
Speaking of budgets, we would like to take this moment to remind you folks, donate to Meals on Wheels on our behalf. There's a PayPal link in the description below. Everything that we do here is on a volunteer basis, and we are raising money for Meals on Wheels. Thank you all to everybody who has donated so far, and thank you Because I know you're going to go hit that button right now and do it, aren't you? Yes, thank you.
Question, Brother Beard. What about Twitch Prime subscriptions? Do those go to Meals on Wheels also?
Everything that we collect here at ML Bot Ball is going to Meals on Wheels.
No ball, 2 strikes.
So my simple answer to that would be yes.
Okay.
But then again, they don't give me the money, so I that's just, I'm assuming that's what's happened. That's what's happening.
Let's put it this way: Brother Beard and I do not get paid to do this stuff. Oh boy!
This one ripped down the left field line, and that went a long way. Tom Murphy showing a bit of flash of power here, ripping this one 365 feet down the left field line. That solo shot is his 6th home run of the year. And the Mariners are not going to lay down and let the Nationals run away with this. It says, you can score, I can score. Tom Murphy driving one out of the ballpark here. Of course, with the short porch out there on the left, 336 at the foul pole there. First pitch to Tim Lopes. It's going to be outside for ball 1. Of course, he had the other home run in this ball game for the Mariners back in the 3rd. Production coming from the bottom of the order.
Hey.
One place you want to be getting production from, even as a surprise, it's definitely the bottom of the order, because most of the time, most pitchers will overlook that part of the lineup.
So Lopes working himself into a 1-2 count. Strasburg delivers. This one's low and inside. 2-2 now.
Hey, brother, I'm just getting word from our production truck that Twitch Prime subscriptions do go to Meals on Wheels. And also, we're 3 subscriptions away from getting custom emojis.
So join us, folks, so that we can all have just a little bit more fun in the Twitch chat. As Strasburg racking up a strikeout here against Lopes. That one extra satisfying for Strasburg after giving up the home run to him back in the 3rd. We'll see pitcher on pitcher madness here in whatever this barbarian league is.
I think they call it the National League. I'm not sure.
Barbarians, I swear.
Yeah, definitely an old school way of playing the game, but Strasburg definitely placing his fastball today. It's helping him out a lot as far as getting some of these strikeouts.
Orjevicius lifting this one out to left field, and that one was almost a real hit.
Now
as that will be the 2nd out.
Malik Smith.
That was almost not a wasted spot in the order. Almost.
Yeah. Again, most of the time.
It steps Malik Smith now. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, most of the time these American League teams, they just have somebody who specializes at hitting, filling those spots, but not here in the National League. They actually have to do work.
So running in is going to be Juan Soto to make that catch. That'll be the 3rd out here. Tom Murphy fighting back here, putting another run on the board. We'll see Trey Turner leading off for the Nationals again here in the 5th. 2 for 2 on the ball game. A couple of singles. First pitch is going to miss low, ball 1. Take a look at the bullpen out there. Johan Ramirez and Eric Swanson getting their arms loose. Both guys on a long relief roll. We'll see how this works out for them.
Yeah, just going off pitch counts here, I'd say he's got at least another inning, if not 2, left in him so far in the game before they yank him.
Curveball missing low, ball 2, 2-1 now. Turner swings and a miss at this one, so the count's even at 2. Here's the 2-2 pitch.
3-2.
This one missing low, ball 3. We got a full count here. And now getting into the third time around the order, these longer at-bats favor the batters more than they do the pitchers. As this one gets lifted out to the left field. Kyle Lewis ranging over to make the catch. And there will be one away here.
The right fielder, number 2, Adam Eaton.
I had to cover a lot of ground there to try to get to that one.
We'll see Adam Eaton step in now. 0 for 1 in the game. He walked in his second appearance. First pitch to him is going to be swung on and lifted over to second base. But that'll just be a line drive out over to Shed Long for the second out here.
Yes, Shed Long trying to build himself a little bit of a shed out there at second while D. Gorn's out on the long-term DL.
Margevicius delivers the first pitch to Juan Soto, and it's a breaking ball that breaks just a bit too much outside, says the umpire. Nick would like a little clarification as to how blind the umpire is.
Yeah, the umpire is definitely giving both sides a break once or twice, and sometimes as a pitcher, that's the one thing you don't want, is you want consistency out of the umpire, not this hit or miss stuff.
I just figured it out. It's Angel Hernandez behind the plate, isn't it?
Oh my god, yes it is. Yes, the umpire that sued Major League Baseball. What a great story.
This 1-1 pitch will go foul down the first base line. Vogelbach trying to make an athletic play down the line. This one in there for strike 2. Sorry, ball 2.
Yeah, Juan Soto thought that was a strike, but apparently I don't know what's going on right now.
This one's hit against the shift, and that'll get down for a base hit. So what should have been strike 3, he's trying to stretch it out into a double, and he will be picked off at second. Wow.
Houston, we might have a problem with the communication system there.
So some poor base running, gets picked off at second, and the Nationals are done for the 5th here. We'll go to the top of the 5th, and Shed Long will lead it off. First pitch missing high.
And this was definitely not the game I was expecting. Not a lot of small ball, couple. I think all the runs have basically been off homers, except I think the Nats had 1 or 2 early on.
Well, we were talking before this game, and I was not expecting even a close game out of this. Mariners pleasantly surprising me with a couple of home runs from the bottom of the order. Not a lot going for the 1 through 5 bit of the order, except for that hit from Malik Smith in the first.
Yeah, Strasburg definitely struggling a little bit today. We were thinking before the game that he might just shut them down and go 8 strong, but having a little trouble with his control here.
Well, this curveball induces a ground ball over to the first baseman. Zimmerman is there to take it 3 unassisted. And that'll be 1 away here in the top of the 6th. We'll see the right fielder Mitch Haniger step in. He singled back in the 4th.
Yes, I'm just looking in Twitch chat. EV is saying that Angel Hernandez is behind the plate at every ML Blackwell game. I don't think we have him on that, but I wouldn't be surprised also.
So the first pitch to Haniger is going to be outside, ball 1. Here's the 1-0. Catching the corner with this one. A little bit of help from the umpire possibly as well. The 1-1 pitch. Catching the top of the zone. Strike 2 here to Haniger. 1-2 pitch. Got him swinging at this one. That curveball finally making some work for Strasburg here.
Now batting.
That's his 6th strikeout of the ball game.
Daniel Vogelbach.
Yeah, Strasburg definitely starting to settle in here towards the back half. Had a real rocky first couple innings, but has seemed to kind of find his groove here on out.
So in steps the big lefty Vogelbach. First pitch just missing with that fastball, ball 1.
I think Seattle got a couple pitches in that same spot, called for strikes last half, so Strasburg's probably a little bit frustrated up there already.
It seems to be the inside-outside thing more than the that corner.
That is true, yeah.
Yeah, as he runs one in for a fastball here, in for a strike, rather. One pitch from Strasburg. He'll miss inside with that curveball. 2-1 now. Two-one pitch. Not able to catch to the outside corner. 3-1. Strasburg comes set. Delivers the 3-1 pitch now. Vogelbach will take a cut at this fastball, but he'll just foul it off. With a full count here and a couple of outs here on the top of the 6th, Strasburg comes to the set and delivers. Vogelbach staying alive, fouling this fastball off.
Yeah, I can't really see out to the bullpens. Do the Nats have anyone up warming up yet, or are they still hoping Strasburg can get out of this?
I think they're planting this one firmly on Strasburg's shoulders for the moment. I haven't seen any cuts to the bullpen yet. As Strasburg walks Vogelbach here with the full count pitch.
Kyle.
Just missing the outside corner with that one.
As a fan there, I'm not sure about that location, but Seattle catching a break there.
So Kyle Seager is going to step in here with a runner at first. 2 away in the top of the 6th. First pitch to Seager is going to get popped up down the third baseline. He'll break his bat, so we'll need another stick on the field. And possibly a janitor to grab the other bits.
Yeah, but isn't that what the Bat Boys kind of are for, unfortunately?
The 0-1 pitch. Able to catch the corner with that curveball. I gotta say, I can't say that I've seen anybody implement the high curve as much as I've seen Steven Strasburg throw it today.
Yeah, it's really a tough one to pull off good, because if you leave it high too often, the bat picks up on it. He's just taking it yard no matter what.
Be interested to see exactly how many times he threw that curveball high today. So we'll see Seager fouling this one off to stay alive, 0-2.
Yeah, another stat I'd like to see on Strasburg is his strike ball ratio on his breaking balls and his fastballs, because I feel like it's almost like 80% strikes on fastballs and 80% balls on his breaking stuff so far this afternoon.
90 pitches under his belt so far as Strasburg. He sets to deliver the 1-2 to Kyle Seager. Another breaking ball inside. 2-2 now. He's definitely not shying away from the fastball curveball combo. 2-2 pitch. This one will miss outside. 3-2. Here it is, the full count pitch. And this will get foul. Of course, he's already thrown 22 pitches this inning alone. 3-2 pitch. Kyle Seager absolutely crushes this. That one is gone. So you talk about leaving that ball hanging over the zone. Kyle Seager makes him pay for it. A 2-run shot here. That's his 12th home run of the season here for the Mariners.
Holy cow, I thought Seattle was going to play small ball today. I was proven wrong once again. That ball is mashed out of here.
See, leaves that fastball high and outside. Kyle sees it clearly and stays on it. And that will do it for the ace Strasburg. Chased here in the top of the 6th. Mariners now lead this ball game 4-3.
Your attention, please.
Yeah, Strasburg just having trouble controlling his stuff all day.
Number 50.
This call to the bullpen is going to bring us Austin Voth, making his 28th appearance on the season. 3-0 record for him, 7 holds across 36 and 2/3 innings. A respectable 1.96 ERA, 31 strikeouts to 14 walks, averaging 250 to 260 against the split batters. He'll face off against Kyle Lewis here in the top of the 6th to get the 3rd out. And first couple pitches missing the zone, ball 2 here. – 2-0 pitch, able to catch the zone, says the umpire. We now get a look down at the Nationals bullpen. Former Mariner Roenis Elias getting his arm warmed up out in the bullpen.
Ball, that's in.
This one missing inside, 3-1 now.
And these control issues might be able to be tagged to the fact that they probably weren't expecting to come out in this inning, but Strasburg just getting chased a little too early.
3-1 pitch gets the strike zone, 3-2 now. Voth delivers the 3-2 pitch. It'll be grounded over to first. Zimmerman takes it himself for the 3rd out. Mariners out in front now after this big 2-run shot from Kyle Seager. Just an absolute tower shot. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. We'll see Howie Kendrick lead it off.
The second baseman.
Checking out the Mariners bullpen, we've got Taylor Gilbo and Sam Tuivailala. However you actually say it. One of these days I might actually get it right the first time.
Yeah. Yeah, some of these names on Seattle and in general in the league just showing how the league's become more international with a lot of these more unique sounding names. Oh boy.
As Kendrick drives one deep into left field. This one is off the wall. Kyle Lewis is there to play it. And the throw is in just behind Howie Kendrick, sliding into second for an easy double. Just a little short of the wall here. That one hits off of the wall.
Yeah, about another 5 feet up and we might have a very different situation right now.
Very different situation, but that's going to do it here for Nick Margevicius.
Yeah, just general story of the day was his stuff was doing okay, but just gave up a couple untimely hits, a couple of long balls, and he's out of the game.
Your attention, please.
And with this going to the bullpen, now we'll see Johan Ramirez coming in, who has really flourished since coming into a relief role out of the starting rotation. Making his 13th appearance this season here with a 5.05 ERA across 46 1/3 innings of work. They'll face off against the 5, 6, and 7 hitters here for the Nationals, starting with Ryan Zimmerman. First pitch over for strike 1. Fastball clocking at 96 miles an hour. The 0-1 pitch. He'll swing and foul this one off. 0-2 now. Runner on second, nobody out. Ramirez delivers the 0-2 pitch. Zimmerman's going to line this one over to first. Runner will move up to third, and Vogelbach will take it himself for the out. One away here in the bottom of the sixth.
Washington with a real chance here to start threatening, maybe tie this game right back up after the homer last half.
You can see the catcher Kurt Suzuki step in now. 1 for 2 in the ball game with a double that came around to score. First pitch missing, ball 1. Ramirez comes set, the 1-0 now. This one's going to be grounded over to shortstop. Runner's going to score from third, but they'll get the second out, so this ball game is tied. Nationals playing the small ball here today.
Right back to square one after the 2-run homer last inning to give Seattle a lead. Couple hits and knocks, and we're right back to tied.
In steps Starlin Castro. First pitch to him missing low. Ball 1. Here's the 1-0. This will miss outside. Ball 2. Johan coming in and getting a couple of ground balls. They just happen to be enough to score a run here. Got to just focus on this batter here in front of him as he works the count to 3-0 now. The 3-0 pitch from Johan. And it's ball 4 as he's not able to find the zone in this at-bat. He'll have to face off against Victor Robles. Victor 0 for 1 on the day with a sac fly. First pitch in there for strike 1. 0-1 now.
Yeah, fastball doesn't typically move much, but just a nice break there to keep the hitter off balance.
This one's going to get roped out into right field. Haniger's there to field it, so the runner will only move up to second. He'll hold it to a single, able to stop it from going all the way to the wall. But some 2-out hitting here from Victor Robles. We'll see a pinch hitter for the pitcher.
So the barbaric chess match of the National League begins as pinch hitting is now involved.
As Drupal Cabrera steps in. First pitch missing high. Ball 1. A couple of runners on at first and second here with a tie ball game in the bottom of the 6th. 1-0 pitch. This one's right down Main Street, but he'll foul it off. Counts even now, 1-1.
If you're Seattle right here, you're just focusing on getting this next out, getting yourself out of this jam with the game still tied.
Ramirez comes back with breaking ball here, 1-2. Curveball catching the bottom of the zone. The 1-2 pitch. This one will be grounded into right field. That'll get down for a base hit. It goes all the way to the wall. Haniger's there to make the field throw it back in. So 2 runs will come around to score on this double. As Drupal Cabrera with the great pinch hitting at bat here for the Nationals. As both guys come around to score. Nationals now lead 6-4.
Yep, and that's exactly what you didn't want to happen if you're a Seattle fan.
First pitch into Trey Turner, in there for strike one.
Birds of Prey asking about the Red Sox score earlier. I believe, well, who are they playing today? I forget off the top of my head, but they lost 3-2 in typical Red Sox fashion.
No balls, 2 strikes.
Thank you, EV. It was Tampa Bay.
The 0-2 pitch now. It'll get him to chase this one in the dirt, so the inning is over on that strikeout. Nationals able to put up 2 here to take him into the lead once more. We're through 6. Got 7, 8, and 9 due up here for the Mariners. Wander Suero is going to get the call here for the Nationals. His 17th appearance on the season. A 5.29 ERA across 17 innings of work. 19 strikeouts and only 7 walks.
They're definitely playing an efficient game. Probably trying to go 2 innings here just to get him to the closer.
First pitch to Murphy is going to be lifted out to center field. Ranging over in time to make the play is Robles for the first out.
And that's exactly... Sorry.
The picture of efficiency?
That's what I was going to say, basically.
Yeah.
About the perfect start you want coming out of the bullpen. 1 pitch, 1 out, moving on.
First pitch to Tim Lopes is going to be a grounder over to second base. Wander Suero, still the picture of efficiency. 2 pitches, 2 outs. So, yeah, we'll see a pinch hitter for the pitcher.
Number 27, Carlos
Is that, I can't tell who that is. Carlos Gonzalez is going to be pinch hitting. All right. First pitch in there for strike 1. Well, Suero's going to have to throw more than 1 pitch to get an out here.
Yeah, Suero proving that it's not the amount of pitches you throw, it's the amount of outs you get that matter.
So to say, I don't get paid by the hour, I get paid by the ball game.
Exactly.
He'll foul off the second pitch here. 0-2 to Gonzalez now.
Yes, but of course none of us up here in the booth right now are getting paid to do this.
No, not us. Them.
Yes.
Carlos Gonzalez gonna lift one out to left field, so that will be the 3rd out. Nothing doing here for the Mariners. So we go getting out to the 7th inning stretch. Get open stretch, folks. Something ball game, something crowd. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that would be a good time to get your popcorns and your sodas and get set up for the rest of the night here. We're going to be bringing you ball action, at least on the East Coast, to the very early hours in the morning.
Of course, stay tuned. After this ball game, we've got more ball for the rest of the day. We'll have Detroit heading out to San Francisco to take on the Giants. Cookie Eater and Special Effects going to be your commentary crew for that game. And then the second game in a series between the Phillies and the Dodgers out in Los Angeles for Ball After Dark tonight. Stay tuned for all of that as we get here into the bottom of the 7th. Taylor Gilbo inducing a first pitch out here with the pop-up to right field. So the picture of efficiency here out of the Mariners bullpen. 1 pitch, 1 out. It's too bad they don't have a lead to protect.
Yeah, if this keeps up, we might be done with this game in 15 minutes with the way both bullpens have come out so far.
Second pitch, 2nd out. Am I having deja vu? This is actually happening, right?
I think it was the exact same 2 hits also. A fly out to right and a ground to the first.
It definitely was. As we'll see Howie Kendrick stepping in now. Yeah. Wow, that was really weird. He will also watch the first pitch. Take a look at the Mariners bullpen out there. Sam and Matt getting warmed up. Second pitch to Howie Kendricks in there for strike 1. 1-1 now. Gilbo running that fastball in there at 97 miles an hour. Trying to get him to chase a changeup out of the zone for ball 2. Gilbo comes set. The 2-1 pitch. He'll foul this one off. Back into the seats, down past the dugout there on first base side.
Yeah, good thing that he's been extended here in Nationals Park, or else that might have taken out someone's popcorn.
2-2 pitch. Kendrick will muscle this one to a little bloop single out and right. So here in the bottom of the 7th, Nationals have a 2-out base runner in the form of Howie Kendrick.
And starting to threaten again as they're trying to extend the lead here.
Brian Zimmerman digging in now. First pitch inside to him. 1-0. Ryan's 1 for 3 on the ball game with a single that he brought around to score. 1-0 pitch, catches the zone. Counts even at 1. Here's the 1-1. Missing high, ball 2. Two-one pitch. This one is lined into right field. That'll get down to the wall for a base hit. He'll try and turn it into 2. Throw coming in to the plate. They'll try and cut him off before they get home. So that will be a stand-up double for Ryan Zimmerman. Base runners at 2nd and 3rd now. This one just gets over the head of Vogelbach and runs all the way to that corner out right. We'll see the catcher step in now. Kurt Suzuki, 1 for 3 on the day with a double, with an RBI double. He later came around to score. Well, he'll get the intentional walk here to preserve the out at every base. So he'll pitch to Starlin Castro as opposed to Kurt Suzuki.
This is probably the big setback for Seattle coming in here. They allow Castro to walk and get a hit here. This game could blow out proportion really fast. If they're able to get him out here, they still have a shot at pulling out the win here.
First pitch missing high for ball 1. Bases loaded, nowhere to put him. Got to get him out. 1-0 pitch in there for strike 1. 1-1 now. First, see there, the Nationals racking up 11 hits across this ball game.
Yeah, very good definition of small ball. Just taking advantage when you have runs in scoring position.
This one missing inside. 2-1 now. This one will miss for ball 3. 3-1.
If you're Castro here, you're not swinging at anything unless it's an absolute strike here. A walk is just as good as getting a hit here.
3-1 pitch. Gilbo delivers. He'll foul this one off. Full count now here with 2 outs. Runners will be off. Gilbo delivers. The runners go. This one is lined back up the middle. That'll score 2. Smith throws over to third. So the runners will stay at first and second, but they will score 2 more on this RBI single.
And that just made doom Seattle today. Now it's a 4-run lead instead of a 2. Makes it really difficult to come back.
So we'll get Eric Swanson to clean up the mess here in the 7th. His 23rd appearance of the season. A 3.34 ERA. Still has only given up 8 walks across 35 innings of work.
Definitely a lefty specialist here with lefties hitting below 200 on here, but the righties will definitely have a field day with him.
0-1.
First pitch in there for strike 1. Victor Robles not able to find that one. The 0-1 pitch from Swanson. Catches the bottom of the zone with that slider. Strike 2. The 0-2 pitch. Robles will foul this one off. He'll stay alive, 0-2. This one missing outside. Ball 1. 1-2. Here's the 1-2 that gets lifted out to center. Malik Smith is there to make the catch, and that'll be the 3rd out here in the 7th. Nationals put a couple more on the board, extend their lead to 4. We'll go now to the top of the 8th, and the top of the order here for the Mariners.
Leading off for Seattle, the center fielder, Malik Smith.
Suero's back at it here for a 2nd inning of work, having pitched only 5 pitches in that last inning to get 3 outs.
Yeah, almost perfect efficiency there. Can't do much better than that. And first pitch here being a strike also.
This one missing inside. Ball 1, 1-1. Take a look at the Nationals bullpen down there. You got Hunter Strickland and Will Harris warming up. A couple of righties.
Yeah, Harris probably in there in case Suero gets in a little bit of trouble here, but Hunter Strickland probably coming in and setting up for the 9th here.
This will be a ground ball to the third base side. Throw over in time for the 1st out.
The batter number 4, second baseman, Jed Long.
Castro with a great defensive play there from third base.
Both pitchers today having fairly average days. Both sides not really contributing to the win or the loss, both sides here.
So we'll see Shed Long step in now. 0 for 3 on the ball game, looking for his first hit. Strike 1 into him. The 0-1. Missing low. Here's the 1-1 from Suero. This one's going to be lifted out to center field. Ranging back and in time to make the catch. That'll be the 2nd out here for the Mariners. Running out of outs here as they're down to their final 4. See Mitch Haniger trying to get something started here in the 8th.
Yeah, if you're Seattle, this is ideally where you want to be, 3, 4, 5 coming up, hopefully score some runs. Hasn't been the best for them today. Back half of the lineup really doing some work, but the middle half can get hot at any time.
Yeah, at any point, Mitch Haniger can put one over the fence. Of course, a solo shot not going to do a whole heck of a lot to chip away at this 4-run lead Need some base runners. One pitch is going to be in the dirt. 2-1 now. Two-one pitch. Able to catch the corner there with that cutter. 2-2 now.
Biggest pitch for Suarez right here. Gets the strikeout, puts his team in a very good spot to win.
Full count.
3-2 pitch. This one's outside. 2-2 pitch, excuse me. Now it's 3-2.
Suarez definitely doesn't want to let Haniger go here. Has him on the ropes, hoping to knock him out with this pitch.
Here's the full count pitch. Haniger lifts this one into left field. That one's going back to the track, to the wall, and he makes the catch at the wall. Oh. Juan Soto with the big catch at the Jackie Robinson number on the wall to end the inning here in the 8th.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Pinch hitting for Washington.
And we'll see a pinch hitter here for the Nationals. Wilmer Defoe stepping in now for the pitcher. First pitch over for strike one. This one's right back up the middle, and Swanson snags it himself. Goes over to first, so that's a 1-3 for the putout.
And a very pretty 1-3 at that. Swanson basically taking a blind stab to try to make the catch and gets it nonetheless.
I think if he doesn't get his glove around to catch that, he's taking that one off the dome, and those are never fun to watch. Let alone take. Trey Turner stepping in. First pitch catches the corner for strike one. 0-1 now. This one missing outside. 1-1. This one's right down Main Street. Strike two. Swanson delivers the 1-2 pitch. Turner lifts this one out to right field. Haniger ranging back to the track to make the catch. That's two away here in the bottom of the 8th. See Adam Eaton digging in now.
Ball left outside.
First pitch missing outside, ball one. Adam Eaton sees everybody else feasting on the Mariners pitching today. Wants to get some of that.
You definitely don't want to go 0 for 4 on a day when your team collects above 10 or more hits.
No, that's down.
This one missing low, ball two. This one's going to be lifted out to right field. Haniger ranging back and making the catch on the run for the third out. So a bit of work out there in deep right field, but nothing he can't handle, as that will do it here in the 8th inning. Mariners with their last shot. The 4, 5, and 6 coming up here in the 9th. We'll see Hunter Strickland come in to close it out, making his 13th appearance this season.
Yeah, both sides not hitting well on him. Both lefties and righties under 200 against him. So Seattle's got a tough hill to climb, but they have the numbers they need to hit. 4 to tie, 5 to take it to the bottom half.
0-1.
As we'll see strike one here to Daniel Vogelbach. He's 0 for on the day. Swing and a miss. Strike 2 here on that 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Vogelbach trying to put that one out of the park with that type of swing, but you don't need to do that right now. You just need to get on base.
This one, they say, misses the zone. Ball 1. Perhaps a little bit of forgiveness from not Angel Hernandez back there.
Oh,
Vogelbach crushes this one, and this is what he does best. That one is gone. A solo shot from Vogelbach, his 8th of the campaign. This one goes 426 feet. And while a solo shot is nice here in the 9th, keeps the hopes alive with a leadoff home run. Perhaps Kyle Seager will take some inspiration and they can go back to back. Speaking of, he'll step in now.
Kyle Seager.
His only hit today was that 2-run blast back in the 6th.
Kyle Seager here with a chance to try to extend it and hopefully give Seattle a little bit more momentum after that absolute bomb by Vogelbach.
This one missing low, ball 2. Kurt Suzuki having a little trouble corralling that pitch as it goes careening off to the back.
Yeah, that's something I've noticed all game. He's had a little trouble with some of the balls on the dirt, just keeping them in front of him.
Hunter Strickland having a little trouble finding the zone, as he seems to be a little rattled after giving up that big home run. 3-0 is the count now to Seager.
Yeah, and that's having Will Harris and Dr. Doolittle up in the bullpen just in case Strickland gets into trouble.
And he walks him on 4 pitches. So a little trouble is what he has found as Kyle Seager is now on base here in the top of the 9th. Still nobody out here for the Mariners. They've cut the lead to 3 runs. We'll see Kyle Lewis stepping in. He's been 0 for today, but he's had a good bat all season. Looking to change that 0 here in this at-bat. First pitch missing low, ball 1. This one missing inside, ball 2. Pitch. This one will be hit into the gap. This one will go down out to the wall for extra bases. Rounding second into third. So just like that, a walk and a double. That extends his hitting streak to 6 games here in the 9th inning. Almost didn't get it.
Just able to play it off into the gap, and now Tom Murphy stepping in with the chance to tie the game as Dr. Doolittle's going to step in.
Sean Doolittle making his 15th appearance of the season. 12 saves and 12 opportunities across 14 and a third innings of work, a 1.26 ERA. First pitch to the catcher, Tom Murphy, is right down Main Street. 94-mile-an-hour fastball in there for strike 1.
I always forget, for a save, is it 3 runs or 4 runs for the lead? I forget all the time.
I believe it's 3. Murphy pops it up here to the first baseman. So runners will stay right where they are. That'll be the first out. Real missed opportunity here by the catcher. Scott Serby is going to have a word with them after that real big missed opportunity here late in the ball game. Putting the first out on the board.
Yeah, probably just trying to calm him down in case Seattle finds a way to tie this game up, because he is one of the bigger bats coming into the game today.
Tim Lopes following suit with this infield pop-up on the first pitch as well. So these guys in the bottom third of the order not showing the patience that they need to here late in the ball game. We'll see Austin Nova? Perhaps Evan White? I can't tell. I don't see a number.
Moore, 25.
Dylan Moore gonna step in to pinch hit here for the pitcher.
Anytime you want a pinch hitter, it's now, because this is where you can pick basically any guy off your bench and have him step in for arguably the biggest at-bat of the game to this point.
Moore hitting 257 on the season. Coming off of the bench, getting the occasional start over at first base.
The numbers definitely aren't with him. .053 with runners in scoring position on the average, so definitely looking to try to maybe get a walk here.
2-0 pitch. That takes it to 3-0 from Sean Doolittle. Of course, Doolittle, a familiar foe to the Mariners organization and Kyle Seager specifically, not so much to the rest of these Mariners as he came up in the Oakland system. He finally gets a strike over for strike one, 3-1 here to Dylan Moore. And he walks him on ball 4. So the pinch hitter comes in and draws a walk, puts the bases loaded, and this is exactly the situation that you want to be in. You'll get Malik Smith coming up here with the bases loaded in the top of the 9th.
In Houston, we might have a problem here. Bases loaded for Malik Smith, the leadoff guy. Potential to be the hero here for Seattle with the bases loaded.
First pitch over for strike 1. That fastball clocking 96 miles an hour.
And Doolittle just trying to get 3 good strikes here to get him out of the jam and out of the game. Hit the showers.
The 0-1 pitch from Doolittle. Alex tries to put this one over the fence, and he's just a bit early. So we'll see an 0-2 pitch here. Doolittle kicks and delivers. He'll try to get him to chase this one outside. Nationals fans are on their feet here. The 1-2 pitch. He'll stay alive here with this one. Fouled off. 1-2 now.
Everyone has took their blood pressure pills before this at-bat, because this is the most important pitch of the game right here.
Doolittle delivers the 1-2. He'll foul it off again. Malik Smith staying alive here.
Hey,
Doolittle attacking the strike zone.
It's almost garbage pitch outside. That's all you need to do is just fight to stay alive.
And he will go down swinging here with the bases loaded. Doolittle picks up the save. Voth getting the win here for the Nationals. Mariners really missing an opportunity here in the 9th inning. A couple of crucial pop-ups to get the first 2 outs of the inning. And that big strikeout from Malik Smith.
Yeah, Seattle with a chance at the end there. Managers probably going to want to talk with all the lads about seeing more pitches in the at-bat, trying to work a walk, work harder counts, but definitely had a chance there at the end to pull out the win, but just couldn't get it done.
So Voth will pick up his 4th win of the season. Ramirez getting a loss. 2-4 is his record now. Doolittle with the save, his 13th of the season. Doolittle also getting the player of the game. We take a look at the box score. Seattle scoring 5 runs on 7 hits, no errors. Washington scoring 8 runs on 12 hits and no errors.
3 hours and 44 minutes.
Quite the matchup here, a lot closer than I thought it would be, and a lot more interesting of a game than I expected. So we'll take a look at the highlight reel from today's game. Tim Lopes starting out the scoring for the Mariners in the top of the third, driving a home run deep to center field. That would start this ball game off. Out into the bullpen. Soto a run here with a couple of guys on, and with this single to center, followed up by Victor Robles hitting a sacrifice out to right field on that sacrifice fly. And that's been the Nationals' MO all ball game, is getting guys on, moving them over, and driving them. Mariners opting to rely on the long ball today. Tom Murphy with a home run here, and then Kyle Seager with the big 2-run shot. Board at the top of the that gave the Mariners their first lead of the ball game. Well, no, second lead of the ball game.
Technically second lead, yeah. But Washington just really being efficient with the small ball there. Dak flies stuff around.
Taking the lead back via the small ball and really never giving it back after that. You see Asdrubal Cabrera coming in, pinch hitting with this big 2 RBI double to put the Nationals out in front in the bottom of the 6th. Was a huge at bat for the Nationals. And then we see Castro with this liner to center that drove in 2. And then Daniel Vogelbach wanting to get in on the scoring with this big fly. Added 1 to the Mariners' score. But that would be all they wrote, as they would load the bases after this. But Malik Smith striking out swinging would be the crucial third out with the bases loaded there to end the ball game. So altogether a better performance by all involved on the Mariners, but not enough to pick up the win against these Nationals.
Yeah, both sides really. Starting pitching was iffy, but the bullpens were the ones that really decided the game today.
Right, you are. As we take a look at the score sheet here, a lot of extra names on an American League lineup here. A bunch in the batting lineup. I don't know what the deal with that is. Really, in all seriousness, though, this was a fun game, and tomorrow I'll be back to call the next game in this series after dark tomorrow night, 10:45 Eastern, for the next game. Nationals. This one a 2-game set on this East Coast road trip by the Mariners. We are joined in the booth now by Special FX and Cookie Eater here to call. How are you guys doing, gentlemen?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Doing fantastic. It's always good to see Cookie Eater.
I'm having a wonderful night. Having a wonderful night over here, yep.
Yeah. Well, P-Mister, it has been a lot of fun calling this game with you. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to get out of here and turn this over.
Yeah, brother. See you Friday.
Alrighty. Take care, guys.
Later.
Have a good night. So we're going to continue the action tonight with a little bit of a basement brawl. Two teams not having the best starts to the season. Detroit Tigers at the San Francisco Giants, keeping the interleague matchups going tonight.
It's gonna be a fun one, everybody. The worst team in baseball against the second worst team in the AL Central. Tigers out at Oracle Park in San Francisco. Spencer Turnbull versus Kyle Gossman. Should be fun.
Yeah, both of these teams coming off some tough losses. Tigers falling to the Seattle Mariners that we just saw. 3-2 was the final score. And like the Seattle Mariners in their loss today, they relied on the long ball a little bit too much, couldn't play that fundamental baseball, and in the end didn't have enough runs to support the victory. Giants were just outplayed by the Atlanta Braves, who are fighting for that division lead in the NL East. And like you said, two pretty bad teams, but that doesn't mean we're not going to see any good baseball tonight.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe both offenses will be completely garbage and we'll see a pitcher's duel, and maybe on the flip side of that, both pitching staffs will be garbage and we'll get to see a blowout. Just because these teams suck doesn't mean they're not on the same level, and we could have some interesting baseball.
Yep, they're all major league hitters, all major league pitchers. So no matter what the score sheet says, no matter what the division standings say, this should be a fun matchup and, as always, a fun baseball game.
Yeah, so we got Kevin Gossman on the mound today. Special FX, what do you got on Kev?
So Kevin Gossman not having the start to the year he was hoping. 2 wins against 5 losses in his 9 starts. 4.37 ERA isn't terrible, but definitely above where he wants it to be. He's been pretty good at controlling the baseball, though. One of the top pitchers in the league in limiting walks against.
So we'll see him get to work against the Tigers lineup, led off by the 3-stint Tiger Cameron Maben, who will take strike 1.
Interesting to see Maven back with the Tigers for a 3rd time. Almost wonder if he's getting sick and tired of getting traded away.
Oh, that's out.
Yeah, it's not very often you see a player come and go from a team 3 separate times in their career, but Maven's done that with the Tigers. Maybe the only player in franchise history to do so. But hey, he's a solid ball player, and looks like he'll rip a base hit to left to lead off this ball game.
Great job by the Tigers leadoff hitter. Not trying to swing for the fences just yet. Just get yourself on base. Nice, easy. Keep the hands in. Pull that ball on the inside corner into left field. And now you got a speed threat on first base for the middle of your lineup.
And that's all you can really ask, right, Special FX? Just get on to lead the game. You have that speed. You know, that's all you need to get Gossman a little bit rattled up with the heart of the order due up.
Yeah, you don't want to keep hitting solo home runs. You want to make sure that if you do hit a home run, you're getting some juice on it and you're getting some run support early on for your pitcher.
So Victor Reyes takes the 1-0. It's going to be a fastball missing low at 95. Makes a 2-0 count to the Tigers. I'd go as far as to say the Tigers' best hitter this year, batting in the 2-hole.
Tigers' best hitter, probably Tigers' best player overall, as he lines this one up the left center field gap.
Yeah, look at that. Solid contact into the gap. It splits the gap. That's going to be a stand-up double. They're going to wave Maben around, and he's going to score. So Tigers, 2 batters in, 6 pitches into the day, have a runner across from the Victor Reyes RBI double.
Yeah, nice inside-out swing, driving it up the gap. And as we know, Oracle Park, formerly AT&T Park, plays as a huge park, got a lot of square footage out there, and it's going to be hard to track that one down and hold Maben at third base.
And now Austin Romine, the 3-hitter. Pleasant surprise for the Tigers this season. Going to get his cuts facing the righty. You see he's better against lefties, but still batting .250 with some pop against righties, so not too shabby at all.
Yeah, his brother actually was former Tiger, Andrew Romine. So switch hitters, he fouls this one off. And so Tigers getting a little bit of taste of both Romines on their team.
You know, Special FX, I actually have, as a Tigers fan, a picture of Austin's brother Andrew still up on my wall, despite the fact he hasn't been a Tiger for some time, just because I really respected the way he plays the game.
He's just one of those quiet ball players that demands respect because he's earned it. You know, he's played in the league for a long enough time, and he can play well enough to earn himself a spot in the lineup.
Yeah, Austin Romine, a little bit more pop than his brother Andrew, was the backup catcher for the Yankees for a lot of years before this season coming over to Detroit, been their starting catcher, and really shown the league he deserves every day playing time.
Yeah, I think it was a good pickup not only for the Tigers but for Austin Romine himself. Maybe he can find himself at the trade line getting picked up by contenders. He swings through that slider and strikes out for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, not a good look on this swing, but you know, that was a good slider from Gossman. It'll get Romine for the first out. But nonetheless, still a runner standing at second base for Jonathan Scope. And at bat fourth with Miguel Cabrera not playing in the National League ballpark.
Yeah, Tigers with a lot of one-year deals. Jonathan Scope, just another name on the list. He had a solid season with the Minnesota Twins last year and was part of that record-breaking season in team home runs.
Yeah, this is a guy with some pop. That's the reason the Tigers acquired him. And you know, Special Effects, fun fact that I realized following these games is Tigers actually have 4 players they've signed to those one-year deals on the offensive side, and they're both pairs of teammates. Cameron Mabin and Austin Romine, who we've already seen in this game, both played for the Yankees last year, signed to one-year deals, and then Jonathan Scope, who goes down swinging on that slider again. Slider really working for Gossman here. But Scope, as well as C.J. Crone, a couple of guys with a lot of pop coming over from Minnesota.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see for a struggling team like the Tigers. And also, you probably see this on the Giants. Get some one-year deals, you know, low-risk, high-reward potential. Because if those players break out, you know, maybe you have a surprise season. And if not, as long as they play well enough, you can try and flip them at the trade deadline and start building up that farm system.
Yeah, and Tigers have had quite a few hits. Mabin, Romine, and Scope have all been pretty serviceable to date this season. It's going to be quickly on to Jamer Candelario. C.J. Crone's had some pop, but really been struggling in the average department. Maybe starting to turn things around here late in May, but it's been a slow start for C.J.
Yeah, it's not every day that you see first baseman batting towards the bottom of your lineup, and so that's what the Tigers have here. But he's got a good bat. He's got a consistent bat, so hopefully he can turn this one around as Candelario takes that slider inside, not working too well on that pitch for Kevin Gossman.
Yeah, we'll see. 1-2, trying to get his third strikeout of the inning, strand that runner on second base, and he'll miss way inside with the slider. So started off the inning throwing that as an absolute beauty, but we'll be now facing the switch hitter Candelario batting from the left side. It's kind of lost its location.
Yeah, as this one's fouled back, it's definitely easier to see those breaking balls, righty versus lefty, because as a righty, you're thinking that ball is going to go straight and then all of a sudden it breaks, but you can kind of see that break earlier when the opposite hand pitcher's throwing.
And Jamer Candelario will chase the fastball here for strike 3. So, Tigers get on the board with the Victor Reyes beautiful double to split the gap. But that one run is all they get. We're heading now to the bottom of the first. It's 1-0 Tigers. You're watching ML Ball. Starting for the Tigers, it's going to be Spencer Turnbull. Special FX, I'll let you tell us about Spencer.
So Spencer Turnbull, once again, like Kevin Gossman, not having the greatest start to the season, and that's partially due to the team around him not being built up to where it needs to be. 1-3, 3.94 ERA, 20 walks to 44 strikeouts, pretty good, and a 119 whip is something you like to see. Lately, he's been in a cold slump, but he's going to try and turn that around against one of the worst teams in the major leagues.
The shortstop, Brandon Crawford, batting .273, going to lead off this bottom of the first inning for the Giants, and he will take the first pitch from Turnbull for strike 1.
Yeah, Crawford, one of those few hangovers from those 3 titles in 5 years that the Giants started at the early 2010s.
You know, Special FX, that's absolutely crazy. They were able to win so many World Series in such a short period of time. I mean, we see a lot of teams who struggle to win even just one in their window of contention, having, you know, absolutely amazing groups of players. I mean, the Yankees the last few years haven't got anything done. The Astros have made it in 2017, but haven't been able to make it back. The Dodgers are really built up right now. They haven't been able to squeeze one out yet, but Giants getting 3 in 5 years. That's just absolutely amazing to me.
Well, it's even more amazing when you think that they were competing against those Dodgers. This one skied into shallow center. That's going to drop in for a base hit, so a little looper for Brandon Crawford. But like I was saying, they were competing against the Dodgers. A couple of those World Series wins, they came in as the wild card team, and they still went all the way to take home the Commissioner's Trophy. So goes to show you it doesn't always mean regular season success translating to the World Series.
Yes, now with one on, we're going to see a high fly ball. That's going to be a little bit shallow, but playable for Cameron Maben for the first out of the inning.
Batting third, the right fielder, Hunter.
Got to bring up the right fielder, Hunter Pence. At least I think he plays right field.
That's what he used to play. Maybe he's in left field.
We'll take a swing at the first pitch here. It's going to be a high pop-up. CJ Crone's in to handle it, so Turnbull quickly turning things around after that weekly single. He's now gotten 2 straight to harmlessly pop/fly out. And all of a sudden there's 2 away for Mike Yaz.
Yeah, Mike Yastrzemski, as we all know, grandson of the Red Sox great, Red Sox legend Carl Yastrzemski. Got a big name to live up to, big shoes to fill, but he's definitely got the potential to do something like that.
Yeah, a bit of a legacy player and been holding his own so far on the young season, batting .272, and definitely has star potential. Plays center field as well.
You know, he's got some pop in that bat from the left-handed side of the batter's box. And I can see him developing into one of the great stars of the game.
Go ahead, hit a high fly ball here, but that'll slice just foul. If you straighten that up a little bit, would have been gone. But yeah, the Giants definitely hoping he turns out to be a star. He'd be a great pillar to try and build their next window of contention around. So he looks strike 3 here, slider high. The catch is the inside part of the plate, so Turnbull hits him 1-2-3 after the leadoff hit, and it's going to be 1-0 Detroit through 1. Goodrum, Crone, Castro due up.
Leading off for Detroit, the shortstop, Nico Goodrum.
To the shortstop, Nico Goodrum now, batting .212. Take strike 1.
Yeah, another former Twin in this Tigers lineup. Really had a breakout season a couple years ago, relatively speaking, with the bat. Slugged quite a few home runs, cooled off last year, and he's looking to just kind of find a middle ground, not too hot but not too cold.
Yeah, and this is a guy who can play 7 positions on the diamond as well. Maybe not so much center, but even stuff you look at just 6 positions. Really versatile bat, but been getting the reps at short every day. Gets called looking at a splitter there, and he's not happy about it. I can't say I blame him. And Gossman set down 4 straight on strikes.
Yeah, as you take a look at this sequence, swing and a miss on the slider. Same pitch, same swing, got him going early. Swing and a miss late on the fastball for Candelario, and then this one was taken. Like you said, might have been a bit low. That's a borderline pitch. I don't blame the umpire for calling that one a strike. And Gosman is definitely on a roll after giving up those first 2 hits.
He's really been settling in, and this is a guy who struck out a lot. CJ Crone, struggling first baseman, gonna stand in as Gosman looks to make it 5 straight strikeouts.
Definitely a candidate to do that, like you said, striking out a lot early in the season. Batting average has suffered because of that.
Oh, that's off the plate.
Holds up on the splitter end to even out the count. It's 1-1 to CJ Crone.
One strike.
Slider will miss way high, just didn't really get on top of that pitch. So we'll see the 2-1. Will be swung on. Not going to be a strikeout this time. Instead, it'll be a high fly ball. Long way to go for Jastrzębski, but he'll get there in that gap for the second out.
Yeah, and you ask a lot of center fielders out there, especially if they're a great defender by reputation. They love playing in big ballparks like Oracle Park here. They love being able to show off their speed, being able to track down baseballs, and making amazing plays.
Well, Harold Castro, red hot in his last 9 games, and actually red hot on the whole season for that matter. Going to get his cuts now with 2 away.
Ball 1, no strike.
Yeah, definitely between him and Harold Castro and Victor Reyes for the best performers so far on the young season.
Castro will take a swing at this one and will get down into left field. It's going to be a base hit.
That's what's going to happen for you if you're having a great stretch. You know, it's not always going to be you're dominating the other pitcher. Sometimes you're just going to get lucky. You pitch inside, he was late on it, but he lifted it and just had enough on it to get it out of the infield for a 2-out base hit.
Yeah, so now rare sight here. The American League pitcher, Spencer Turnbull, going to get to bat with a runner on, 2 away. Takes ball 1.
A good eye to start out. Maybe not ready to swing just yet.
Does swing at the second pitch, and he actually gets pretty good contact here, but unfortunately it goes right to the left fielder for the 3rd out of the inning. So, good swing for Turnbull. Doesn't come to fruition. Harold Castro's stranded out there on first base. Tigers get a hit, but no runs. We're in the middle of the second. 1-0 Tigers. San Francisco looking to even it up. And will be their 5-hole hitter, Brandon Belt, to try and get that process started.
Yeah, Belt, another one of their mainstays, another lefty power bat in this lineup. Power's definitely declined in recent years, but he can still rip him when he can.
Gets a big rip here. It's going to be a high fly ball, center field. Harold Castro, my bad, Victor Reyes out in center today. Makes the catch for the first out.
Yeah, nice easy one to track, not too hard for Victor Reyes. As we see Panda Man Pablo Sandoval stepping into the dish.
Special effects. I didn't know Pablo was still in the league.
Yeah, no, he's bounced around, come back to the San Francisco Giants. I feel like it's a heartwarming story, you know, kind of complete the circle with all these players as he swings and hits one deep to right field. And Cookie, that one was not a cheapie. That one's out of here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where that one lands. I couldn't see it on our screen, but I think it could be in the river out there. 470 feet off the bat. Hit it hard and hit it far.
Yeah, if it went 470, that one's definitely out in McCovey Cove. We probably see some kayakers trying to fight for that one.
No, it's got to be a bucket list thing for me to get on a boat out there in McCovey Cove and see if I can get a baseball someday. And boy, today would have been the day to go there because that one is, yeah, absolutely blasted. And it's just floating out there. Don't see any kayakers though.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too cold for them today, but didn't even bounce out there, just straight into the waters. This one's taken high in the zone for a strike.
And Longoria getting his cuts now. Special effects. I might actually get out of the booth here, grab my kayak off the top of my car, go out, see if I can get that baseball.
All right. See you in a little bit.
Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That one's taken high and outside for ball 1.
At the ball. I got 2-1 the
1-1 is taken a little bit low. 2-1.
Oh, my bad. Our production manager yelled at me on my way out the door, special effects. So, if any fans here in attendance listening to the broadcast for some reason while you're at the ballpark, please go get that baseball for me. I'll give you a VIP pass up to the broadcast booth if you can grab that out of the river for me. Spencer Turnbull's going 2-2 to Evan Longoria.
Yep, if you can get that baseball for Cookie and me, we can definitely set up a meet and greet with you guys.
Way inside with that pitch, so it's gone to a full count. Evan Longoria, the former Tampa Bay Rays, been out here with these Giants for a few years now, and I don't know if I really understood the move when it happened, but well, he'll be questioning the move now because all of a sudden he's been hit by a pitch and probably wishes he wasn't here right now because that probably hurt pretty bad.
Yeah, luckily for him, he was able to get out of the way. That just hit him in the arm. And still, you never want to see a pitch go up and in, especially on a 3-2 count. So, probably just got away from Turnbull as we see Buster Posey coming up to the dish.
Yeah, Buster's killed right-handed pitching this season, and he's facing a right-hander here today. Spencer Turnbull going to work to Buster Posey, runner on first, one away. And Buster's going to get a hold of one, and he's going to drop it. No, my bad, that doesn't drop. It's caught by Harold Castro and left for the second out.
Yeah, like we said, kind of the reverse of the Harold Castro from last inning. This time he hit it too well and hit it right at somebody, so it was a fairly easy out.
So now Kevin Gosman, the pitcher, 2 away, a runner on. Same situation we saw Turnbull hit it in the top half. See if the National League pitcher fares any better. He'll swing at strike 1. Start the at-bat. Grounded to Streamer Candelario at third base. He'll go the long way to first to get the out. So Turnbull allows the big home run to the Panda Man. But other than that, holds the Giants at bay. It's all tied up at 1 as we head now to the 3rd inning. And Gosman, after his at-bat, will look to stay hot with the ball in his hand facing the top of this Tigers order. Mabin, Reyes, Austin Romine. Tanner Mabin, 3 for 8 in his career off Gosman, including his base hit today, will take strike 1.
Nope, that's the ball.
Foul that one off, so now it's a 1-2 count.
I got the count, 2-2.
Gosman's 1-2, misses outside. That's the slider.
Yeah, I can see what he was trying to do there, but didn't quite get him to chase.
Ooh, a lot closer with that fastball down. Probably would have locked him up if it caught the zone, but it misses just low. So all of a sudden, it's going to a full count to Cameron Mabin. Let's see what happens. He'll throw what looks like a slider. Would have been in the zone, but Mabin fouls it off to keep the count alive.
Yeah, not much you're going to do with that pitch. It's a good job for Maven just to spoil it and get him to throw another one.
Next one looks like another slider. This one, though, it's going to be out to the deepest part of the ballpark. Maven gets a hold of that. He's chugging for second. We'll see if he makes that big turn and heads for third. He will. He's on his way, and looks like they're going to throw the cutoff home to try and make sure there's no inside the park action. So it's going to be a leadoff triple for Cameron Maven.
Yeah, they don't call right center field here at Oracle Park triples alley for nothing. You're going to hit that ball up the gap, and if you have any semblance of speed, you're going to make it to third fairly easily, as we just saw there with Cameron Maven.
And you know, special effects, this park actually reminds me quite a bit of the Tigers' home ballpark in the sense of that right center gap being the deepest part of the park and really being a triples alley.
Yeah, especially with that big wall out in right center, too, very reminiscent. Just, if you can hit it in the right spot, if you can hit it off the wall even, that would definitely kind of get the outfielders in a tizzy trying to get that ball back in.
Victor Reyes batting now, swings at the 1-1, and it's grounded. The Panda Man at first base today looks like gonna grab it really quick, flip it to the pitcher for the out, but Maven does come in to score on the play, so it's 2-1 Tigers.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Tigers will have to reset as the bases are now empty, but at the very least, you did want to see him drive that run in from third with less than 2 outs.
First pitch, Austin Romine gonna foul it off. Looks like good contact, but just a little bit too. That would have been late. So it's 0-1.
Tough take right there.
Yeah, a lot of major leaguers flail at that, but Austin's got a good eye. Evened up 1-1 count. He'll take a fastball right down the middle.
And you can tell he wasn't looking for that pitch because that's one he could usually send right out of here.
Definitely must have been looking off speed or something of that nature. Has to protect now with the 1-2. Fouls one off. Next 1-2 to Austin Romine. He'll swing and miss, chasing the slider. Austin's got his 5th strikeout of the day. 2 down now for the Tigers. Brings up Jonathan Scope.
Yeah, second time Romine's a fan today, and second time he's looked pretty ugly doing it. This one he got him reaching outside the zone at, it was a slider, maybe even a splitter. Not even close.
Count 1-0.
First pitch to Jonathan, gonna miss up and in. So it's gonna be ball 1. Jonathan Scope, another strikeout victim. He was the last getting a string of strikeout. No, he was not the last. That was I think Goodrum was the last in the string of strikeout victims between Romine and Goodrum. Last time up.
One ball, 2 strikes.
He's in a good spot to strike out again. 1-2 count.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Go's been looking for that strikeout pitch, slider outside, but you got to start it in the zone and have it tail out. Looked like it started off the edge.
Yeah, and looks like next pitch he'll go ahead, keep one over the middle, and Scope will send that right back where it came from. Grounds it up the middle. Can't get a glove to it. It's going to be a 2-out base hit.
Yeah, and Scope's going to get a high five from the hitting coach when he comes back to the dugout. That's exactly what they're talking about every single day. Hit the ball back up the middle, not try to do too much. As this one's ripped into right field, it's going to be caught by Hunter Pence for out number 3.
So tough luck for Jamer Candelario there. Got good contact right to the fielder. Tigers do get a run across, though, on the Maben triple and then the sacrifice ground out. So we'll see the Giants try and respond here. Brandon Crawford going to lead it off. Takes strike 1.
And kind of front doored him with that slider. Not something you usually see to start out in at bat, but if it works, it works.
Ball 1.
Next pitch from Turnbull, it's 1-1. And yeah, special effects. I'm actually a big fan of that off-speed pitch to start the at-bat, especially if you can throw it with that much confidence, because like you mentioned, a lot of people are looking fastball that first pitch, so you can throw them off with the change or the slider or the curve. I mean, why not? More power to you.
Yeah, you usually see guys try and go hard stuff early and soft stuff late. Hard stuff because that's easiest to control, get you ahead in the count, and then the soft stuff to try and trick the batter and get him to swing at a pitch he didn't want to.
Full count. Now Turnbull just misses the zone on that fastball. Payoff pitch to Crawford. Going to be fouled off. Looked like ball 4. He protects the plate.
Yeah, that's always tough. 2 strikes on you. You never know if the umpire's going to call it, so just nice protection swing.
That's ball 4. Take the base.
Next pitch from Turnbull. No doubt in his mind that time he'll take it. So after the single last time up, Brandon Crawford will work the no-out walk. So it's better to put that would be the leadoff walk. So now Dubon will get his cuts. The runner on. Takes strike 1.
And we take a look in the Tigers dugout with Ron Gardenhire giving some signs, maybe preparing for the steal or the hit and run.
Yeah, it looks like Turnbull's working with the slide step now. Very mindful of Crawford over there at first base. He does have the count 0-2 now. Get away from Turnbull. Moves the runner over to second.
Yeah, just tried to do too much with that 0-2 pitch and spiked it into the dirt pretty much. So nice, easy job for Brandon Crawford to get down to second base. And good job by Romine. Just try and calm his pitcher down, remind him that you're up in the count. You don't need to try and fool him that bad.
And next one, too, just off the plate. Outside. So it'll be evened up at 2-2. Runner on second after that wild pitch. No, missed way outside this time. Fill the counts again. So Turnbull maybe struggling to find the strike zone like he was the first couple innings this time around.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Dubon up at the plate. He's 11th in the National League drawing walks, so you can't necessarily trust him to go after a bad pitch.
This time, though, we're going to see a high fly ball, and Victor Reyes will get it deep in center field. Doesn't have the arm to throw out the runner tagging, though, so Crawford will move over to third. A big RBI chance now for Hunter Pence to try and even this one back up. Gets the call on the slider for the first strike of the at-bat.
Yeah, got a little bit lucky with that one as it looked like it might be off the outside corner, but he'll take it.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't blame Pence if he had some grapes on that, but Turnbull gets the benefit of the doubt. Next slider definitely does miss outside, though, so it's even up at 1-1 to Hunter Pence. One away, runner on third, looking for a strikeout or a harmless pop-up. Try and keep that runner at bay.
Nope, that's inside.
It's inside 2-1. Special effects, how do you approach pitching? If, say, you magically were Spencer Turnbull, had the ability to pitch at a major league level, how would you approach this situation? How would you try and pitch this guy?
Yeah, well, this very situation, I would definitely want to get some pitches low in the zone, try and induce, at the very least, a ground ball, maybe even get him to strike out as he takes this one high and in 3-1, because you don't want to get a fly ball and then it's almost guaranteed to have a run. If you get a ground ball, there's at least a chance if it's hit hard enough, the runner's going to be a little worried about, getting thrown out at home, so he might stay out at third.
Well, doesn't look like we'll have to worry about any of those possibilities as Turnbull will just walk the guy, and, well, if there's a silver line to that, the double play is now going to be in order for Mike.
Yeah, now this time up, the ground ball up the middle won't give up a run likely, as they can hopefully turn a double play.
So let's see what Turnbull turns to here. 2 on, runners on the corners, 1 away. First pitch is going to miss high. Fastball just missed the top of the zone for ball 1.
Yeah, and like I said before, this is another spot you're going to want to try and keep that ball low in the zone, induce that ground ball, and hope your defense behind you can turn that double play.
Yeah, I'm kind of opposite to what you said last time around. I kind of would prefer to pitch high in that situation and hope I could get them to hit one right up the chute that where one of my infielders or catchers could catch a pop-up with the runner on third, 1 away. Of course, the danger with that is if they get one to the outfield, they're definitely tagging up to score. But now with the runner on first, I'm definitely in that same park as you. Pitch down, try and get the double play or the strikeout. Looks like we do have a ball down, but unfortunately right by second baseman here, so the runner will come in to score, and there's going to be 2 on. Only 1 away now. Even ball game.
And I do agree with you. It definitely could be, if you feel confident enough in your pitching ability to pitch up in the strike zone, getting a pop out would definitely be better than a ground out in that situation. However, that's a lot harder to consistently get the ball up in the zone where you want it, because if you leave it too low, it's out of here, and if you leave it too high, then it's an easy take. So ground ball is a safer bet in my mind, you know, knowing Spencer Turnbull might not trust his stuff as much.
And that's a really good point. It does take a true wizard on the mound to make that pop out work, though, like you alluded to. If you can pull it off, it's absolute gold mine. As we see that sort of a situation right here, Turnbull does get the pop up this time.
Now batting.
Romine handles it for the second out, but well, this guy coming up to the plate, you don't really want to see with runners on after the home run we saw last time.
Yeah, he's had a hot start to the season, even if he hasn't been playing as much as he used to. And he's had a hot start to the game, launching one out to McCovey Cope.
0-1.
He'll take strike one from Turnbull here. Another home run here would give the Giants a 5-2 lead in the third inning.
Count 0-2.
Handle was swinging this at another curve, so Spencer going with the soft stuff here.
Yeah, Pablo Sandoval meet Uncle Charlie. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that pitch right there. That was a waste pitch. Not really going to get anyone to chase that fastball outside.
Yeah, that wasn't really even close to competitive. Does come back with the fastball again, though, this time down and inside. Gets the swing and miss, so Spencer Turnbull escapes the jam, just allows the one run, but nonetheless, the game's back tied up in the bottom of that Tigers order. And look to get back out in front. Tied up at 2, heading to the fourth inning, and Heidi Watney is going to talk to us now. Fascinating stuff.
As always, great insight from Heidi Watney.
Gotta love her.
For the Tigers, the shortstop, Nico Goodrum.
So Nico Goodrum 0 for 1 on the day, looking for better fortunes here.
Hey.
Takes the splitter for strike one, and well, special effects. I've been really pleased with Gosman's splitter today. Goodrum will hit one back up the middle for a base hit.
Yeah, every once in a while he'll just throw one that kind of goes nowhere, but for the most part he's been getting hitters to think it's a fastball, and then all of a sudden it rolls off the table and drops about a foot.
Yeah, it looks like a fastball, and then all of a sudden it's at the speed of a changeup, but operating like a curve at the last second. And boy, it's been a pretty effective pitch for him.
That one left right down the middle, but Crone couldn't get a hang of it.
Yeah, he'll want that pitch back. 0-2 to Crone, gonna miss just low. So it's gonna be ball one. Harold Castro stands on deck, the pitcher spot in the hole, so we'll get to see Spencer Turnbull bat this inning, assuming no one hits into a double play.
Honestly, I was a little surprised that they even went to first base. That looked like it could have been in the strike zone, but Crone will take it for ball 2, and he'll take another close one for ball 3.
Yeah, I don't know if you call that a good eye or good luck, but swing at the 3-2, lifted into center field, and all those will end up being a moot point as he flies out to Mike Yaz, center. For out number 1. We look at our pitcher high-speed comparison.
Yeah, both of these pitchers, not really any difference between the two of these guys, 96 miles an hour, and you can see both teams have scored the same number of runs, so we should have a nice competitive ball game today.
Yeah, biggest difference between these two pitchers have been their off-speed stuff. Gosman's been rocking that splitter. Not so much the case for Turnbows. We'll see a nice back up the middle hit for Harold Castro. Second hit for him on the day. Moves that runner over to third. So now runners on the corners for Spencer Turnbow. We'll see what manager Ron Gardhire has on here. It looks like it's going to be knocked down by Pablo. And they'll only get one out of this. So dangerous play there. If he got a glove on it, could have been an inning-ending double play instead. We'll see that runner on first move over to second and that runner on third score.
Yeah, we've seen a nice job from Spencer Turnbull today with the bat, even though he's been out both times. First time he ripped one into left, just didn't have the power behind it right at the left fielder, Brandon Belt. Then this one almost got underneath the glove of Sandoval. Good job to stay in front of it and keep it on the infield. Not enough to get the out at home, though, as Tigers take the lead right back 3-2.
Yeah, and with Cameron Mapen, who's 2 for 2 up and a runner in scoring position, a chance to maybe extend it here. Gossman working quickly to try and avoid that situation. They'll throw strike one, and the righty Logan Webb is up in the Giants bullpen should this inning start to get away.
I'm a little concerned with how quick their hook is looking so far. You got to show some trust into your starting pitchers. You don't want to overwork your bullpen. And I don't think Gosman's had a bad day per se. He's just had a couple bad pitches that the Tigers hitters have been taking advantage of.
Yeah, he's let a few rallies get started, but he's done a great job of overall minimizing the damage. 2-1 to Maben here. He is at 70 pitches, though, through less than 4 innings.
Yeah, pitch count's a little bit high, as we can see Buster Posey trying to calm him down as he misses the strike zone yet again. But, you know, like I said, I'd at least like to see him try and work himself out of the inning and maybe get another 1 or 2 in the books before you go to the bullpen.
Yeah, the magic number nowadays tends to be about 100 pitches, so probably still has some juice left in him. Maben will work the walk, so now there's going to be 2 on with 2 away. Inning number 2 squared.
And the number 2 hitter's coming up.
Deuce is wild. And this number 2 hitter does have 2 RBI, including a 2-base hit. Where's number 22 for that matter?
Gotta love it when the numbers line up like that. Is that one apparently misses, and Gosman really unhappy with that one. Kind of shouts at the ground there.
Yeah, Blue really hasn't been calling many of those close pitches the last inning or so. So, well, that's really frustrating if you're a pitcher, and if you're a hitter, I mean, it just means you can be extra patient.
Yeah, to the umpire's credit, he's at least being consistent. You know, we've seen these calls on both sides of the pitcher's mound, you know, both teams kind of getting squeezed. So that's what I like with home plate umpires, as long as you're staying consistent, so someone can kind of get a beat on where they need to be swinging, as this one's fouled off to the right side. Excuse me, left side.
Right side, left side, it always confuses all of us as we see our camera angle switch halfway through calling the play. Splitter will miss slow now, though. 2-2 to Victor Reyes, who's got 2 on. Oh, now we got 2 on, 2-2 count with 2 away, number 22 with the 2-base hit, batting in the 2 hole.
2 RBIs in inning number 2 squared.
And he'll strike out, pitch right down the middle. He takes, locks him up. It's a great job by Gosman to pitch out of trouble there. 2 left on. And now the number 2 is kind of getting old, but we're heading now to the bottom of the 4th. 3-2 Tigers. Hopefully less 2s to come. For the sake of our admiration of the number 2 going forward, as Heidi Watney's back at it again. We'll be talking about another number in the Arabic numeral set. Maybe 5. I'm a big fan of 5.
5's a nice number. I like 7. It's a large prime number, but not too large. The largest single-digit prime number. We see number 10 in the 7 spot, Evan Longoria.
And we'll see Spencer Turnbull delivers his first pitch of the inning. It's going to be a fastball right down the chute. My bad, a sinker, which technically is a fastball, but it's going to be strike one. Hot sinker for Turnbull. That one was at 94.
Yeah, he's a fireball pitcher, and he can get that good movement on the sinkers we just saw there.
Next pitch, four-seamer this time, also right down the middle, so it's quickly 0-2. And, well, if you're Evan Longoria here, you got to be standing up there. Wait, I could have punished both those pitches, and all of a sudden it's 0-2. What happened?
Yeah, there's such a thing as being too patient as this curveball misses well outside the zone. If you're a struggling hitter like Longoria has been these past couple of seasons, you're going to want to take a couple pitches, get yourself ready, but you also don't want to miss your chances at pitches right down the middle.
So this pitch will miss outside, so it's 2-2 now.
Yeah, once again, right idea for Spencer Turnbull. Bad execution is you got to start that pitch on the outer half if you want anyone to swing at it.
Foul ball here. Yeah, that's always the key, isn't it? Is, you know, you want to get those guys to chase, especially for strike three, because, well, if you give them the chase, there's next to no chance they can actually punish it. You see a high fly ball here, deep, and that ball's going to be gone. Rather than Longoria to retie it up.
The roller coaster affair here out in San Francisco. Third tie of the ball game, and it's only 3-3.
And that's why you want to get them to chase, because they can't do things like that to the baseball.
Okay, we're going to take another look at this home run. Stays behind the pitch. He sees this on the outer half. Not going to do anything if you pull it. And keeps that front arm down, keeps that back arm level, and drives it the other way. He's got the power, he's got the hit movement to just punish the baseball if it's up in the zone like that.
Just sneaks out of here. So now tie ball game with still nobody out in the fourth inning. Buster Posey going to get his cuts. Wind out his last time, looking for better fortunes here. Sure, he'd love to get on base to give a nice sacrifice situation with that pitcher on deck. Of course, we saw action in the bullpen last half inning, so might not even get to see that pitcher hit here in a tie ball game.
Yeah, and that's a strategy that's always involved in National League ballparks. When is the time to pull the trigger on your starting pitcher? Because from that point forward, you're most likely not going to be having your pitcher hit for the rest of the ball game. So when do you want to start burning through your bench?
1-1 to Buster, will miss high, 2-1. And I feel like if I was a National League manager, as someone who grew up watching American League ball, I would probably, at least initially, really struggle with that, and probably way too many times for fans to be comfortable with. Leave pitchers in to hit one more time, and then all of a sudden in the bottom half having pitched like one batter before I decide to pull him and move to the bullpen, and have fans start to get upset at me for, you know, why didn't you just use the pinch hitter? We could have tied the game up or gotten the lead, or et cetera, et cetera. You know how fans are. We're all fans.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we could all be major league managers, I'm sure we would, because we've always got the best knowledge. Hindsight is 20/20, as they say. But there's a reason that the managers are getting paid the big bucks and we're at home sitting on our couches, because 9 times out of 10 they're going to make the right move, or what seemed like the right move at the time.
So Posey grounded out to second base. With one away, they will let that pitcher stay in to hit. Kevin Gosman going to look to punish a baseball here. And maybe we'll see these fans get frustrated if Detroit comes out on top and Gosman gives up this tie ball game in the top half of the fifth.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with the Giants manager right here, just because base is empty. You know, the only thing that the pinch hitter is going to really do to get some damage is to hit one out of the park. You know, if you maybe you can get on base, set yourself up for a little bit of a rally, but it's hard to start a rally. It's easier for a pinch hitter to finish a rally.
Ball 3.
Gonna be 3-1 here. The pitcher Gossman, Brandon Crawford, the leadoff hitter on deck.
And as much as you don't want to throw a pitch right down the middle, you also don't want to walk the opposing pitcher. Is that one favorable call on the outside corner for strike 2?
Really lucky that wasn't ball 4 to the opposing pitcher. Let's see, 3-2. Ooh, a little prowess with the bat. Fouls it back.
Yep, Gosman getting some time in the batting cages, being on a National League team, coming over from the Braves last season as well. So he's at least had the experience in terms of standing in the batter's box and trying to look like a professional.
Fouls another one off, so holds the count 3-2, making his opposing number work quite a bit, and he'll chase the slider inside for strike 3 swinging. So Spencer Turnbull's got his third strikeout of the day.
The Giants are able to knot things up, though. Evan Longoria tying the ball game on a home run. His inning's not over as I thought it was. We still got one more out to go. So I was trying to make that transition, but we're going to see Brandon Crawford step into the dish.
Everybody makes mistakes. That reminds me, you always see those clips on YouTube. Times fielder / pitcher / catcher / whatever forgot how many outs there were.
Yeah, you'll see them sometimes throw the ball into the stands and cost the opposing team bases because they threw the ball out of play when there weren't 3 outs. So at least there's not that big of a consequence making a miss like that in the broadcast booth.
Quickly 0-2 to Brandon Crawford. They'll check the swing, say held up for ball 1. Chao Ching Chang in the bullpen for Detroit. He can go a lot of innings out of the pen, and quality innings at that. We'll see if he comes in later today. Turnbull gets a high pop-up. Jonathan Scope will be under it. Make the easy catch for out number 3. So now can take us to the top of the 5th special FX.
Yep, so for real, inning is over. Evan Longoria going the other way with a solo bomb, tying this one up at 3. We've played 4 in San Francisco. 3-3 ball game.
Oh boy.
An interesting move to start out the inning as you leave in the pitcher to swing the bat and you're not even going to bring him back out. So that is something I would be frustrated as a fan. Just if your intentions are to bring out a new man, you might as well burn through that pinch hitter because you never know what could happen with his bat in the lineup.
Well, like you said, there's a reason these managers are paid the big bucks and not us. Maybe looking to save his bench for later in the game.
And that's true. You never know how the game's going to go, especially a tie game. You don't want to start burning through that bench too early, as you never know how long the game's going to go.
Logan Webb in the pitch now. Has gone 1-1 now to Austin Romine. He'll have a tall task. Middle of this Tigers lineup, Romine, Scope, Candelario.
Good take.
Romine has really seemed to slow down the last few days. He's down 0-2 at this point for the day.
Yeah, 0-2 with a couple of strikeouts, so it's nice to see him being a bit more patient. He jumps out in front of that one, pulls it foul.
Yeah, now it's 2-2 pitch, going to be popped up. Pitcher Webb will come over and grab it in foul territory.
The batter number 8.
There's going to be one away.
Yeah, as disappointed as he is, he can at least say, I don't have the hat trick yet. So take a look at this pitch that he popped out on. Might have chased ball 3. You know, tough to say, but definitely not the pitch that he was looking for in terms of when he can drive.
That's a pitch you probably weren't going to do damage with, but would have been nice to see him level it out a little bit, not give a fielder time to get there in foul territory. But nonetheless, like you said, no hat trick yet, and there's going to be one away for Jonathan Scope now.
That's ball 2.
Scope already with a good eye in this at bat. 2 balls, no strikes. He's got a hit today. Got out in front of that one, pulls it foul. Had a home run his last time out in Seattle, one of those two solo shots that the Tigers did not have enough of to win the ball game in Seattle. 3-2 was final.
Kind of missed with the fastball here, 2-2. I feel bad for Jonathan Scope because, well, we both know how to say Scope, but a lot of people will say Scoop or Scoop or weird stuff like that.
Yeah, I've definitely heard Shoop, but Jonathan Scope from the Netherlands, so got a different pronunciation than most. This one skied out to deep center, going back as Yastrzemski is going to make an over-the-shoulder catch as he slowed down there towards the end. Looked like he had it all the way.
Yeah, great play by center fielder. 2 away now, and that'll bring up the Candyman, Jamer Candelario.
And it feels so good.
Candy's actually a guy in this lineup who has a lot to play for. One of the Tigers' top prospects, Isaac Paredes, in AAA this season. He's a prospect at short and third base, although I gotta think long term with his frame and build. He's probably gonna end up third baseman for the long term. So Candelario has something to prove this season if he wants to stick around on this Tigers squad.
Yeah, like you said, Paredes coming up through that minor league system. I could see him definitely being a marquee player for these Tigers in the very near future. This one skied out to right center. Yastrzemski comes on in, closes the glove on it, and Tigers are retired in order. 2, 3, 4 hitters coming up for the Giants. Halfway home, you're watching ML Bot Ball on Twitch.
Your attention, please.
Of course, halfway home, a little bit subjective with the tie ball game. Maybe we'll see extra innings, who knows? But Chao Cheng Chang is going to come into pitch now for the Tigers. This is a guy who's on fire in that Toledo rotation, called up in the bullpen now. His Tigers had a pretty solid starting 5 this season. Maybe not elite, but Norris, Boyd, Turnbull, all been pretty good, and they want to get good looks at them. And even Jordan Zimmerman and Ivan Nova have been fairly serviceable. So Chang getting his work out of the bullpen, too good to leave in the minors. And he's had some quality long outings out so far. He's gone 0-2 now to Mark Dubon.
Mauricio Dubon, yeah, taking that pitch high. He almost drew a walk his last time out, showing that good eye, fouling off some pitches.
This is inside, 2-2. I definitely should do more research than I do on names before a game, but such is life.
No worries. There's definitely lots of hard to pronounce names in baseball, lots of hard to pronounce names all over the place.
This one's going to be off the wall in right field. So
played perfectly, throw into second. Not in time.
So close. It's going to be a leadoff double, though, for the Giants. That one, like you said, Outfielder's playing it perfectly, but not able to get it in time. Just a few seconds late.
Yeah, it's tough to play against a big wall. Most Major League ballparks just have that wall about 10 feet high, so that one's closer to 20 feet. And it's hard to know where the ball is going to bounce off. So nice job by the right fielder, Cameron Maben, playing that one on the hop and firing it back into the infield.
So now Hunter Pence, big spot. Nobody out, runner on second. You can see a little bit of small ball here. If they can get that run across, it gives San Francisco their first lead of the day. Fouls this one off, 1-1.
Yeah, and to try and counteract that, if you're the Tigers pitcher Chang, you're going to want to definitely pitch Pence in as he can go the other way with it if you're leaving it on the outside corner. So you want to try and pitch him in. Hopefully he can pull something on the ground, and that'll leave that runner standing over at second base.
Yeah, fouls another one off, so it's 1-2. Run around second. Let's see, payoff pitch. Well, not really a payoff pitch. Well, it turns out to be. It's going to be a high fly ball left field. And we're going to see Castro get there to make the catch. He'll throw it in, runner doesn't tag. So now that runner will stay at second base with the one away.
The center fielder,
Yeah, Chang's been very polarizing to start out his major league career. Against righties, he's dominating them, having them bat less than 150, but against left-handed hitters, like we see Mike Yastrzemski up in the dish, over 400 batting average, so he's going to try and level that out.
Yeah, Mr. Yaz has struggled with runners in scoring position so far this season. Runner on second now, so maybe a chance for Chang to work it. This one's going to be fielded by Crone. Flip on to Chang for the out. Runner moves over to third now with 2 away.
That's an underrated nice play defensively for the Tigers. That's always a lot tougher than it looks. I know that being a first baseman myself back in my playing days. But a slow tapper over to first, you know, it kind of puts everyone into panic mode a little bit. So nice easing presence from CJ Crone and Chang to get over to the base, covering and making the nice easy play.
And we see strike 1 to Belt here, and you know, I was getting a little bit anxious watching that because, well, in a situation like that, you gotta know who's gonna go cover the bag and who's gonna go field it, because they had both gone to try and grab that ball. No one's gonna be there to cover the bag, or both of them go to cover the bag, neither of them go to field the ball. Then I have the same problem, but looked like they both just went the direction their momentum carried them. Crone managed to field it. Chang managed to also field it, I suppose, in the sense that he caught it when it was thrown over to him, but works to perfection.
Yeah, not to throw any puns around here, but the Tigers were having all their bases covered. As you saw, Jonathan Scope, nice job of backing up that play. Like you said, there might be a little confusion as to who's going to get that ball. Scope's job in that scenario is this one's ripped foul. But like I said, Scope's job is to make sure that there is someone covering that base. So in case Chang does try and go for the ball, he will have someone to throw to.
That's a good point. This one going to be tapped again. Crone will not have to deal with Scope or Chang this time. He'll take it to the bag himself on the 3 unassisted putout to end the bottom of the 5th. So San Francisco gets that leadoff double but doesn't capitalize on it. We stay knotted up at 3 as we see that bottom part of the Tigers order again. You're watching ML Bottom on Twitch TV or YouTube or the various other places we restream to. Yeah. That'll be Nico Goodrum. Clear us off top 6. Takes a strike. Goodrum singled his last time out. Webb going to start his second inning of work, but we'll see Jimenez and Vincent up in that Giants pen. A couple of righties. It's going to be a fair ball, taken to first base by Sandoval. 3 unassisted again for the first out.
Not usually the fleet of foot over there at first base is Pablo Sandoval, but he made the nice play, sticking with the ball and making sure to take his time, head over to the base.
So now it'll be the other first baseman, CJ Crone, and he's going to get this one back up the middle. He's got himself a base hit.
Like we said earlier, that's what the hitting coach is preaching. Just drive it up the middle. Crone's a struggling hitter, and all he needs to do is just, on this pitch inside, he swings a little bit late, but that's enough to get it up the middle, get it past everybody, and into center field for a base knock.
And that'll make things interesting. Harold Castro's hit 2 singles today. That's moved his average up to 362 now. Takes strike 1, but opportunity to go for 3 for 3 now.
Yeah, and it's a little interesting to see Ron Gardenhire still having him at the bottom of that Tigers lineup. He's got the best batting average on the team. Sends this one to second. Tough spin. Throw to second one. Really to first. Amazing double play turned by the Giants defense. And even as a Tigers fan, I got to stand up and applaud that one. Great job returning the side. 6-7-8. Sandoval, Longoria, Posey coming up for the Giants.
Leading up for the Giants.
Edgar Soto, Buck Farmer, righty and lefty up in that Tigers pen. And Pablo Sandoval with that nice play with the glove last half inning. Also hit that monstrous home run today. He'll get to face Chang for the first time now, and he'll take the first pitch he sees from Chang. for ball one.
Yeah, as you take a look at those two pitchers warming up for the Tigers, Sandoval definitely my early pick for player of the game. He's just been consistent. He ripped that one into right field, and he's gotten this offense sparked and ready to go.
Chang doesn't get on top of that curveball at all. It breaks, but even after breaking, it's still well above the strike zone for ball two.
Don't think I've ever seen a pitch miss that high on breaking ball.
Chang missed just so this time, so all of a sudden it's 3-0 to the leadoff hitter in the inning. Last place you want to be.
Especially with that man up on deck, Evan Longoria.
Yeah, there's a silver lining. If you do walk Sandoval, he doesn't have much speed, so double play should be fairly easy. He does get strike one here, though. You can see Chang's not happy with how he's been pitching this half inning, shaking his head a little.
Yeah, that was just a get-me-over fastball, and lucky that Sandoval didn't have the green light, because if he did, he might have sent another one into the seats.
Take your base.
Ooh,
Chang
just a bit low.
just misses here. Gives the leadoff walk, and
The third baseman, Evan.
yeah, I think we're going to take a look at that pitch again. Our show track shows it looked like that ball caught the zone, but Blue given a little bit of a squeeze today.
Well, and part of that's going to come down to what you've done earlier in the ball game. You know, umpires are people too. They're going to be creatures of habit, and if it's close, they might not give it to you because you haven't proven it.
Like we mentioned, though, it's been a consistently small strike zone today. Giants have had some beef with it, and now they're going to take advantage a little. 1-0 to Evan Longoria with Pablo at first base.
Got a bit lucky with that slider. That's what we like to call a cement mix. It doesn't do much but spin and hang right up there.
Going almost like the slider again. This one stayed over the middle, but it does break down low. Looked more like a curve with the movement on that thing, but...
Yeah, that was a much better pitch. Even though it was the same pitch, he got that movement, got it to dip out of the strike zone. It's going to be harder to hit. Z takes strike three, a high outside corner, one away.
First strikeout for Chang. Nice fastball. We'll have to face Buster Posey now, who's had a pretty good season, but not a great day.
Yeah, not a great season by his standards, former National League MVP, but that's what's going to happen as a catcher getting older in the years. Crouching behind that plate all that time is going to start taking its wear and tear on you.
Take strike one. Buster Posey has started to play a little bit of first base the last few years, maybe trying to extend his career a little bit. As this one's going to be grounded third base, Candelario flips onto scope for one. Relay throw to Crone's going to be in time. 5-4-3 double play works to perfection to get Chang out of the inning. Great job by Candelario to cut that one off. Keep this 3-3 through 6.
Yep, a little bit of a mirror effect as Giants end at the top of the sixth with a ground ball double play. Now the Tigers end at the bottom of the sixth, the ground ball double play. As we see the big man Miguel Cabrera taking some practice swings, he's going to come hit for Chang.
Yeah, he's the big fella. Miguel Cabrera, former Triple Crown, two-time back-to-back MVP. One of the best players the last 2 decades. Not been having a great season to date, but boy, they'll look to see him get something started here.
Even with his slow starts, he's always a formidable presence, just even physically speaking. He drives this one into right field, well hit. But Pence goes back, makes the catch, and Cabrera's retired.
So on Cabrera's Instagram, I think it was posted today or yesterday, but he's been looking in really good shape. And should the MLB start playing again, I really think Cabrera is posed to have a big comeback here this season. He looked great in spring training. Struggling in bat ball, but I feel confident in him. Cameron Maben gets this one inside the third baseman down that line for a leadoff, or a one-out single rather.
Now it's a good job just keeping the hands over top of the baseball and pulling it down that third base line, just keeping it fair.
Now Victor Reyes, he was my fantasy pick for player of the game, so selfishly going to hope he hits a dinger or something right here.
Well, as a Tigers fan, I wouldn't be too opposed to that either. You know, just hit a dinger and give us the lead.
He takes ball 1 from Webb. Webb's actually out for a 3rd inning now. Not too often you see relievers work 3 nowadays.
Yeah, and that might be something to do with the National League too. You know, pitcher spot hasn't come back up yet, and you don't want to necessarily burn a pitcher when you're going to have to pinch hit for him his next time up, as a snap throw to first doesn't end up doing anything.
Yeah, runner gets back. Maben stands on first. Reyes at the dish now. 1-1 counts. He'll take ball 2, and Maben was running and steals second with ease to move into scoring position.
Great jump. He knew what was coming right when the pitcher lifted his leg. He just went. Didn't even think about stopping. He got in with the head first slide.
Then it'll be a 2-1 count. Victor Reyes will take outside, so it's 3-1. That steal could end up a moot point should they walk him. Austin Roman struggled today. He's on deck.
Yeah, Roman with his struggles today, but you know he can turn this game around with just one swing of the bat.
Reyes will chase there. They'll say he went around for strike 2, so now it'll be a full count.
Yeah, that was a close check. I was hoping they would maybe check with the third base umpire, but home plate umpire feeling confident.
And this will be popped up. Shortstop Brandon Crawford charges in, makes the play. 2 down.
The catcher, Austin Roman.
We'll see Austin Romine step to the dish now. 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts and a pop out. Looking to get the 0 for off his shoulder today. Get that first base hit. Driving that runner standing at second base.
Yeah, he'll be trying to summon some of that power from another Tigers catcher who wore number 7, Pudge Rodriguez.
At the ball.
Pudge had a great career, not only with the Tigers, but really all around the league. Made the Hall of Fame, I believe it was last season? A couple seasons ago?
Yeah, I think it was a couple seasons ago he made the Hall. Unfortunately, didn't go in as a Tiger, although, to be fair, he didn't spend most of his career with us, so it does make sense.
Gets the call there, 1-2 to Austin Romine. Yeah, Pudge spent 4 years in Detroit, was a big part of that turnaround from the Tigers, who lost the most games in Major League history in 2003. We see a fly out here to right field to end the inning. Great job by Hempel Prince to get there in foul territory, but Tigers lost the most games in MLB history in 2003, and then in 2006 made it to the World Series.
Your attention, please.
One of the great turnaround stories in the game. Despite that, and the Tigers' 10, 12 or so year run they had, never able to win one.
Hitting for the Giants.
Now back in the rebuild as Buck Farmer is going to pitch to number 41 for the Giants. Doesn't wear a name on the back of that jersey, so we won't know who he is for a second. Wilmer Flores.
Wilmer Flores, known probably around the league for the tears he shed when it seemed like he was going to be traded from the New York Mets a few seasons ago, only for all that to come out to be a false rumor.
Farmer will throw strike 1, and yeah, a lot of people are probably going to say, oh, well, it's a business, yada yada, maybe some sort of comment about how he's not a man for doing that. But to be honest, if I have a player playing for me who's crying because he thinks he's going to be traded, that, to me personally, I think that would mean a lot to the clubhouse we have and the guys we have, and what kind of a team we've put together as we see Flores ground out 1-3 the first out of the inning.
Well, the reason he was, crying is because he had spent a good portion of his life in the New York Mets system. All the way as a teenager, that's when he signed in the very depths of their minor league system, finally worked his way all the way up to the majors, only to find out that he might be traded. And so that's just a tough thing. You have the same routine, you're living on the East Coast, and all of a sudden you might be having to move hundreds of miles.
It can definitely be a tough thing to try and stomach. I
One ball, one strike.
can't imagine what it's like to be traded if you're a major leaguer. I see 1-1 count to Brandon Crawford. I remember when these Tigers started their teardown back in 2017. My favorite Tiger of all time, JD Martinez, was dealt to the Arizona Diamondbacks, and I remember just the somberness from him as he really enjoyed his time in Detroit. You see this one killed into the gap. It looks like it's going to be a double. Maybe even a triple. He's chugging for third. Relay throw. Not going to be in time, so great job there to get him to third base for Brandon Crawford. But, JD he didn't seem very happy. He was traded. He obviously understood it, but fans in Detroit loved him, and I think he really did love this city too, and the chance they gave him to turn his career around after being released by the Astros.
Yeah, Detroit was what put JD Martinez on the map. He was definitely taking some tutoring from Miguel Cabrera, staying after school to get some extra practice. And it definitely paid off for him. He signed a huge contract with the Boston Red Sox after that offseason because he proved his worth. You know, he showed that he can have power to all fields.
And Buck Farmer got the benefit of the doubt on that first strike in this at-bat. Quickly works at 0-2, so he is attacking fast and hard here, trying to strand that runner at third base. And this is way inside on that pitch. But boy, oh boy, yeah, JD Martinez, man, he is one of the greats in the game. Farmer gets the strikeout. Swing, chasing the changeup, the bomb.
Big punch out right there. He strands that, doesn't quite strand the runner at third, but now any type of out will do, and you don't have to worry about getting a strikeout or a ground out with the infield drawn in. You can play your infield and outfield just the normal way and getting out any way you can to finish off the inning, still tied.
This is his first pitch to Pence, and of course, sticking with that JD Martinez story, of course, he mentioned got that monstrous contract with the Red Sox after that offseason. But he also, once he got to Arizona, maybe a little bit slow to settle in at first. He did get a hand injury, I think, in his first or second game. But after he settled in a little bit, man, he absolutely took off and had a monster of a season there in the desert. Had a 400 game, too.
Yeah, I was going to say, had that record-breaking performance against the Dodgers, our second favorite team, and he hit 4 home runs in a game, something that only a few players have ever done.
I feel bad I stole that story from you now. It's
no worries.
1 to Hunter Pence. Farmer will get the ground ball, second base. Jonathan still has plenty of time. Makes the flip to his former and current teammate C.J. Crone to get him out of the inning. So we're still knotted up at 3 through 7. Top, or not top. This is actually technically the middle of the order due up for the Tigers. 4, 5, 6. And they'll face the right-handed offering of Nick Vincent.
Yeah, dreadful start to the season. Only 3 1/3 innings, but he's already given up an ERA of 16.20, so he's given up his fair share of runs, not that much time pitching. He's going to try and turn it around against a weak offense. And before we continue with this one, we want to remind everyone we're doing this all the ML Ball season. We're doing it all volunteer work, helping to raise funds for Meals on Wheels. So we would greatly appreciate it. All the advertisements that we get, money's going towards Meals on Wheels. Any subscriptions that you guys can pay for. And if you can afford any donations, we've got a link for our PayPal. If you scroll down here in the chat, Meals on Wheels, we're just trying to raise some money for the community.
Yeah, good food for good folks, and we're happy to do this all for a good cause. We're not trying to have any sort of greed in running this gig. We are focused on just bringing you guys baseball, and if anyone's feeling generous enough to support us, well, just know you're not supporting us, you're supporting charity. I think I saw earlier today, through the course of this whole endeavor, we've raised now almost $700 for Meals on Wheels, so big props to everybody.
Strike count 2-2.
Nick Vincent's gone 2-2 to Jonathan Scope, leading off the top of the 8th, looking to try and unknot this tie.
Not going to do it with that swing as he chases that fastball out of the zone, well out of the zone, for out number 1.
Look at our starter comparison, and this reminds me of that Office meme. Corporate needs you to find the difference between these two pictures.
They're the same picture.
4 innings for both starters, give up 3 runs apiece. Technically a little bit different once you look at the runs and the hits and the strikeouts and such, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's those runs and innings pitched that really matter, and identical performance from both starters. And the bullpens have done a great job from the 5th inning on to keep this game knotted at 3.
Yep, we had quite a roller coaster affair earlier in the game, and nothing since that 4th inning. So we are already here in the 8th in a quick moving ball game.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Nick Vincent's been doing a great job here with this 8th inning. His 7th pitch. It's going to be a swinging strike 2 to Jamer Candelario.
Nice job. My favorite baseball metaphor, pulling the string on that changeup.
And he'll get Candelario to swing, strike out.
Yeah, see right there, he does a good job making sure he hides the baseball for as long as he can, and that's going to make it really tough for hitters to, know where it's going to go. In terms of motion, doesn't quite remind me, but in terms of style of pitching, that reminds me of Tim Lincecum always tried to hide the baseball behind his back before he could deliver the baseball to the plate.
Yeah, it's been effective for Vincent so far. Gotten the first 2 outs pretty quick and gets a quick strike 1 to Nico Goodrum, 1 for 3 on the day.
Nope, outside.
0 for ball 1. You mentioned your favorite metaphor, pulling the string. Tigers radio man Jim Price, the color guy, he has a couple sayings I particularly like. The yellow hammer.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
Yep, yellow hammer for any hard breaking ball that'll fool any hitter.
And then, of course, the boogie whip.
Buggy whip, nice old swing and slap into the outfield.
Okay, especially when it's a big home run, he says a quadruple boogie whip on that one. Holy mackerel, they say too. Goodrum will go down swinging here, though, so it's a nice 1-2-3 inning for Nick Vincent. We're heading out of the bottom of the 8th. San Francisco looking to grab the lead. You're watching a Mobapo.
Not quite a yellow hammer to end that inning, but still a nice job getting a couple strikeouts to end the inning, as we're going to see Gregory Soto come on in. One of the bright spots in this Tigers bullpen, and that's not something we've been able to say not only for the past couple years, but even for the past couple decades. This Tigers team, that's been their big flaw. They can never find a consistent bullpen.
Yeah, Soto's been pretty nice out of the pen. He struggled in spot starts last year. Well, I'm not going to be on it, or what? I'm not going to lie. He was awful. Every time I saw Soto start, I would kind of just tell myself, no point in watching. We're going to be blown out by the end of the 3rd inning. And the bullpen's going to have to be overworked again. But Soto working out of the bullpen this season, and he has that high velocity, and he's been able to be a pretty dynamic guy. He could really become one of the elite relievers in the game if he can get a little bit better control.
He's got great stuff, and like you said, that power arm is definitely going to lend itself to a shorter relief role, especially being a left-hander. You don't usually see too many left-handed power pitchers going the distance as this one's taken on the inside corner. Beautiful pitch for strike 3, 1 away.
The left fielder, number 9, Brandon Belt.
Yeah, Soto will get the strikeout. Beautiful piece of pitching there to the lefty, and he'll get to face another lefty now, Brandon Belt. As Alex Wilson will start warming up in that Tigers bullpen. Brandon Belt gets a hold of one, but not as much as I thought he did. As Cameron Maben easily handles it right for the 2nd out.
Yeah, he took a big daddy hack at that one. That one was almost a buggy whip, as Mr. Jim Price would say. but it was right at Cameron Maben, unfortunately for him, and quickly 2 away.
Pablo Sandoval with 2 away. Takes ball 1. We'll take a look now at Alex Wilson. A little bit lonely out there in that bullpen.
Yeah, Wilson, a former Tiger coming back for this season. He was a great closer for the Tigers before he ended up moving on in his career.
Going 1-1 to Pablo now. Yeah, Alex was he was a great veteran presence back there, along with the likes of Shane Green in years past, but he was let go a few seasons ago to try and save salary, give some more spots to the younger guys, but Tigers had a really young bullpen going into this year. Alex Wilson was looking for work late in the offseason and came in as a non-roster invite, made the team, and boy, he's a fun guy. He's a great veteran, a great leader, and he always pulls some pranks on manager Ron Gardenhire too, so he's a lot of fun. What isn't so fun for the Tigers, though, is this ball crushed off the bat, off the wall in right center. It's going to be a double for the Panda.
Yeah, one of the few guys that's not going to be able to turn that swing into a triple. Still got a hold of it. Drove it out to deep right center field. One hop up against the wall. And a good job now from both sides of the plate, showing that he's got that power. Staying inside the pitch, keeping that level bat. Drive it the other way.
To Billy Hamilton, one of the speediest guys in the league, wearing number 0, coming to pinch run for these Giants, as Evan Longoria is going to get his cuts with that runner on and 2 away, and now a base hit is all it's going to take for San Francisco to take the lead. Hamilton takes a lead out at second. Soto in the slow for ball 1.
Yeah, Billy Hamilton, longtime Cincinnati Red before he started making his way around the major leagues. Found himself in Kansas City, Atlanta, and now on the San Francisco Giants. And his big threat, like you said before, is his speed on the base paths, one of the fastest guys in the major leagues.
No special effects. I've noticed a lot of people who wear number 0, in all sports for that matter, seem to be the guys who have the speed.
Yeah, something that has definitely come into more fruition in these later years in baseball, wearing number 0. You didn't usually see it too much, but now that it's kind of gaining in popularity, like you said, the lower numbers are usually for those guys who are speedier. This one's sent out to right deep, going back as Maben. He's going to make the catch over the shoulder, and Soto gets out of the inning unscathed. We head to the 9th. Drama-filled ball game here in San Francisco. 3-3 ball game.
Your attention, please.
Those number 0 guys, I remember Yolmer Sanchez will come into play first base now with Panda out of the game, but Terrence Gore for Cincinnati, or not Cincinnati, rather the Kansas City Royals was the guy who used to come up in September as a pinch runner for Kansas City, and boy, he wore number 0 when he was essentially just a pinch runner, and he was one of the fastest guys I've ever seen out there.
Yeah, he's a great number 0 to talk about, but another great number 0 that's on the pitching side of things, New York Yankees got Adam Ottavino, great sinker baller out there.
Yeah, number 0, the last single digit left for the Yankees.
Yep, they've got a great history, and all their single-digit numbers have been retired by this point, mostly because way back in the day, Yankees would just number their guys based on their order in the lineup.
Well, work the count 2-0 from Nick Vincent. Vincent going to get a second inning work. He was great in his first inning. Getting a little bit less control here. There is arms up in the pen, though, should they need them.
They might need him coming right up, as this is ball 3 outside. Harold Castro, best bat you could argue on the Tigers this season, waiting on deck.
Yeah, and he's a lefty as well, so we might see that move to the left-hander. CJ Cron will dribble this one. Pitcher will field it himself, makes the throw to first with plenty of time for the first out.
Yeah, he's going to get an earful from his manager after that swing. 3 balls, no strikes. You got to be either hitting it or you got to be taking it, because if you ground out 3-0, you're just giving up a chance for a walk or getting on base in a favorable situation like this.
So now Harold Castro going to work nobody on, 1 away. They'll stay with Vincent.
No, that's down.
Now number 0's recently been brought to college football as well, or at least to the Michigan Wolverines football team. And, well, Castro really doesn't want me to share anything as he flies out to right here for the second out. And we'll see really quickly before I continue who our pinch hitter will be. I highly doubt they'll stick with Gregory Soto's bat.
You have a couple guys that could be coming off the bench. I would think Kristen Stewart, but no, it's going to be number 9, Jordy Mercer, coming back to the Tigers after signing a 1-year deal last year. They liked him enough to bring him back on the bench.
Yeah, he'll be a utility guy this year. He finished in a utility role last season. As well, pays out here. He'll hit one back up the middle, but they wanted to give not Harold Castro, but another Castro in this Tiger system, whose first name is escaping me.
Willie Castro.
Willie Castro, thank you. Got the chance in September to take those everyday reps at shortstop instead of Mr. Mercer, as Mabin will end the threat. He'll go shortstop football in the second, get the short out. But yeah, middle 9, San Francisco are going to look to walk it off. But Mercer at the end of the year played some first with, of course, Miguel Cabrera regulated to DH only. Played some second and third as well, and well, they liked enough what they saw of him in the utility role to bring him back this year, and would be a nice bench piece.
Yeah, a little surprising to see Joe Jimenez coming out of the bullpen. Especially they don't have as many arms as most teams do, having that 6-man bench here in the National League Park. Plus, you know, if your team is able to get out in front, you might want them for a safe situation rather than just to send this one to extra innings.
Yeah, it does look like, though, they are going to go with Jimenez. Maybe they let him go a couple innings, try and keep this tied as long as possible. So he'll pitch the 9th inning of the tie ball game. Goes 1-1 to Buster Posey.
Yeah, my thought would have been Alex Wilson. You had him warming up last inning. It looked like he was about ready to get in the ball game. But like we said earlier in this ball game, like we continue to say, managers are paid the big money to make these kinds of decisions. So we'll trust Gardy on this one.
Yeah, Wilson would have been a decent choice, too, in my opinion. He's had a really solid year. Started off shaky. Looked like it would have been a mistake to select his contract out of spring training at first, but CRA's well down around 1-2 now. And we'll see this one line back up the middle. It's going to be a base hit for Buster Posey. Still got 15 minutes before the next game is due to start, which is weird to say in the 9th inning, but that'll be Mike A. and Tardis calling the Dodgers and the Phillies. Go Dodgers.
Yep, Dodgers were able to walk that one off last night, as I had the pleasure of calling that one with Mike A. You see a pinch runner coming in as well as a pinch hitter, Rob Brantley, taking over the duties at first base, trying to score that game-winning run. Donovan Solano at the plate.
Yeah, he'll be batting .244, swing and miss at strike 1. And yeah, maybe that's the reason they don't go to that pinch hitter back in the 4th inning, because boy, they've really gone to their bench here late. They used a couple pinch runners now, had to substitute one out in the other half of the inning to keep that fielder at first base, and I think they've gone to another pinch hitter as well. So San Francisco might have the empty bench now that I think about it and do some math in my head.
Yeah, taking a look at their bench, they are empty, as a couple of pinch hitters, a couple of pinch runners both sent back to the bench, and Donovan Solano was the last man on the bench before coming out to hit here in the 9th. So if they can't win it here in the 9th, Giants are going to have to go with their pitchers for the rest of the way.
Yeah, 1-2. They'll say he chased it. So the pinch hitter will go down on strikes, and there's going to be one away. Runner on first base, and Brandon Crawford's had a heck of a day. Let's see what he does. Runner on. Runner out. They'll say he went around on strike one.
Yeah, another tough call behind the plate. Umpire really trying to make these calls on his own, not needing the help of the first or third base umpires today.
Changeup will miss outside at almost 90 miles per hour, 89 on the changeup for ball one.
That just shows you how hard of a thrower Jimenez is. When he's on, he can hit upper 90s with that fastball, and we'll see one right here as he swings and misses. 96 on the gun.
Yeah, 1-2 is going to be fouled back. So 1-2. Crawford will hit this one back up the middle. So it's going to be another base hit for the Giants. Puts 2 on with 1 away. And the winning run is going to stand just 180 feet away now at second base.
Yeah, a little surprising to see that they got Rob Brantley pinch running. You know, he is a little bit faster than Buster Posey, but still not a speed demon by any means out of the base paths.
So 2 on, 1 away. It's going to be a fly ball. Second baseman Jonathan Scope will range back, and he'll make the play for the second out, and that's a huge out right there.
Yeah, now out in pretty much any base except for home plate. Hunter Pence coming up to the game 0 for 3 today, so Tigers trying to hope he goes 0 for 4. Giants hoping he can get at least 1 hit to maybe win this ball game.
Yeah, base hit is all they need to walk it off, presumably.
I'm sure the Tigers will have their outfielders in just a little bit, ready to try and throw him out at home, or at least keep him held tight at third, should they need to get the out.
Ball one.
One of the better clutch hitters on the team, Hunter Pence, hitting .317 with runners in scoring position, just the situation that he finds himself in right now.
One swung on and fouled. So Jimenez 2 strikes away from working out of this, sending it to extras. That 1 strike away, gets the swing and miss on a changeup, darting down and outside. So Giants down to their last strike to capitalize. And an ugly swing and a miss chasing for Mr. Pence. That's going to be strike 3. So free baseball, everybody. Been a while we've been tied at 3-3. We're heading now to the 10th inning. You're watching ML Botball and Special FX. I think this extra baseball is specifically as we see Rob Brantley into the game at catch now. But I think these extra innings specifically for you, since at the middle of the 5th you said we were halfway through this one, but
Yep, trying to make me eat my own words as Danny Jimenez comes into pitch. And I'd like to remind everyone, all of Botball is free, but we are getting some extra baseball. Still at no additional charge.
I mean, normally we only give them, 54 innings a day? 9 innings per game times 6 games? I think that's how the math works out, but
yep.
Today we're going at least 55 as we're heading to the 10th here. And Victor Reyes, my pick for player of the game. For the Ram Pick the Stick update, we'll see him line out to second base, starring. We should do Pick the Stick.
Looked like it was a little bit harder off the bat than it was. Really just kind of looped it off the end of the bat, and that ended up going right to the second baseman. But yeah, Pick the Stick would definitely be fun, just to see individually who is the best hitter of the ball game for your team.
So Austin Romine will take strike one. Maybe me and you should do that next time we call a Tigers game special FX. For those of you who aren't Tigers regular fans, the Detroit Tigers on Fox Sports Detroit have done a pick the stick thing the last few years where all the broadcasters and people in the studio will choose their... Oh, as we see Danny Jimenez touching his elbow coming out of the game. Hopefully nothing too serious. But we'll burn another reliever for the Giants. But yeah, pick the stick. Each of the broadcasters and people in the studio will pick their player who they think will, well, as it would imply, kind of get the most hits, and they weight it based off, extra base hit, home run, triple, etc. Did they get RBIs? Then negative points for strikeouts and double plays.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Giants.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Keeps the game interesting. We'll see Jimbo Gustav come in now after the quick injury to the Giants pitcher.
Yep, Handel Gustave, hard name to pronounce. He's doing decently well. ERA hovering around that 4 mark, so a little high, but not too shabby to start out the season.
Gustave, okay, I got it now.
Yep, Handel Gustave. I made sure to check that one up right before we started this game in case he came into the ballgame.
So he'll finish off that at-bat start by the previous pitcher with a strikeout. It's Austin Romine, 2 down.
Yeah, the rare 2-pitch strikeout as he gets Romine chasing, and there is the hat trick that Austin Romine had avoided a couple times earlier today. There's 2 outs now for Jonathan Scope.
See in chat the ML bot ball account saying injury proves there's no such thing as free baseball. The price must be paid. A little bit dark there, but we are getting towards bot ball after dark where things get a little bit more squirrely. The best way I've heard that described by my big buddy Beardy Buddha. So yeah, well, it's not bot ball after dark yet, Special FX, but we're about 6 minutes away from that time slot, so we can get a little squirrely here in extras.
Yep.
Gonna go
This
foul.
was sent the other way. Decently well hit. That could have been extra bases had it stayed fair, but just a long strike too.
Yeah, so Tigers down to their last strike before they'll have to protect the tie ballgame again in the bottom half. Foul another one off. Scope probably going to be swinging for the fences here.
And that's not something that you don't have to worry about. 2 outs, swinging for the fences. Maybe you'd like to see that a little bit earlier in the game, as this one's taken at the letters for strike 3. Scope is digging back into the batter's box. Thought he got one high, but no, it is strike 3. We head to the bottom of the 10th inning, still tied at 3. Giants just need 1 to win it.
Good part of the order due up 2. It's going to be 4, 5, 6, starting with the Yasman.
Leading up for the Giants, the center fielder,
Mike, not to be confused with Mike A, the phenomenal broadcaster here at ML Ball. Fouls off strike 1.
Jimenez not used to having multiple innings of work. He's just usually the guy to try and get those last 3 outs and seal off the ball game, but he's having to protect the tie. And he did well his first time out, gotten the no-run 9th inning. But he's struggling here early in the 10th as that's ball 3.
Yeah, he got the leadoff, or I guess leadoff strike, for lack of a better way of putting it. For 3 straight balls. His pitch count getting up there a little bit, and like you mentioned, he's not a guy used to going multiple innings, so we'll see if Giants can capitalize on him being a bit more tired. Mike will swing through that one, so it'll bring it to a full count now, 3-2.
Yeah, the thing working in favor of both these teams, they both had an off day yesterday, so bullpen's not quite fresh fully fresh, but this one is sent to right field, deep, way back, and that ball is gone. Walk it off, Mike Yastrzemski.
Yeah, this is a guy Giants want to be a star, and he's definitely the star of today. A walk-off home run, first offense we've seen since way back in third or fourth inning, forget which, and boy did he crush that. Gets it out to right field, and we get a free inning of baseball and still not going to have to start this next game late. The Giants walk off the Tigers here to lead off the series in the bottom of the 10th.
Yeah, Jimenez just hung that one up in the zone, and it was crushed to right field. Only question was, how far was it going to go? And I think that ball is going to have a little party with Pablo Sandoval's ball from earlier today out there in McCovey Cove.
Yeah, I couldn't see where it landed, but I think there's a good chance that one's out there in the lake. So, again, free VIP pass to anyone who can go out there, get that for me, of course. Game over. The production crew can't stop me this time. And it's going to be Pablo Sandoval who hit that monstrous home run early on today, getting player of the game honors. Just the 13th win of the young season for the Giants. Of course, he's not so young anymore now that I think about it, but let's not read into that too much.
Yeah, Sandoval absolutely unloading on his first swing of the game, really. 470 feet to straightaway right field. He adds another hit with that double late in the ball game, and he was a big part in why these Giants were able to win it 4-3 in 10 innings.
So Gustave gets the win. Joe Jimenez credited with the loss. No save in the ball game. Both squads 10 hits. San Francisco, the extra run on the walk-off. And that's going to be the difference today through 10. And Mike and TARDIS are in the booth getting ready to call the next game. How are you two gentlemen doing?
Doing well, doing well.
I'm just getting the crawl ready.
That's always the most stress-worthy part of doing the broadcast, is making sure you got the crawl updated.
Special effects, you are gonna earn yourself a reputation for extra innings around here if you're not careful.
Yeah, I've called back-to-back walk-off games. I've had some pretty special calls so far this season. You know, I had first game ever was the 18-1 Dodgers win over the Phillies. My next call had the 2 back-to-back injuries for the Reds, and now we've got back-to-back on my repertoire. So
you're just becoming the whole thing.
Special in Special FX.
Fair enough. But great game there. Maybe the records aren't so great, but good baseball's good baseball. Dramatic baseball's dramatic baseball, and the Giants sending the home crowd home happy there with the bomb by Yaz.
Yeah, just, that was fun and competitive, and I guess really all I got to say now is I know you guys are both Phillies guys, but we're both Dodger guys, so I'm really hoping you guys can do us a favor, take a loss today, let our Dodgers build on that lead they have in the NL West over those darn Diamondbacks.
Well, the Dodgers have certainly been beaten up on the Phillies. They swept them in Philadelphia last week. Last night, Special Effects was on the call with me on Bob Ball After Dark. It looked like the Phillies were finally going to get one in the win column, but Hector Neris blows the save in the 9th. The Dodgers score 2 to walk it off, and you can't imagine that the Dodgers are anything but prohibitive favorites tonight, as they've got the NL's ERA leader in Walker Buehler taking them out.
Yeah, we've seen funnier things in baseball happen, though, so definitely don't write this one off if you're a Phillies fan. We got a great game coming up. Jake Arrieta, Walker Buehler, and we got Mike A. and TARDIS on the call out in Los Angeles. So hope you guys have a good night, have a good call, and I'll see you guys pretty soon.
Yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in to Tigers baseball and Giants baseball, and stick around, have fun, Mike, have fun, TARDIS, and Well, I would say here's hoping your Phillies get the win, but for the purpose of today, here's hoping they get the loss.
Fair enough, and thanks a lot, guys. As we jump right into Bot Ball After Dark as we leave San Francisco. We ship it about 350 miles down the I-5 as we head to always sunny Los Angeles. It's going to be the Dodgers and the Phillies game 2 of this 3-game set coming your way here on the ML Bot Ball Network. As here you see Walker Buehler leading the NL in ERA, a microscopic 1.72 mark. However, the record a little bit vexing there at 3-2. I know that a lot of the sabermetrics people say kill the win, don't worry about wins and losses, but for all the effort he's put through his first 9 starts, you'd think you'd see something a little bit better than that, but that obviously has more to do with the run support or lack thereof he's received than what he's been able to do on the mound as he gets us started here tonight, pumping in a first pitch strike 2, Jay Bruce leading it off for the Phillies. Jay Bruce, not known as a leadoff guy, but it worked for him a couple of nights ago. Had a huge game in a win against the Cardinals, so he gets the nod again here. But he's quickly down 0-2 as he swings through that one.
I'm not sure where Jay Bruce came from in the lineup. I was looking at that last night. Hastley was listed there, so I'm not sure what Joe Girardi is thinking today, but hopefully it works out.
Well, Buehler quickly ahead 0-2. Good curveball, misses inside 1-2. Yeah, for all the janitor Garrett does for us, he is fighting just an increasingly uphill battle against the rogue and chaotic hive mind of MLB The Show. That one misses inside again, 2-2.
We've seen some weird trades, some trades that kind of made sense, and some that were just ridiculous, and then we get the power hitter leading off.
As Bruce skies that one, trying to put the power into it. That's deep to left center, tracking back. That's going to be gone. Leadoff home run, Jay Bruce. And Bruce doing the best to get himself back into this lineup as a regular. Had himself a double, a big hit against Carlos Martinez 2 nights ago against the Cardinals. And now back in the lineup again. He tees off on Walker Buehler to lead this game off. And that was an absolute tracer round deep into the night.
And I kind of was choosing my words very wisely there. It seemed to work out. Garrett, if you're listening, keep Jay Bruce there, I guess.
Real Muto now stands in. He takes one up for ball 1.
Or we could put Bruce in JT's spot. He's hitting an abysmal 207 and hasn't really done much since they moved him to leadoff.
As Real Muto skies one, Muncy behind the bag onto the grass in shallow right. Takes care of that one down here in the first.
The right fielder, number 3.
Yeah, it's been a constant puzzle here for the Phillies and their lineup. The one thing that has been solid is the middle of the order, not so much in their production, but it has been the same guys in that 3, 4, 5, 6 role throughout the season. As here you see Bryce Harper standing in. With 1 out here in the first, Phillies already up 1-0 thanks to a leadoff home run by Jay Bruce.
And F. Corporal in the Twitch chat's pointing out that is back-to-back home runs. If you watched the previous game, it ended on a walk-off home run, and this game starts with a home run. So that is technically back-to-back home runs if you watch both games.
We'll take it. The 1-0 to Harper. Good slider clips the inside corner, 1-1. Phillies trying to figure out this Dodger squad for the first time this season. 0-4 so far as Harper tied up by another slider insider. That's a cut fastball. It gets in on you in a hurry when it's Buehler throwing it 1-2 to Harper.
I thought they had figured it out last night. They had 6 runs, and they still managed to lose because of that awful outing by Hector Neris. But they at least have tied their amount of runs from the last time they faced Walker Buehler last week.
Thank you.
As Harper takes that one up, count a run full. Yeah, the Phillies offense kind of wasted one of their few good outings as Harper all over that one, but hooks it foul. I guess I should say the relief core for the Phillies, which has been pretty solid. wasted one of the few and far between good outings by the Phillies offense last night, squandering a 6-run performance as Harper swings through a slow curve. Way out in front of that one, 2 down here in the first.
He kind of hung one to Harper there, and then he threw another pitch almost in the same spot, except it was faster. And Harper didn't get a good look at it, and he missed it.
It's easy to hit those hanging curves, but when you go against guys who throw as hard as Buehler does, sometimes it can kind of screw you up. It's so hittable that you get way out in front of yourself. Looked like that's what happened to Harper there. So now Rhys Hoskins up. Hoskins still under the Mendoza line, but has been swinging a hot bat as of the last few games. A home run in his first at-bat last night. A big 2-run shot on Sunday night to pave the way for a Phillies win. Looking to make it 3 games in a row here as he swings and misses at that one, down 1-2.
Hoskins is continuing his cold streak from last year, but he seems to be heating up a little bit, and as I say that, he strikes out.
Nasty cutter on the outside corner. Hoskins can't get to it, but the Phillies strike first here in the first. Jay Bruce, a leadoff home run deep to center. Absolutely crushing that one, gives the Phillies a 1-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the first. And taking the mound for the first time tonight for the Phillies, it's Jake Arrieta. Record could definitely be better, but that is probably owed to the season-long struggles of the Phillies offense. A 2-5 record not indicative of that 3.2 ERA. Arrieta's been a gamer. He just needs to get a little bit of help, but he is staked to a 1-0 lead here as he begins what's sure to be a long battle against the Dodgers lineup that's very formidable, led off by none other than Mookie Betts.
Yeah, this Dodgers lineup is one of the best lineups I've ever seen. They did lose their third baseman Justin Turner to injury, but they picked up Mookie Betts in the offseason, and it's only getting better for them.
And Special Effects and I were talking last night in the game. You know, you get to the bench in this Dodger team, and it's guys who would be starting for half the National League. There's really just not a weak part in this Dodger order, as Arrieta misses inside quickly, 2-0 on Betts.
It's like I was reading an article about the Yankees. Someone was like, they have Gary Sanchez batting 8th. He would be a 4-hole hitter on pretty much every other team. Dodgers and the Yankees are both just that good.
As Arrieta pumps in his first strike of the evening. And yeah, that's what it's kind of turned into. You know, they've gotten the steroids out of the game, but lineups on the best teams right now, with the way they coach people up to swing, as Arrieta evens count 2-2, they're all just monsters. It's a bunch of guys hacking that can hit it 400 feet if you make a bad pitch. Some teams have more than others, but that's the prototypical hitter that so many front offices want up and down their lineup. As Betts swings and misses on a good changeup by Arrieta. 1 down here in the bottom of the first.
And that's exactly what you want Jake Arrieta to start off the game with. He gave up a lot of runs his last couple starts. The Phillies offense isn't helping him. Now he has a run and he strikes out the first guy.
Now it'll be first baseman Max Muncy stepping in. Muncy, powerful left-handed stroke for the Dodgers. They back up the lefties, as behind him on deck right now is Cody Bellinger, hero of last night's game. Oh, one's an off-speed pitch lined over the shift, but right into the glove of Bryce Harper. Good wood on it for Muncy, but right at Harper. And quickly 2 down here in the first.
And that's another great at-bat there for Arrieta. Now he has to face Bellinger, who I'm shocked is hitting 208.
Yeah, defending National League MVP, a tough start to the season. However, tried to break out of it last night. A huge 2-run double to get the Dodgers back into it late in the game. And then he had himself a single off of Neris to tie the game. Came around to win the game on the eventual game-winning hit. So a big night for Bellinger, trying to keep the momentum going here today. As he swings at that one and fouls it back behind the plate, 2-1. Arrieta into the wind. The 2-1 pitch is swung on and smoked to center. That's going to get down for a hit. So Bellinger maybe finding his groove here. A bunch of good swings against the Phillies here in the first 2 games. He's got the first Dodgers hit of the night, and it'll be a man on first with 2 outs.
And that's a nice hit there. Jay Bruce was able to make a play on it, so it's just a single. And it's weird to see Jay Bruce playing center field, but I guess it works there.
You know, not only did Bruce come through offensively 2 nights ago when he was in that same spot, batting leadoff playing center, he also had the last out of the game gunning down a tagging Yadier Molina at the plate on a sacrifice fly. It was, by a large amount, the most unlikely thing that's ever occurred.
Yeah, pretty much, except for maybe Vince Velasquez playing left field.
Well, now it's Jock Peterson digging in. Bellinger leading off at first. 2 outs here in the first. Arrieta deals, misses just outside 1-1. Arrieta sets at the belt. Snap throw over to first. Back in time is Bellinger. Good crowd here at Chavez Ravine. Glad to see they could make it here before the 3rd inning. As Arrieta drops in a curveball at the knees, 1-2.
Didn't they just do a bunch of renovations to Dodger Stadium and make it more fan-friendly, I guess you could say?
Well, I don't think it's the confines of the stadium. It's the logistics of getting to it. As Arrieta misses outside once again, 2-2. LA traffic notoriously awful. Chavez Ravine in a beautiful spot, but not exactly convenient for a lot of the LA faithful as Peterson swings and misses. Realmuto digs that one out of the dirt onto Hoskins, and that'll do it for the Dodgers here in the bottom of the first. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. We go to the 2nd inning. Phillies lead 1-0.
It was a nice quick inning, more or less, for Arrieta. Just 1 hit. That's what you hope he can continue doing today.
Leading off for Philadelphia, the shortstop, DD Gregorius.
So we now move on to the top of the 2nd. It'll be DD Gregorius stepping in. Phillies shortstop. Having himself a great season on the road. Not so much at home. Some drastic splits, so maybe DD more excited than most Phillies to be out here in LA. The Phillies have had their struggles. It's been over 2 calendar years, since the Phillies have won a game here at Dodger Stadium. Trying to put an end to that tonight. Thought they had it last night. So far, so good. The Jay Bruce home run has them up 1-0. Now looking for more against a tough customer on the mound in Walker Buehler. Curveball swung on and fouled back by Gregorius, 1-2.
That's good placement on that curveball. It just misses the plate. It looks like it's a hanger, and then he just totally barely misses it.
Good fastball swung on and fouled back. The windup and the 1-2 pitch is swung on and hooked foul down the right field line. Gregorius putting up a good fight here against Buehler. Buehler once again to the plate. That one swung on, crushed. It's deep to right field, hit a mile. Gregorius got all of that one. He's going to double this lead. Solo home run, DD Gregorius. You saw the bat flip. He knew it as soon as it left the bat. 2 innings, 2 home runs for the Phillies, and they now take a 2-0 lead off of Walker Buehler and the Dodgers here in the top of the 2nd. And Gregorius got absolutely every last piece of that one.
It's a beautiful swing, beautiful bat flip, and that contract he signed with the Phillies is looking great on both sides right now.
There you see the tail of the tape. 106 off the bat, 417 feet. That's going to clear any wall anywhere when you hit it out to right field. And Gregorius, like you said, he knew it. The bat flip, the showmanship. when you hit it that far, you get to celebrate a little, I suppose. Gregorius' second home run in the last 3 games. Phillies now up 2-0 as Kingery steps in.
Count 1-0.
Kingery's working those weird reverse splits where he's absolutely insane against righties, and his stats against lefties are awful. I'm not sure what's causing that, but he should be glad to be facing a righty here, even though if it is the ERA leader.
Well, the ERA definitely will be higher after tonight. He's already given up more than the requisite 1.7, 1.8, whatever it was, as Kingery flies out, carried a good bit out to right. A rundown on the track for out number 1. And it'll be the third baseman, Alec Boehm, now standing in for the Phils.
Boehm is hitting 221, but he's in his, I think he's been in the league about a month worth of games now. And 3 home runs, 80 RBIs for a rookie isn't actually too bad.
Yeah, but a lot of that came in the first week and a half of him being called up. Seems like pitchers kind of figured him out after that. Now, he did have a stint on the IL. Had an issue that kept him out about 2 weeks, and still looking for, I believe, his second hit. I think he's got 1 since being recalled last week. But still trying to get that swing back. Tough to do so against Buehler here, but he's had a good eye throughout his first month in the bigs, and you see it there as he now takes high on the fastball. It's 3-0.
Didn't he have a couple of bloop singles in a game we called the other day?
Yeah, he might have. He hasn't hit it hard yet, but yeah, still trying to get that swing back. It's the 3-0, deservedly so. The red light there for the rookie Boehm is taken at the belt for strike 1, 3-1. Buehler into the wind, the 3-1 pitch. Hanging curve. Boehm took a rip at it. Fouls it back 3-2.
I get that he wants to contribute, and that was a hanging pitch, but it was not really a good pitch to swing at.
Boehm sends that one out to right field. Not too deep. Easy play there, and 2 away for the Phillies here in the second. Mookie Betts camped out under that one. So Buehler maybe just a bit off. Certainly throwing as hard as he ever has, but the location a bit off. He's been made to pay for it a couple of times so far. Solo home runs by Jay Bruce and Didi Gregorius as the Phillies lead 2-0 here in the second. And it'll be Gene Segura, the second baseman, standing in. The 0-1 to Segura is swung on and fouled down the third base side, 0-2.
Yeah, Buehler's gotten a lot of hanging pitches, but he's gotten lucky with where they are and who they're to.
0-2 pitch runs into the dirt, 1-2. So the Phillies not only with the lead, but making Buehler work. 37 pitches, number 38 on the way. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and skied straight up the chute. Muncy coming in, catches it on the run, and that'll do it for the Phillies in the second, but not before they double their lead. Didi Gregorius, a bomb to right field. That'll put the Phillies up 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the second inning.
I think that one landed just where Matt Stairs' home run landed, if you believe that it landed.
Yeah, I was about to say that was in Matt Stairs' territory. If ever there was a ball that was going to leave Dodger Stadium, it might have been that Stairs shot in the 2008 NLCS, but here the Dodgers trying to fight back. As that one's laced right up the middle, and just like that, leadoff single by Seager, and the Dodgers have something cooking here in the bottom of the second.
Arrieta had a great first inning. That was not a great pitch to start off this one, but now he has to face probably the coldest hitter in the Dodgers lineup.
Will Smith is the batter, takes a slider up in the zone, but across for strike 1. And Arrieta, we said the same about Zach Wheeler last night when the Phillies got up early. Neither of them have had much run support. Their record has suffered for it. Now he's got it. So just a matter of seeing what he can do with it over the next few innings. As that one runs just inside 1-1. 1-1 pitch is skied out to right. Harper giving ground, looking back, looking up, chasing it down at the track. Good range by Harper there. The Seegers chase back to the bag. Good contact by Smith, but not quite enough, as that'll be out number 1 here in the bottom of the second. And it will be Gavin Lux standing in.
Harper's defense, I've said it before, it's very underrated. He had bad defensive stats just because of the right field in Nationals Park. He's looked great since coming to the Phillies.
Yeah, I agree with you. He had a lot more room to cover out in Nationals Park. Maybe he's not the best defensive guy overall, but given the short porch in Citizens Bank Park in right field, definitely doesn't have to do as much. And as we've seen the last couple of nights, he's doing a much better job of not just absolutely running into the wall here in right field at Dodger Stadium.
He also has that monster arm. It's hard to run on that.
He does. It's been clocked at a 95 plus. Had a couple of big assists last season. So he definitely is not an arm you want to run on. If anything, just like his base running is a little bit too aggressive. Sometimes that gets the best of him. Causes him to overrun balls and give away extra bases as Arrieta works at 2-2 now to Lux.
Whole Phillies outfield has a good arm tonight with Jay Bruce playing in center. Kingery has a good arm. Harper has a great arm, and Jay Bruce can make some good throw-in plays when he needs to.
That one is flared out to left field. That's going to get past Kingery and all the way to the wall. Let's see if they're going to send him. Runner is going to hold at third. So a one-out double by Lux, and the Dodgers are in business, second and third. With one out there, as Lux just takes the away fastball and lines it into wide open spaces in left center.
Just like he does line it into center, but just like I was saying, Kingery has a good arm, and you don't want to risk running on that with one out.
That'll bring up Kike Hernandez. Hernandez, a big shot to center, solo home run last night. Been a slow start for Hernandez, just 4 home runs, 9 RBIs so far. He's looking for a big hit to get the Dodgers back into this one, as the 1-0 misses outside 2-0.
I have a very fond memory of Kike Hernandez. He went to pitch against the Phillies a few years ago, and Trevor Plouffe hit his 16th inning walk-off home run off of him.
You know, I remember the Plouffe home run. I did not remember it was Hernandez on the mound. But Hernandez at the plate doing his job so far, looking at 3 out of the zone, and Arrieta goes with the off-speed. Hernandez waiting for it with the green light, grounds it up the middle. 2 runs are going to score, and this game is tied. Not sure why Hernandez was swinging at the 3-0 curve, but he was right on it. Like he knew it was coming, sends it right back through the box. And just like that, this game is tied at 2.
3-0 curveball is a very interesting pitch. Generally, 3-0 go with a fastball or something, expecting them to take. The one with the breaking ball, they hit it, and now the game's tied.
That'll bring Buehler to the plate. Have to imagine he's bunting here. He does square around, pulls back 1-0. So Arrieta staked to a 2-0 lead, hasn't been able to carry it through the second inning. Dodgers still trying to rally as Buehler whiffs right through that one, 1-1. Hernandez leading off first. The 2-run single just tied this game. The 1-1 is bunted right to Segura at second. He's going to take the easy flip to first. Buehler does his job, moves the runner along. Now runner on second with 2 outs. And the top of the lineup coming back up in Mookie Betts.
Dodgers have already gotten back to the top of their lineup in just 2 innings. Only 2 runs, but they have gotten a lot of men on base.
Yeah, Phillies pitching has lived like that so far this year. fast and loose, living a little bit dangerously, getting some very opportune double plays at times to keep them in games or help win them games. But there, Arietta, very nice slider on the outside half, strike one. Arietta sets at the belt. The 0-1 is swung on and tapped behind the plate. 0-2 to Betts. Two-two game here in the second. 0-2 to Betts is swung on and missed. Real Muto once again with a great block. Takes his time, goes down to first. Betts is put out, and that'll do it for the Dodgers in the second, but not before they tack 2 on to tie it. A 2-run single by Kike Hernandez has us all knotted up going to the third.
I'm not sure if that was a good pitch or a bad swing. Either way, it ends the inning.
I think it was a little of both. I think it was a pitch that was never intended to be in the zone, and Betts just maybe chased a floating curveball that ended up diving on him more than he thought. But it'll be Arietta's turn to see what he can do with Major League pitching, as Buehler burns that one across the outside edge, 0-1.
He's not the worst hitting pitcher the Phillies got. I think that goes to Aaron Nola.
That is true. Arrieta definitely will stick in there and take his cuts. Although far better hitters than him have fared far worse against Walker Buehler. But the count's 1-1. Good curveball is swung on and missed by Arrieta, 1-2. Buehler into the wind. That one misses low. Another slider. So the 2-2 on the way to Arrieta. And a swing and a miss. Good fastball there on the outside corner by Buehler. His third strikeout of the night, and that'll roll the lineup back to the top of the Phillies. It'll be Jay Bruce, who visited the cheap seats way out in deep left center his first time up.
Jay Bruce getting hot with his starts that we aren't really planning. That gives me another issue with setting up rosters and lineups for this team.
I mean, Ball Jay Bruce is trying to send you a message.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
There he lays off a curve, 1-1. Always free swinging, but definitely still a lot of power over a decade into his career.
1 ball.
As Jay Bruce fans at a curveball, 1-2.
Phillies have Harper and Wright, and I think that's a lock. Kingery's been hot, Hastley's been hot, so I'm not sure what we can really do. Maybe if Rhys Hoskins continues on what he's doing.
Either that or move to the American League, I suppose.
That too. Does look like DH is a possibility.
It's a great fastball. A two-seamer backs up on Bruce. Catches the inside corner right at the knees. Not much he could do with that one, and Buehler got his 4th strikeout. 2 down here in the third.
That was a dot right there. Beautiful pitch there. Bruce thought it was a ball. I don't think you can really argue with that.
Yeah, that was one of those where when you're the batter, you were convinced that it's not going to be in the zone. And then that last 10th of a second, way after you could possibly start to swing, you just know where it's going and that it's going to burn that corner. And the only thing you have left to do is hope that the umpire misses it too. So Real Muto now in, the 1-1 count to him. Buehler trying to settle down after giving up home runs in each of the first 2 innings. Curveball misses outside, 2-1. Buehler again into the wind. The 2-1 pitch swung on and missed. Good fastball down in the zone, 2-2 to JT.
Buehler does have a lot of pitches, but most of them have been really good except for the 2 home runs.
This will be the 53rd offering already for Buehler. That one sails high in the zone, but it's going to be called strike 3. Just barely clipped the top of the zone right at the letters. Real Muto not too sure about it. I'm sure if he gets those pitches for his pitchers the rest of the night, he might feel okay about it. But a high strike 3 call, that'll be a strikeout, striking out the side for Bueller, as we'll move to the bottom of the third, still tied up at 2-2. And it'll be Max Muncy leading things off for the Dodgers in the bottom of the third.
If pitchers don't get that call for the Phillies, I think it's safe to assume the umpire is a Mets fan.
And that's a tough thing when you're a catcher or a pitcher at the plate. When you get a call that you don't think was a strike, you get rung up on it. You can't really argue, because when you don't argue, you're kind of saying to the umpire, all right, that's fine, but, I need mine too.
The count is 2-1.
It's a good high slider swung on a miss, 2-1 to Muncy. Arrieta missing outside, 3-1. Dangerous count for a very powerful hitter in Max Muncy.
Arguing calls was like the one thing Gabe Kapler was good at for some reason, even though he liked people striking out looking.
Muncy is going to sky this one into deep center all the way to the wall. Bruce butting up against the wall, making sure he has room, then walking in a step or two and putting that one away. Muncy didn't miss that one by much. As here we take a look at the NL East standings, and getting to be a logjam up there at the top. Washington, Atlanta, Philadelphia, all of them playing good, winning baseball. Seems like it could be a 3-horse race all throughout the summer.
Could even be a 4-horse if the Marlins get back on their early season ways. Mets have even been on a little bit of a hot streak. They have played like the Pirates and stuff recently.
Here you look from the behind the plate cam, the big lefty shift on for Cody Bellinger. Been swinging a hot bat in this series, 1 for 1 today. Smoked one right through the shift. Technically into the shift, but he hit it so hard nobody could react his first time up. Swings and misses at 1, fouls the next one back, now down 1-2 in the count. Arrieta trying to bounce back after giving up the lead last inning. Did Bellinger go? No, he didn't. 2-2. Two-two pitch. Arrieta staying away, and Bellinger spoiling a good pitch. Count remains 2-2. Another foul ball. Bellinger definitely seems to have figured something out, getting good contact on all these pitches.
Count is 3-2.
Slider in the dirt, and the count's going to run full. Arrieta into the wind, the payoff pitch. Loses it outside, and Bellinger fights back in the count, draws the walk. And the Dodgers have a man on with 1 out. And it'll be Jock Peterson heading to the plate.
Jock Peterson's got good power. He's insane in that home run derby last year. Almost got traded to the Angels. He's still on the Dodgers, and now he's got a runner on. Or does he?
Snap throw picked off of first base is Bellinger. Arrieta catching Bellinger, taking the extra step, and the quick throw is going to result in an out. Clear the bases, and now 2 down here in the third. Sorry to cut you off, Tardis, but I think that one surprised everybody.
I think Jake Arrieta just heard me saying stuff, and he's like, yeah, okay, whatever, and threw it over.
So Peterson fouls one off, 0-1 the count now. 2-2 game here in the bottom of the third.
Oh, that's low.
Good curveball, but drops just below the knees, 1-1.
My fantasy line is pretty much already wrong. I was expecting the Phillies to get killed today. That's not really happening so far.
Comebacker to the mound. Arrieta's going to take care of that one. Peterson out on the 1-3 put out. That'll do it for the Dodgers. Bellinger gets the walk, but he's erased on the pickoff. We move to the 4th inning, all tied at 2 here at Chavez Ravine. Heidi offering up some words of wisdom, as it'll be Scott Kingery getting the first hack at Walker Buehler here in the 4th.
Who is that guy with the mustache? I keep seeing him and I don't know who that is.
I am not sure.
Philadelphia.
If there's one thing that's lacking in this game, it's that most of the managers and coaches they didn't spend too much time thinking about how they looked. I take it back. We saw the close-up of Scott Kingery, but he is in the hole here. Deep in the hole, actually. He's in the ditch. It'll be Bryce Harper, followed by Hoskins, and then Gregorius, and then Kingery.
Gabe Kapler looks exactly like Gabe Kapler. It's really weird. They focus on some guys and not everybody.
1-0 pitch to Harper is skied foul. 1-1.
EB saying in the Twitch chat, he thinks it's supposed to be Brian Price. I can see that, I guess. Doesn't really look like him, but I'm not sure if they have anybody else that really looks like that.
Yeah, no, I agree with EB. I think that, usually it is the pitching coach. Those are the only two coaches that really make cameo appearances in this ball action, but it does not look anything like Brian Price. He is, I believe, less mustached than the depiction, although they seem to have done him a favor on a couple of pounds, I believe. The 2-2 on the way to Harper is swung on and grounded away from the shift, but right at the third baseman come shortstop. That's a tough one there. You try to go against the shift, but right at Kike Hernandez, playing a good 20 feet to his left. Bouncing ball finds him, and it's one away here in the 4th.
Oh God, Cookie's got a question that I don't really want to answer. You go ahead, Mike.
Can you give me the I'm sorry, is it in the Twitch chat?
Yeah.
You're so much more technologically advanced than I am. It's tough for me to toggle through.
You want me to read it? I'm not going to answer that, but...
Sure, go ahead.
All right, so he said, if you had $330 million, would you rather sign one Bryce Harper to a 13-year deal or 3 JD Martinez's to 5-year deals? I'm not answering this one.
Well, that one is going to be smoked into center, but run down by Bellinger for the second out. I am not familiar with the current contract of JD Martinez. As there you see the pitch speed comparison. And the Phillies, they had a 2-0 lead, but when you're dealing against a guy or dealing with a guy who's averaging triple digits, tough to get any runs on the board. So I guess the Phillies should feel good about themselves. The guy that definitely feels good about himself right now is D.D. Gregorius. Huge home run to right his first time up. He'll try to get something going here with 2 outs in the 4th. As Buehler deals right over the plate, strike 1.
And we've got the contract for JD, 5 years, $110 million. So it's 3 JDs equals.
As Gregorius sends one to right, this one not nearly as deep as the last one. Bet settles under it and puts it away. That'll do it for the Phillies in the 4th. Score remains tied at 2-2. And as for that question, I'm not a general manager. I can only say that, Bryce Harper can at least play a position in the field. Not sure if JD Martinez can do much of that. Now, that does not make up for, $100 million or so. But I would also say that JD Martinez needs a little bit more protection than Bryce Harper does. Granted, I'm being an apologist for the Phillies here, trying to plead the case for Bryce Harper, but then again, that's kind of how you phrase the question. So, is the JD Martinez deal better? Absolutely, 100 times over. But, in the open market right now, if they had hit the market at the same time, I think that those salaries would be much closer together than they currently are.
Plus, when JD hit the market, he had really only had one good season.
1-1.
That is true. So that definitely probably hurt him in the negotiating process. as we're going to begin the bottom of the fourth with a tap out to second base. Segura taking care of that one. One quick out. And, you know, the big thing with the Harper deal, as some people may have heard Harper giving a little bit more illumination to on his recent appearance on a podcast where he kind of talked through all the different offers he was made, was that he really just wanted to be done with it. He wanted to, you know, not be an easy customer. He wanted to make his money. He wanted to make all the money. But he also didn't want to have to deal with choosing a team again. And the Phillies seemed to be the one team that kind of offered that. The Nationals offering him $300 million in a long-term deal to stay put, but they wanted to defer it out like 70 years. The Phillies said, here's all our money, take it for the next 13 years. Everybody else came in with lower offers or fewer years, so he said, no, don't want to do this again, as we look at a quick strikeout there from Will Smith. But yeah, the Phillies really seemed to be the one team that offered Harper what he wanted, so he took it. So I don't think you can really argue either side of that deal. Phillies wanted a superstar. The superstar wanted the terms that the Phillies offered, so that's where we are.
Plus, he's selling tickets, which also gets you that money back eventually.
Yeah, you know, you do get that. Nowadays, most of the money being made by teams are from their broadcast deals, which the Phillies are fortunate enough to have a great one, as to do the Dodgers. That's why you see the constant stream of even more money being poured into this team, as the Dodgers have to wonder when it's finally going to be their turn. They've been elites in the National League for the better part of a decade, but still looking to get that first World Series win since 1988. Arrieta working 2 looks, the 2-2 pitch. Swung on a miss. Good changeup by Arrieta. Diving down into the dirt away from the barrel of Gavin Lux's bat. So a quick inning for Arrieta, and we move on to the 5th. Still tied at 2 here in Los Angeles.
Leading off for the Phillies, the left fielder, number 4, Scott Kingery.
Cookie's still trying to prove that the whatever the JD thing is a better deal. Cookie, Bryce passed on the Dodgers. End of story.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not arguing Cookie's point. JD Martinez's deal is obviously the better, more fiscally responsible deal. It's just that there are more than, there's so many different factors going on in the negotiation of the deal than what you can look at after the fact, where you just look at years and dollars. That one is grounded by Kingery to the right side. Easy 4-3 put out. And it's one away here in the 5th.
Third baseman, Alex.
No, there are any number of people who are younger and putting up better numbers than current superstars who will always be on better deals. You know, the best deal in the game right now, you'd have to think, is Ronald Acuna Jr. Slated to make $3.5 million this season. He's as good as anybody in the game. So it's all a matter of hindsight, kind of like analytics. You can always look at the numbers after the fact and figure out who did the right thing. The trick is to figure out when you're doing the right thing before the fact of signing contracts and signing long-term deals.
When I'm contractually obligated to say this, if there's a Braves fan in the chat, Acuna struck out more times than Bryce Harper, so don't bring that to me on Twitter. I get all that all the time.
Bohm standing in the 0-2 pitch, takes it high, 1-2. Buehler settled down after giving up solo home runs in each of the first 2 innings. Now in the 5th, Phillies still looking for another sign of offense. Bohm fouls one off. Count remains 1-2. Stretch and the pitch. Bohm goes fishing, comes up empty. Good pitch there by Buehler.
The batter, number 2.
And Bohm goes down swinging, 2 away.
Segura.
That'll bring Gene Segura to the plate, 0 for 1 on the night. Bueller into the wind. Fires across the belt, strike 1.
I'm still trying to figure out where Gene Segura has been all season. He hit 300 in 2018, and then last year and this year has just done way worse than that for some reason.
Yeah, even before that, his average seemed to be on the decline. I think the Phillies weren't too worried about that, but they thought that he'd hit for a little bit more power than he has. The 0-2 to Segura is lined right back up the middle. There's one of those base hits. So the Phillies will stay alive in the 5th. A 2-out shot up the middle for a single by Gene Segura.
And that's another example of me choosing my words very carefully. Gets somebody to do something that they haven't done. I don't know how that works. It just does.
The bop ball gods seem to be just playing everybody at all times. So that'll bring Arrieta to the plate. He'll have to swing the stick for himself, and he goes right through that one, 0-1. Don't think there's too many pitchers, even the best hitting ones, that are catching up to high 90s in on the hands like that. Bueller sets at the belt, the 0-1 pitch, curveball outside, 1-1.
All right, here's a good question. Beard rakings. Where is Jake Arrieta on that list?
Ooh, it's a good one. Let's see. 1-1 goes outside, 2-1.
I think Charlie Blackmon has the best in baseball.
Yeah, Evan Gaddis is up there.
Yeah. Is he still in the league?
Somewhere. I don't know. He might be like doing whatever he does. He's led a weird life, but he does hit baseballs very well.
He does.
Slider up the top of the zone, 2-2 to Arrieta.
Bryce Harper has a good one when he has it. He doesn't right now in real life. He's shaved.
Another slider. Good take by Arrieta there. Most would have chased that one instead he runs at 3-2.
EB thinks Gaddis retired, says Justin Turner. Yeah, he is a good one too. He looks like Gritty if he was a person.
And Arrieta's going to draw the walk. So chalk that one up as a win on the pitcher-on-pitcher battle. If nothing else, it's going to make Bueller throw a few more pitches. Already at 80 here in the 5th inning as the lineup turns over. And Jay Bruce, already with a home run tonight, is now going to have a couple of ducks on the pond. First and second, 2 outs, 5th inning, still a 2-2 game.
The Dodgers have Jimmy Nelson warming up, which is a fantastic name, by the way. But I didn't expect Bueller to be in this much trouble in the 5th inning.
Yeah, it hasn't so much been trouble aside from the 2 home runs, but he has worked himself deep into counts, given up a couple of hits, and really run that pitch count up. The 0-1 to Bruce misses high, 1-1. There you see Nelson, the right-hander, warming up in the pen. As Bueller trying to find his way through the 5th inning here. Sets to the belt, the 1-1 to Bruce. Good fastball up and away. 1-2. One-two pitches swung on, and did it get a piece of Bruce? They're going to say it did.
The catcher, JT.
Can't believe they didn't check to see if he went around. Looked like he might have offered the pitch. Either way, it glances off the forearm, so he's going to get a trip down to first base. And the bases will now be loaded for JT Realmuto.
That looked like the Chase Utley maneuver right there. He kind of swings, doesn't all the way, and gets hit somehow.
First pitch to Realmuto's up and away, 1-0. Yeah, Utley definitely had the art figured out of acting like you're turning away from a pitch while really throwing more of your body into the pitch. But Bruce got the bat involved there. Can't believe that they didn't check the swing as Realmuto fouls that one off, 1-1. Phillies with a chance to reclaim the lead here. Bases loaded, 2 outs. As Real Muto swings and drives one up in the air, but that's going to hang up in the air. Peterson over to get it, and that'll do it for the Phillies. So they load the bases, but get nothing from it. We move on to the bottom of the 5th inning, still 2-2 here in LA.
Leading off for the Dodgers, the third baseman, DK Hernandez.
Nope.
So we begin the bottom of the 5th. It'll be Kike Hernandez stepping in against Arrieta. Arrieta missing away with the first offering. Now back into the wind, the 1-0 pitch. Front door curveball just sneaks over the inside corner, 1-1.
Speaking of the remember, EB reminds me in the chat about at least 200 getting at least 200th hit by pitch. I remember that too. Yeah, he got hit by the pitch and he's like, "Can I have that ball? That's my 200." Like, what? Okay, here you go.
Hernandez laces that one right back up the middle. That's going to be a leadoff single for the Dodgers. Hernandez on with nobody out. The Dodgers now trying to get something going as we've reached the midway portion of this game. Here it looks like it's going to be an early end of Walker Buehler's night. We mentioned the high pitch count. Chris Taylor now coming on. He'll be the pinch hitter here in the 5th. So the line is set on Buehler. I'm sure we'll see that coming up soon. Although the outcome not determined yet. Can't lose it, but if the Dodgers could take a lead here, he would be in line for the win. As Arrieta deals the 1-0 pitch, that one's going to be grounded right through the hole on the right side. Great piece of hitting by Taylor. A pinch hit single, and it's going to be runners on first and second with nobody out here in the 5th.
That's a nice swing from Taylor there, the pinch hit single. I wasn't expecting Buehler to not pitch that far into this game. When I was doing my fantasy last night, I put him as the winner. Looks like both pitchers might get the early pull here.
As Betts grounds one right to Bohm. Bohm didn't get the tag on the runner, but does get the ball over to first for the out. Might have actually been some motion on the bases there. Could have been an easy double play, but I believe that was a double steal in progress. So they avoid that double play thanks to the runners in motion, and now have runners on second and third with 1 out. And Max Muncy at the bat as Arrieta delivers over at the knees, strike 1.
Yeah, that did look like a double steal there. It was basically a trading. It was basically a bunt, pretty much. Yeah, F Corporal. They took Buehler out because he had like almost 90 pitches.
Muncy, a big swing but a miss. A changeup dropping out of the zone. 0-2. This is a big spot here for Arrieta. If he can get this out, especially if he can record a strikeout, keep the score at 2-2, get it to 2 outs, that gives you a lot more options with Cody Bellinger looming on deck. The 0-2 by Arrieta. Curveball just laid off of by Muncy. Great pitch there by Arrieta. Didn't get the call. And Muncy, not sure how he laid off of that one.
Yeah, I think most people would swing at that one, even if they have a pretty good eye. Beautiful pitch.
Muncy spoils that one. Back up our way. Count remains 1-2. Arrieta trying to pitch out of the jam. Second and third, 1 out here in the 5th. Another changeup drops low. This time Muncy does not chase. And the count runs to 2-2. Two-two pitch. A good slider. Just misses on the inside corner. Arrieta cannot be happy about that one.
Yeah, that was a perfect pitch, and Muncy didn't swing at it, and he didn't get the call. Beautiful nonetheless.
Payoff to Muncy's grounded second. That'll get a run home. Segura on to Hoskins for the out. So the Dodgers happy to trade an out for a run here as they take the lead here in the bottom of the fifth on the RBI ground out by Muncie.
That's exactly what you want to do with that ball. You hit it right where they can't throw home, so runner's fast enough where he's going to be fine. It's a nice play by Segura, and it gets the Dodgers a run.
That'll bring Bellinger back up to the plate, 1-for-1 on the night with a walk. Really seems to be dialing in that swing that won him the NL MVP last season. Phillies would just as soon not have to tangle with that. They do have an empty base, a couple of empty bases, as Arrieta tries to limit the damage here in the fifth, but not getting any help there, especially on the inside corner. That same pitch to Muncie called a ball. Looked like he flipped the corner both times, but now a 2-0 count to Bellinger, and Arrieta's either going to have to back down or give Bellinger something to hit. And he grooved him a fastball, but Bellinger didn't offer. 2-1.
The Phillies have two former starters warming up bullpen, Nick Pivetta and Ranger Suarez. Neither of them made the rotation. Both of them pitching better than Vince Velasquez.
2-1 by Arrieta. Good all-speed pitch on the outside corner. The changeup drops in right at the knees. 2-2 to Bellinger. Now I think, you would think you'd go to that slider inside again, but he hasn't gotten a call. He's going to need the swing and miss. He goes to the sinker. Good one, but Bellinger spoils it. Count remains 2-2. Two-two pitch once again is swung on and chopped out to short. Gregorius on a couple of hops over to Hoskins. That'll do it for the Dodgers in the fifth, but not before they tack on a run and take the lead here. The RBI ground out by Muncie puts LA on top. We head to the sixth. Dodgers lead 3-2.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Dodgers, number 75, Scott Alexander.
So now we see Scott Alexander coming on. Of course, Walker Buehler pinch hit for back in the fifth inning, but as we opined about, he's now in line for the win. If the Dodger bullpen can hang on, Alexander will have Bryce Harper to deal with to begin his night. But the Dodgers not content to stick with Alexander for too long, it would seem, as Jimmy Nelson, Ross Stripling both getting ready in the Dodger bullpen.
Did those splits say he was worse against lefties than righties?
Nope, outside.
You're talking about Alexander?
Alexander's splits, yeah.
Every once in a while it can be that way. In today's game, it seems like if you don't have that big frisbee curveball or slider that you can throw to lefties, sometimes the lefties hit you better than the righties do.
Because why would you bring it out for a lefty, a righty, and a lefty? Interesting decision making.
Alexander sets the 2-1 coming to Harper. Is swung on, missed. 2-2. Harper seemed to have a beat on that one, but just could not make contact. Alexander sets again, the 2-2 to Harper. Swung on and missed again. Curveball on the outside corner. Sinker, but paints it right on the outside corner, and Harper can't reach it. Way out in front of it. And that'll be one down here for the Phillies.
Nice pitch. I'm basically eating my words now. I said something about him not being good against lefties, and then he strikes out one of them.
That'll bring up Rhys Hoskins 0 for 2 on the night. But he's been clutch for the Phillies in the last couple of games. Home runs in each of the last two contests for the Phillies. And looking to light up some fireworks here. The 1-0 from Alexander. Curves in the back door. 1-1.
Let's say Hoskins had a triple in the last 4 games? Who was that?
Yeah, it was weird.
I'm mad I missed that. I love seeing him run. It's hilarious.
Well, Hoskins now with some work to do down 1-2 in the count. Alexander fires and Hoskins rifles that one, but right at Hernandez. Takes it on a hop. takes his time over to Muncie,
Now batting.
and that'll be out number 2 here in the 6th.
Gregorius.
Great play by Hernandez, having to play it off his hip as hard as it was hit, but handles the short hop well and takes care of Hoskins. Is now to be Didi Gregorius coming up. Big solo home run earlier in the game. Phillies could use another one as they now trail for the first time in the night. Gregorius does take a big swing, lofts it out to right again. It won't be deep enough. That'll be his second fly out to Betts of the night, and that'll do it for the Phillies here in the 6th. They go down in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We go to the bottom half of the inning. Dodgers lead 3-2.
I think that might have been a home run in Citizens Bank Park. Do I have the math right on that?
Probably not quite. Maybe a wind-aided home run if they had the benefit of a brisk breeze, but
Because I saw 360 there, and that was not 30 feet. So,
That's off the plate.
because right field in Citizens Bank Park is 330, and that's at 360. So I feel like that might have gotten out.
so Arrieta remains in the game for the Phillies, although you see the double barrel action both from the left side down in the Philly bullpen. Phillies blessed with a bunch of left-handers. That's a good thing to have against this Dodger lineup. So many power lefty bats. Arrieta taking on one of them right now in Peterson. It's a 2-1 count.
All the lefties in the bullpen is the opposite of what the Phillies have had. They've always had a shortage of lefties and too many righties, and now they've got the exact opposite.
So Peterson's going to find some space out in left center field. That one's going to get down and get all the way to the fence. Peterson in with a stand-up double, and the Dodgers threatening early here in the 6th. Good inside-out swing there on the down and in pitch by Peterson. Clears his hips, clears his hands, keeps the barrel back, and shoots it out into left center. And that's going to be the end of the night for Arrieta. He will leave after 5 innings plus. You saw Girardi signal for the lefty. The question is, which lefty? I think it might be Suarez here.
Now pitching for the Phillies.
And it will be.
Number 55.
Making his 25th appearance of the season.
He's another guy with the reverse splits.
Yeah, a little bit weird there. Actually more concerning than anything. You don't want anyone batting .339 off of you, no matter what your splits are supposed to be. That's what lefties are doing. And Corey Seager, seemingly aware of that, takes a big rip, but comes up empty, 0-1. Suarez in to try to put out the fire here in the 6th. 0-1 pitch to Seager, runs just outside 1-1. Suarez sets. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, blasted out to center, but going to be plenty of room. Bruce down with it. Runners going. Throw to third is up the line. Bruce seemed to have enough on it, but he pulled Bohm off the bag. Peterson to third, and the Dodgers now with a man on third base and just one out as Will Smith steps in.
Bruce just must have been a little nervous trying to get the out there. His throwing accuracy is generally pretty good.
Yeah, a little surprised Peterson even went for that. That wasn't especially deep. But yeah, maybe knowing a guy with the speed of Peterson was lurking on second caused Bruce to think about it a little bit too much and pulled that throw offline. Suarez bruised that one in, 1-1 to Will Smith. Suarez sets, and the 1-1 misses inside, 2-1. Peterson stands at third. Dodgers looking to extend the lead. We're down 2-0 at one time, now up 3-2. That one misses low and away. 3-1 count. Three-1 by Suarez. Check swing, did he go? No, he didn't. That's going to be up high. And Smith is going to take the trot down to first. Now runners at the corners. And still just one out here in the sixth.
I didn't think he went, but I get the reasoning with asking for the review there just to be safe.
Yeah, you got to, just in case you can pull that runner back off at first, but replay shows he didn't go, and now it'll be Gavin Lux up to bat. Suarez in a bind. He fires. Big sweeping curve. Lux fouls it back 0-1. Suarez sets again. Peterson on third. Smith on first. Good fastball at the knees, 0-2. Phillies trying to escape this inning. Leadoff double by Peterson has him in a bind here. That one is fouled up and away. Count will remain 0-2.
That was another good pitch by Suarez. He has the right idea. He just doesn't have Lux as confused as he needs him to be to get him to swing through one.
Lux is going to ground that one. Hoskins over to Gregorius. Back to Hoskins. Double play, and the Phillies are going to get out of this inning unscathed. A 3-6-3 double play. The great defense of Rhys Hoskins this year continues to be an aberration, but the Phillies will take it. They dance out of trouble here, and it's on to the seventh inning, and it's on to the Dodgers bullpen once again, as it looks like we're going to have a double switch.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
If you can catch who the other end of the double switch is, please let us know.
Yes,
We can't hear the PA guy.
Yeah, you guys have the PA guy. We do not. What we can tell you is it'll be the right-hander Ross Stripling coming in, former starter for the Dodgers. Now bumped to the bullpen, was a good starter, an all-star a couple of years ago. But that just speaks to the gross depth of this Dodger team. As Kingery takes the first pitch he sees from Stripling out into the right field stands for a foul ball and 0-1 count. Good curveball by Stripling. That's probably his best pitch. And quickly 0-2 on Kingery.
Cookie and EB are saying Austin Barnes is in catch, so Will Smith's day is done, and he'll be batting in the 9 hole.
So surprising to see the Dodgers burning the catcher, especially in a tight game. But doing what they have to do here, hoping to get a couple of innings out of Stripling, I'm sure. And Stripling starts off just fine as he gets Kingery swinging. One down here for the Phillies in the 7th.
That was a nice pitch. Kingery doesn't have much practice against Stripling. He was just left clueless.
That is Stripling's MO. He gets ahead with the sinker down in the zone, and once he's ahead in the camp, that curveball is just tough to get a barrel on. As here, Bowman takes a fastball for strike one. Oh, 1 by Stripling, sails high and away. 1-1. Dodgers lead it 3-2. Top of the 7th inning. Phillies still looking for their first win against the Dodgers this season. LA came back in the 9th inning last night to break the Phillies' hearts. And last week they mowed through Philadelphia, a 3-game sweep. So Phillies running out of chances to beat these Dodgers, but Bohm here rifles one through the right side. He's got something going for the Phillies. A 1-out single. And it's going to be Gene Segura coming to the plate.
and I believe you were saying earlier, pitching has figured out how to stop Alec Bohm. Well, Bohm and Stripling have never faced each other before, and it seems like Bohm knew better of him.
Segura first pitch swinging, skies one out to center, but plenty of room out there. Bellinger comes on, makes a grab, and that'll be 2 away.
Now batting, number 55.
Would imagine there will be a pinch hitter here for the Phillies. It will be. Suarez is going to be out of the game, and it looks like, is that Neil Walker coming up?
Yep.
It will be Neil Walker. He's been golden the last few games for the Phillies off the bench. But here, first pitch swinging, he pops one up into shallow right center. That's going to be run down by Seager. I'm sorry, by Lux. And that'll do it for the Phillies in the 7th. It's time to stretch here in LA. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Dodgers lead 3-2.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Philadelphia, number 43.
And going to the bottom of the 7th, it'll be Nick Pivetta coming on for the Phils. Seems to be transitioning rather well into his relief role.
Leading up for the Dodgers, the third baseman, DK.
Pivetta's kind of doing a little bit of Brett Myers stuff. He was struggling, went down to the minors, came back, and then got a bullpen spot.
And his first line of duty will be Kike Hernandez. And this is with the first. Hernandez fouls one back, 1-1. Pivetta, a starter for the last 2 or 3 seasons with the Phillies. Last year earned himself a demotion to AAA, came back up for a couple of starts. Some were good, some were bad. They didn't send him back down, but they did kick him to the bullpen. And the results were iffy there as well. The Phillies believe in his stuff, but still waiting to see some consistency out of that big right-hander. (3-1) is skied into center. Bruce right there. That'll be out number 1.
Now batting, catcher, Austin Barnes.
So Hernandez skies out for the first out of the inning. And it'll now be Austin Barnes, part of that double switch last inning. Now catching for the Dodgers.
Inside, ball 1.
Would think that they did that so that Stripling could possibly continue in the 8th. They'll certainly have that option. As Barnes swings and misses, 1-1. Good fastball in the dirt by Pivetta.
With the young Will Smith hitting the way he is, I wouldn't be shocked if Austin Barnes got some starts coming up.
Oh, Barnes takes one off the dome. Seems to be all right. You can forgive him for not being happy about it. Dodgers probably breathing a sigh of relief, as that's their second catcher, with the first one already out of the game. Not too many emergency plans if you lose 2 of them in a game. But it'll be Barnes staying in the game, moving on down to first. And now Mookie Betts back up to the plate with a man on him, 1 out here in the 7th.
I doubt there was intent there. I think Pivetta just lost his grip on the ball.
Betts swings and sends one into medium deep center field. Bruce right there. And I agree. I think you can't blame it on the weather in Southern California, I suppose. But something seemed off on the grip. That one just kind of got away from him. And that'll bring Max Muncy up to the bat. 2 outs here in the 7th. Barnes leading off of first. Pivetta stretches and fires just inside 1-0. Pivetta deals, misses low, 2-0. Curveball swung on and sliced into left center field. That's going to get down It's going to get all the way to the fence. Is Barnes going to come around third? He will. There will be a throw to the plate, but it'll be well behind the runner. 2-out RBI double by Muncie. And the Dodgers have doubled their lead. It's now 4-2.
And I was going to say something about how Pavetta's been doing great out of bullpen this year, and I'm glad I didn't. Might have gone much, much worse there.
That'll bring up Cody Bellinger, 1 for 2 on the night. Pavetta misses inside 1-2, and Pavetta now just has to stop the bleeding. Only 2 more ups for the Phillies, and they now trail by 2 against the Dodger team they just cannot figure out. That one misses away, 2-0.
EB saying in the chat, Barnes runs pretty well for a catcher. Yeah, we've seen a lot of pretty good running catchers in the league last couple of years. JT Realmuto, Jorge Alfaro, Barnes, even Andrew Knapp can run a little bit.
Swing and a miss on a curveball. 2-1 to Bellinger. Muncie leads off second. Fastball misses just outside. 3-1 now to Bellinger. Base open, but the Phillies really don't want to deal with too many more obstacles as Bellinger skies one deep but foul into right. And the counter run full, 3-2. Pavetta sets and deals. Fastball just low. Pavetta wanted that one, but he doesn't get it. And that'll be a walk to Bellinger. And it'll put runners on first and second with 1 out, as you see there on the stat track. Looked like it may have clipped the bottom of the zone. Pavetta definitely wanted it. But now in a little bit more trouble here. And things don't get easier as it's Jock Peterson at the plate. Pavetta burns one over the outside corner. That seemed like a frustration pitch. A little bit extra in back of that one. 0-1 is another pumped in fastball. I think the umpire might have gotten Pavetta's angry up a bit.
Yeah, Pavetta's doing a Ricky Vaughn. He's just going to keep throwing faster and faster.
0-2 pitch, another outside fastball, but that one is tagged into right center field. That's going to be off the fence. 1 run will score, 2 runs will score, and the Dodgers have broken this game open at 6-2 in the 7th. On the 2-out, 2-run double by Jock Peterson. Good pitch by Pavetta, but he went shopping in the same aisle too many times. Peterson was ready for it as he extends the arms and tags that one into right center field for the 2-run double. That'll be all for Pavetta as it's Cole Irvin now coming on to mop up a mess here for the Phillies in the bottom of the 7th.
Speaking of Ricky Vaughn, are we sure Pavetta doesn't need glasses or something? Maybe that would turn him on.
So Irvin in to face Corey Seager. Good curveball, swung on a miss, 0-1. Irvin, arguably the best of these starters turned relievers for the Phillies out of Ranger Suarez, Nick Pavetta, and himself. Doesn't have the best stuff, but he seems to get the best results.
Yeah, and I was kind of hoping it would work out for him as a starter. The Phillies definitely needed another good starter. And at least they found a good bullpen arm instead.
The 1-2 to Seager. Curveball down and away, 2-2. So Dodgers once again getting the best of the Phillies. 3 runs here in the 7th have broken it open. The 2-2 pitch from Irvin goes down low, 3-2. Crowd still hanging around here at Chavez Ravine. Figure some of them probably heading out pretty soon to beat the traffic. payoff pitch from Irvin is swung on and skied foul down the right field line. We'll do it again, 3-2.
I'm seeing some Phillies fans behind home plate there. If I was at this game, I might have considered thinking about going back, maybe go get food or something, watch the game from a TV. I don't know if I could sit through this.
That one's popped behind the plate. Real Muto over to get it. And he will put this away and mercifully bring this inning to an end. But not before the Dodgers plate 3 more. They extend the lead to 6-2 as we head to the 8th inning. Jay Bruce stands in, leading off the 8th for the Phillies. It'll be Stripling on for his second inning of relief for the Dodgers. While we have a second, I'd like to remind all of our Twitch stream viewers to scroll on down, click on the PayPal, help out our friends at Meals on Wheels. This isn't for us, this is for them. We're just here for them. Trying to do a fun thing to help out people going through a tough time. So if you can spare a minute and a couple bucks, we would appreciate it if you could do that for us. But here we begin the 8th inning with 2 quick strikes to Bruce, as Stripling really been impressive early. He delivers the 0-2 and Bruce swings on that one. Skies it to shallow center. Bellinger playing in, on to get it, and 1 out here in the 8th.
There's a starter comparison. Neither starter did that great, but the hit and run numbers do have some differences there, and then the offenses have also done the exact opposite of each other, and that's the story of this game.
As Real Muto now up, takes a ball down in the dirt, 1-0. We mentioned going into this game that Walker Buehler, an immaculate ERA, but not a record to match, just 3-2 going into this game. Ironically, he's probably going to get this win here. Even though the game was tied when he came out of the game, the Dodgers scored a couple in the bottom of the 5th to get on top, put him in line for the win. So his ERA is going to take a significant hit, giving up 2 in just 5 innings of work. Yet he's probably going to get that 4th win. So that's the way baseball goes. Walker Buehler, a good effort, but giving up 2 long balls probably going to hurt that ERA a good bit. Although he will still, at the end of the night, be the only NL pitcher under 2 in the ERA department.
Do you think he pitched well enough for player of the game? Because I put him down for player of the game in fantasy, and I could use those points if the Phillies aren't going to win.
Don't think he's going to get that, as that one skied to left, right at Peterson for out number 2.
The right fielder, number 3.
You know, I think for that, you're going to have to go to a couple of these Dodger hitters. Jock Peterson comes to mind. A couple of big hits. Bellinger, once again, hitting the ball well. And now it'll be Bryce Harper stepping in. Harper's hit Stripling pretty well in his career.
Harper's just been pretty bad on the road for some reason. I know the dimensions kind of help him in Citizens Bank Park, but so do some of the other stadiums. He just hasn't figured it out on the road.
Their first pitch swinging gets a bunch of it, but skies it foul deep to right, 0-1. Stripling looking comfortable, the 0-1 pitch. Fastball down and in, 1-1.
I thought of a good analogy for that. Harper's home road splits are like the Philadelphia 76ers. They don't have the home crowd behind them. They can't really do much.
Harper dribbles that one foul up the first base line. It'll be 1-2. Now you got to watch out for that big hook by Stripling. And there it is, but it misses down and in, 2-2. Stripling working fast, the 2-2 pitch, another curve. That one's lined right back up the middle, but right into the shift. And Harper is going to come away empty with what on any other day is a line drive right up the middle for a single. Phillies turned away in the top of the 8th. We go to the bottom half of the 8th. Dodgers up 6-2. As we'll have yet another call to the bullpen for the Phillies. It'll be Jose Alvarez coming on, making his 28th appearance already of the season.
He was one of the best bullpen arms the Phillies had last year. This year he started out great, and he's done bad his last couple games. ERA gone up to 5.7. You never want to have your ERA there, and I'm trying to figure out what he's doing differently.
Yeah, he fell off a cliff the last half of April. He's had a decent first week or so of May, so trying to get back into a groove. But either way for the Phillies, doesn't really matter what the relievers are doing when you're down by 4 late in the game. All Alvarez can do is turn it back over to the bats, and they're quickly running out of outs. But Alvarez doing his job so far, up 0-2 to A.J. Pollock, who's now entered the game. Pinch hitting here. The pitcher spot now in the 6th spot after the double switch, and A.J. Pollock will be on as the pinch hitter. Alvarez pumping in strikes, Pollock fouling him away as quick as Alvarez can throw him.
You were saying earlier. No, sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to say count remains 1-2, and it still will remain 1-2 is another foul ball.
I was going to say, you were saying earlier Dodgers has some guys on their bench that would start on other teams. Pollock is probably one of them. He's just hit 174 this year.
And he hits that one on the screws, but right at Gene Segura. Could have been a double if that had been a little higher, maybe a little more to the right, but instead Pollock with the L4, as you saw that one physically move Segura back a bit. But the Phillies will take it out number 1 as Gavin Lux stands in.
That was a nice play by Segura. And now Phillies have another lefty warming up the bullpen, Adam Morgan. I think that's their last one, if I'm remembering correctly.
It is, and the Dodgers are as left-hand heavy as any team as far as bats are concerned. So the Phillies bullpen really does shape up well for the Dodgers, but they haven't been able to hold this lead. As that one is skied deep to right. Forget about that one. Way out of here. Gavin Lux leaves the yard. That'll extend the Dodgers lead to 7-2 on a long home run, 455 feet. Gavin Lux says hello to Alvarez and possibly goodbye and good night to the Phillies here. A 7-2 lead now for the Dodgers in the 8th.
That was absolutely crushed. I don't really have more analysis than that. I haven't seen home runs hit that far very often.
There you see it, 114 off the bat. You can't hit it much harder than that. 455, that got out of here in a hurry. Bryce Harper, I guess, give him a little bit of credit for the courtesy turn and jog, not trying to show up the pitcher, but no need to move at all on that one. Kike Hernandez now stands in. Alvarez continues to deal. Unless Alvarez gets into a bunch more trouble, I'm not sure there's much merit in bringing in yet another arm out of the bullpen. Probably just Alvarez out here to soak up the last couple innings, no matter what it takes. That one's fouled up in the air. Real Muto gives chase, but it gets out of play. Count remains 0-2.
Yeah, I agree. Phillies barely been able to score 5 runs in a game very low in an inning, so I guess you don't really want to waste another arm here.
That one is sky down in the left. It's going to drift foul. Kingery giving chase. Did he get it? No, he did not. That one falls just in front of him. Count remains 1-2.
Nice effort by Kingery on that one. Could have hurt himself. He showed good running there, but he just couldn't get there.
Alvarez ties up Hernandez with a good curveball inside. Defensive swing, couldn't get anything on it. That'll be out number 2. Austin Barnes now standing in. First pitch swinging, 0-1. Dodgers looking to take their 5th straight from the Phillies this season.
Off the plate, ball 1.
And the Phillies, for whatever reason, continue to struggle out west. 2 seasons in a row, they've taken trips beginning in LA that started with a sweep, and not in the good way, extended to 5 and 6 game losing streaks, and ended up really hurting them in the NL East race. And so far it's been more of the same as they drop a game that they led in the 9th last night, and now 3 outs away from dropping another tonight.
We got full count.
Alvarez misses high, runs the count to 3-2.
Yeah, and Phillies have one more game here trying to avoid the sweep. I'll be on the call for that one tomorrow, and it seems like it'll be by myself, so that'll be fun. And then they go to Coors Field, which might be interesting to see if their slow offense can do anything.
Good curveball down and in by Alvarez, but he can't get the call. He's going to lose the batter, and he's going to see himself out of this game, as it will be Adam Morgan coming in, trying to get this last out of the 8th for the Phils.
And that means Hector Neris is alone in the bullpen now, right?
It could very well be. Girardi has not been shy to mow through these relievers. I think I saw some random names that have been up and down. Not sure who exactly is making up the bullpen tonight.
0-1.
As Morgan pours in the first one for a strike. It's Mookie Betts at the bat. Betts swings and lines one foul down the first base line, 0-2. Betts about the only Dodger that hasn't gotten in on the fun tonight, 0-4 on the night. As Morgan sets and delivers the 0-2 pitch, swung on and skied foul, 0-2. Count remains.
Correction to myself, Victor Arano's in there too.
Morgan sets again. 0-2 pitch is blocked by Real Muto down in the dirt. Good defense, as always, by JT. Now a 1-2 count to Betts.
Inside, ball 1.
Fastball runs in, 2-2. So Morgan trying to get out of this inning for the Phils. 2-2 pitch, just up and in. Very close there. But it'll now be a payoff pitch. Runner will be off with the pitch. 3-2 offering is swung on and popped foul. Up our way. Hope you brought your glove, Tardis.
I did not. I forgot it. Back
Always
in
got to
Philly.
bring your glove.
You never really see anything hit up this far.
Betts skies this one into left. Kingery over and under it. And he'll put that one away. So that'll do it for the Dodgers here in the 8th, but not before they tack on one more insurance run. As Gavin Lux puts on a show, a firework deep into right field. Dodgers lead this one 7-2 as we head to the 9th. As we begin the 9th inning, it'll be Kenley Jansen coming on. No save in the books right now, 5-run lead, but Jansen looking to get some work. He's been lights out all season, 17 of 17 in save opportunities, leading the National League.
Hector Neris is up there in the save leaders, but somehow he still has like 3 or 4 blown saves on the year.
Yeah, Neris could have gotten within one of Jansen last night. However, he could not get the job done here as the Dodgers rallied for 2 runs, both of them credited to Neris. Jansen works on Hoskins. Swing and a foul ball there, 1-1. Jansen working from the stretch. 1-1 pitch, good slider, disappears down and away. Hoskins never a chance on that one, 1-2. Figure Jansen will go to that cutter or slider away from Hoskins again. He goes up in the zone, misses 2-2. Dodgers trailed 2-0 early, but it's been all LA since then. 7 unanswered, now 3 outs away from taking home a 5th straight win against the Phillies. The Dodgers have been red hot the last 2-3 weeks, soaring past the Diamondbacks, now up on top in the NL West. As Hoskins swings and sends that one. Great diving stop, knocked down. Will they have time? They will not. Hoskins digging hard, able to beat that one out. It'll be an infield single and a leadoff runner for the Phillies.
And apparently that continues Hoskins' hitting streak to 6, so it looks like he's turning things around now.
We'll have to contact the good people at Elias Sports Bureau. How many people batting under 200 a month and a half into the season have ever had 6-game hitting streaks?
I don't know. I'm going to look into that, and I'll have that for
That
tomorrow, I guess. That's a fun fact to look into.
Yeah, that's a thinker. But it's now Didi Gregorius up at the plate. Didi a solo shot off of Walker Buehler in the second. Buehler giving up a leadoff home run to Jay Bruce to start the game. Gregorius going deep in the second, but that's been it for the Phillies so far. Down to their last gasp here. But a 3-0 count to Didi Gregorius. And Jansen trying not to dig himself into any sort of hole. Dodgers lead it 7-2. Nobody out here in the top of the ninth. And the 3-0 is going to miss. He walks Gregorius on 4 straight. And the Phillies still a long way to go, but they have something going. First 2 runners reach. It'll be first and second for Alec Bohm. I'm sorry, Scott Kingery. Kingery, Phillies left fielder, 0 for 3 on the day. Has plenty of power, but it comes in spurts. So Jansen, this is a non-save situation. You can't pitch yourself into a save situation. Although you wouldn't know that from the performance so far. A single, a walk, and now a 1-0 count to Kingery.
EB wants to know why closers seem to struggle in non-save situations. I don't know. Hector Neris struggles either way. So,
I mean, it's a mindset thing. You're so pumped up to come into a certain situation, and then all of a sudden you get out there and you're up 4 or 5, and the one thing that your contract depends upon or your money depends upon, the save, isn't even out there. You know, some guys let it get to their head. Jansen finally finds the strike zone. 2-1 to Kingery. Jansen sets the 2-1. Is called a strike. Gonna say Kingery went around. Not sure about that. But the count now 2-2. Jansen deals. Kingery pops one foul. Muncy giving chase is going to get to it. And that'll be out number 1 here in the 9th.
Now batting, the third baseman.
EB, don't try to tell us about Ken Giles. We know how Ken Giles works here in Philly.
Does EB talk about 100 Miles Giles?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he was a great closer for a terrible team.
Like Jonathan Papelbon. Except he's a nicer guy.
As it's now Alec Bohm stepping in, taking one on the inside corner, 0-1. Jansen trying to close this one out for the Dodgers. cutter runs across the top of the zone, 0-2 to Bone. Hoskins leads off a second. Gregorius off a first. The 0-2 to Bone.
That's a ball.
Slider down and away. 1-2.
And speaking of Ken Giles, what did they get back for him? Like Vince Velasquez? I think that's the only notable thing in that trade.
Yeah, pretty sure that was what the haul was. The 1-2 to Bone. Swung on and missed. Good cutter away. Just kept on running and Bone couldn't lay off. And that'll be 2 down for the Phillies, now down to their last out. Trailing 7-2 in the ninth.
That was a Reese Hoskins-esque swing. I think they've been spending too much time together.
Well, Jansen is known for that cutter. He can throw it over and over again. Not quite Mariano Rivera quality, but devastating when he locates it. He's only got to do it one more time as he's dealing with Gene Segura. With 2 outs here in the ninth. Phillies with 2 runners on, but trailing by 5. Dodgers once again doing damage late in the game. As Segura's going to pop this one up on the infield. Jansen's going to take it himself. And that'll do it here for Bot Ball After Dark. The Dodgers once again getting the Phillies number. They swept them last week. They've taken the first 2 here at Chavez Ravine. A 7-2 final tonight. Dodgers once again your winner over the Phils.
This is just continuing Dodgers' dominance the last couple weeks. We did have a late night trivia question there for the big guy. The game's kind of over now, so
Big guy getting in late.
Yeah.
What does he have to say?
He has who was the last National League pitcher to pitch a complete game shutout in Game 7 of the World Series?
National League pitcher, complete game shutout, Game 7 World Series.
I'll talk about this. So we got Gavin Lux getting player of the game. I think that's not a bad idea right there.
Man, trivia soft spot. Tardis, you're going to have to take this while I think about things.
Alright, I can do that. And we got Gavin Lux getting player of the game, as I said. Home run and a double and an RBI. I think he could have given it to Jock Peterson, but Gavin Lux is acceptable there. 5 run difference, 9 total runs. I'm putting this into the website right now if you can't tell.
And as you leave Dodger Stadium, we were
and 10 hits to the Phillies, 5. It just shows hitting is pretty important in baseball.
I see that EB was all over the trivia question there. Didn't know Sandy Koufax went a Game 7 in the World Series, but good call there, EB.
Wow.
I mean, big guy does tend to stick on to whoever's playing in the game he's offering up questions for. I would throw out the caveat that technically it wasn't a complete game, so it doesn't answer big guy's question. But in 1991, John Smoltz did throw 9 shutout innings in Game 7. They just went extra innings, and then the Braves lost.
Yeah, but did you like seeing the Braves lost?
No, that's fine. And like you said, complete game, so can't fault him there. But that's got to be tough if you throw 9 shutout innings in Game 7 of the World Series and you don't win.
Yeah, I mean, it's like occasionally you'll see a no-hitter where you manage to lose the game somehow.
I believe Pedro Martinez at one point threw like 9 perfect innings, but the game went to extras and he didn't get it.
Well, that's always rough, but there's also one I remember where they had 2 errors or something and that scored a run. So it wasn't an earned run, and that's a no-hitter and they still lost the game.
I actually, it's Ball Ball After Dark. We can just chat here. I was actually in the stands at a game that set a record for most runs ever scored by a team that got no hit. I saw the Savannah Sandgnats win a game 3-1, even though they got no hit.
Wow, that's impressive.
Well, I mean, it's a low A ball, so the errors, I guess, you can assume are going to happen at some point. But just a cavalcade of walks and wild pitches and terrible defense, and they got 3 runs across without ever getting hit.
That's crazy. And if you're still here in Twitch, we're rating Bryce Harper, so get ready for that. Mike and I will keep talking until that goes through.
And EB, you are right. Jack Morris did go 10 innings shutout in that Game 7 in the 91 series. For my money, you should get into the Hall of Fame just for that. If you throw 10 shutout innings in Game 7, you should go to the Hall of Fame.
I think any playoff shutout in the World Series, any World Series shutout should really get you that.
So we look at the highlights. We look at the highlights here. The Dodgers once again rallying late past the Phillies. Won the first 2 games of this set as they're a monstrous home run by Gavin Lux.
Hope the Phillies can figure out something tomorrow. I'll be calling the final game of this series. No one else is slated to do that, so I might have to call something like that by myself.
What the hell is Harper doing? What is he playing?
Fortnite.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
God, you crazy ass kids.
Oh, he's playing with Bryson Stott at least.
Look at that. He's already growing the beard back.
That was quick. Is Bryson Stott streaming too? I should put him on the list. Oh, he should probably say goodbye to the archives now. So, future me, you could probably end the game now or something.
I'm intrigued by this Fortnite shit.
Keep watching. We should probably be done now. I'm gonna end the cut before we rate it, I think.
Oh yeah, I'm just talking to myself. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. It's a weird game. I used to play it before it got.
Oh, I'm fully grasping that this is weird.
You're in a bus. You jump out of the bus and then you land somewhere.
No, yeah, he was like in a blimp, and Bryce Harper is currently Mary Poppinsing himself onto a rooftop, and now hacking apart a roof. Oh man!
You can build yourself around using materials you steal from buildings and stuff.
This is too much for me at 1 in the morning. I'll catch you later.
Right, likes it, so I guess it's good. All right, night, Mike.
Have a good one.
Night, everybody. If you're still watching on the Twitch and you didn't go through with the raid.
Inside the show. And now your host, Justin Allegri.
bros from the first day, dreaming about everything I probably get if I get the lady in front of me's purse and run out the back door. If he ask for my relationship with the Lord, you can tell at the service I'm bored. Hold on, I'd rather be on a resort. Hold on, I'd rather be service I'm bored. And I'd rather be serving this to a sort of thinking I know she is. I'm drowning, swimming in this, got me drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Cool by the boat, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a going bang bang bang. No one warned you, ain't no time for no play play play. You sleeping on the stretcher like lay lay lay. I'm saying hey hey hey, tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see it and them is coming. They dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping. The reason I'm La 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 bamba, shaded. Yeah, what you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spin it like in my last. Yeah, spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba, shout it bad. Yeah, all the cash up for grabs. Yeah, there's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Yeah, she just want hard to lean. She like the bar Kareem. I'm tryna get all between. Yeah. She pop it all on me. Take on a shopping spree. Let her get a property. Hey, come to my palace. I know you tired them dudes be capping. She like my fashion. I put on strings like Richie Valens. You the baddest. I'ma told them red no salad. Send the address. I pull up that fantastic. I can't leave you alone. You the only girl who get to stay until the moon. No cap. Dime que me amas, better tell me on the phone. She say you can't have my corazón. La la bamba, shaded. Yeah, what you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spin it like in my last. Yeah, spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba, shout it bad. Yeah, all the cash up for grabs. Yeah, there's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Shout it, you the bomb. We go shopping in Milan. Backseat of that foreign, bad at LA like LeBron. I got as much in her little ball. She say yo te amo, she just want that Louis Vuitton. Can't fool me, you in a fair lane. Keep you know you need to grab a napkin. Play my Spanish, she love to cook me plantain. Go hit my Cali crib and give you all that back pain. Yeah. Might make you my baby mama. I like how you shake it like some maracas. Might let you keep the commas. Para bailar la bamba. All that she get it all from her mama. La 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 bamba. Shaded. Yeah, what you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spin it like in my last. Yeah, spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it bad. Yeah, all the cash up for grabs. Yeah, there's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba.
Yo le llamo la reina del party. Ella lo torquea como Cari. Ella le dice que sea la Mari. Le gusta cuando freno en el Ferrari. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche hay bailoteo. Puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra, romo, así que esto se puso feo. Mami, si tú quieres me calienta. Que yo traje todas las herramientas. Pa' bregarte con esa tormenta. Porque escuché que dijiste alerta. Que se abran la compuerta. Más vale loca que muerta. Te voy a pisar si te suelta. Hasta los 70, perreando en la lenta. Yo sé que tú no te portas bien. Que ratas bajo y yo también. Te vas de party todo el weekend. y bailoteo, puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos que romo, sí que esto se puso feo. Te sueltes pa' que me baile, no te preocupes de los detalles. Yo haré que todas las notas te tallen. La gente sabe que somos de la calle. Pa' que te sueltes, pa' que me baile, no te preocupes de los detalles. Yo haré que todas las notas te tallen. La gente sabe que somos de la calle. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo, puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos que romo, sí que esto se puso feo. Ay, CIN CLE, mami. Ella se va de la casa, de la casa. Mafio. Ella se va de la casa. Rich Music. Dímelo, baby, baby. Ella se va de la casa, de la casa. Tú eres pata abajo, pata abajo, pata abajo, pata abajo. Yeah.
here in the gas state. I can't hit it, if I do, I might pass away. These boys fake, please quit with the masquerade. Hey, not here with the past the same. I could probably use a fresh start out the window of the Target. I'm reflecting on life through Cherokee Park. Think about life through Cherokee Park. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the envy on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from? I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean. It's a push start, I ain't gotta put the key in. Whip it real nice like a good human being. 24 East, I'm in Chattanooga 10. Yeah, the barbecue Korean and my shorty boy Ben. Ay, we just went from dive bars to the Coliseum. Man, he's a try hard, wouldn't wanna be him. PG on the gym, go ahead, copyright it to him. Go ahead, copyright it. Nah, I wouldn't wanna say too much. We ain't take her from you, now she came to us. Ain't no steak dinner, but we made through brunch. 2-4 on the beat, you know he came through clutch. No, he came through clutch. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the envy on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from? I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean.
Nah. Tony. Yeah, walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sick rich, the clothes off. Pull her to the flame with my doze off. Try to count a million and I dozed off. And I got my fingers in the air. Yeah, hanging with Paul Bear. Yeah, turn you to lawn care. Rex in my Montclair. Yeah, I go to sleep in designer. Psych, I go to sleep in yikes, telling it honor a lot, right? Soon as I left, I got right. This a precision and detail. See, life is a beach, seashell. I sold the bags for retail. I'm from the block, no email. Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sick rich, the clothes off.
I'm cool, yo. I'm starting to think no one told y'all. Designing my clothes, dog. How much you think my coat costs? I'm spitting like Mozart. This till I gotta flip Noah's Ark. New Lamborghini, the doze off. Fell asleep in the doze off. Get it? My diamonds and stones water. I TD like Coach Carter. Ain't talking about no soda. Girl with me want some products. I put her on turning head. I close the curtain while she turn her nose. This off white. I be rocking real clothes.
Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sick rich, the clothes off.
Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. But we show no remorse. Go get a bag, I drip and I sauce. Catch a tag, we knocking them off. After I hit, boy, she hit the door. And them hundreds be coming in, all of this money, and I gotta give me some more. Big bag, bet it won't hit the floor. Talk hot, then we run your jaw. I'ma hop in the foreign and zoom off. That be my dog, I'm calling him Rudolph. I'm in love with the way I get chewed off. Pull up with Blake, he getting screwed off. Brand new Mozzie, big body, we cruise off. He think he hot, we knocking your crew off. Homie nasty the way that I shoot off. Shun you with drip, I got the juice on. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my niggas, they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my niggas, they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
I'm in the track trying to whip it, flip it. She on my so I quit it. Walk in the club with my grillin'. You on my chain, come and get it. You trippin'. Listen here, cussy, you got two decisions. Do you want the or do you want the Smithy? Your life is a game, but you better not risk it. See, I'm in the track trying to whip me a pigeon. I move with it. Keep a on deck, he be moving with it. You can on your block, we don't know who did it on the block, and I'm about to go feelin'. Man, they took it in early, they know we spinning. Since you this can't put a hole up in it. We gon' empty them, so you know we dippin'. And my dub, so high, he keep rollin'. Gang.
Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
hip hop ain't really this found me. Little bit of little bell for the homies. Got a little green ball, the beam for the Falby. Took more shots after phase than Calby. After dark, you go crazy. Police ain't scary. You ain't bred for this. I'm still in the hood. They make bread and dip. I'm not jumping ship. I might you, but you got love for Vince. Feeling like Snoop with the Source Awards. Feeling like you wasn't born for war. Cause when I come around, you be head to the ground. Crack 'em up. Smell like the man running sound. Lucas Smoke. When I am, I heard the Lucas told. Long Beach like Crazy Joe and Mayhem. We'll be getting new wheels from House that Caveman. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Mic up and flip where the is at. My where the women at. Baby, bass in my similar. Been crazy, come where you living at. Kick down the door, get down and get gone. I ain't come here for the chitter chat, but I'm far removed from that gangsta. It don't make much sense, rather make me rich. Don't be playing with my money, it'll make me flip. And in the last couple lines, I'ma contradict. And for the last time, I ain't no conscious. I like big, fast whips, anxious. Mansions and white Mike Jackson. So stop acting like I'm an activist. No, this ain't happen on accident. They giving man to the African.